It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Happy birthday to the late, great Kimbo Slice. What a legend. We miss him every day. Today is his birthday, and very important to remember and honor Big Ferg, Kimbo Slice, wherever you may be. Happy birthday, my man. We have a lot to discuss on today's program, a lot going on today's program. I'm trying, I should have told Joe this earlier, trying to work on my posture, Joe, so that's on me. If I do the show like this, it might be a problem, but I've been having back problems, to be honest. I don't know if I could go full 4 hours like this. What do you think? I feel like it would be a little bit weird, but I'm trying, because look at the difference. This is me sitting up straight, and this is me trying to conform.
You know we're live, right?
Yeah, I know we're live.
Okay, just making sure. This is like rehearsal talk. You know?
No. This is great talk. So just maybe if I could just get a little bit more. Yeah, I think just a little bit if I could. Don't get worried about this type of stuff. Don't get nervous, Frank. People love this. On Monday we had the mic issues. On Wednesday we have posture issues. I'm trying. This is what makes me me. I put out my warts for all of you. I tell you about my faults. I tell you about my weaknesses, but also, our strengths. In fact, I want to give a shout out to a good friend of mine, a priest over in Northern Cal, who sent me a very long message, my good friend Johnny, about the use of Jesus and, would it be offensive to not? And I learned a lot from that. So you see, if I don't put these things out there, if I don't put my insecurities out there, how would I know? How would I know? In any event, it's a great day to be alive. We have a lot to get to, a lot to discuss. I feel like Andy's now afraid to go back to the to this one.
There's certainly a lot of chatter about it.
About me just screwing things up?
No, just...
Okay. I actually feel like this holds me accountable. Now I'm like, I don't want to have too much headroom, so I need to sit up straight. We love Wednesdays here because we answer questions. We get to shoot from the hip. A lot of people get upset. Let's see who will offend this time. Not like we're trying to. It's crazy these days. Yeah, won't get into all of that, but it's a crazy, crazy world that we live in. And so we just tell it like it is. We keep it real. We shoot straight from the hip, as we like to do. And so we shall do that on this Wednesday. But we also have a lot to get to and some interesting guests, some very exciting guests. We are on the road to UFC 284, just a couple of nights left before we get to that big event in Perth, Western Australia. It has been so long since the Australian fans got a live event. I feel very excited. I don't care. I'm not going to get caught up in the promotion, the lack of promotion. If you can't get excited about Alex Volkanovski moving up to 155 pounds, going up against Islam Makhachev, if you can't get excited, and yes, his name is Islam Makhachev, if you can't get excited about that, I question whether or not you are an MMA fan. And isn't it ironic that the guy that they say is all about the hype, all about the WWE, all about the storylines, all that stuff, is the one trying to explain to so many people why this is such a big deal. Like I see on Twitter, they don't sell themselves enough. They don't promote themselves. Who gives a crap? It's Islam versus Volk. It's the 55 title on the line between the new champ and the 45 champ. It's 1 versus, I would argue, 3. It has happened before, 1 versus 2. That guy was involved in that fight, and that was a legit 1 versus 2, because if you just look at the resume, I don't know how you put Islam 2. I think you can make a case for 3 or 4. I think just winning the belt, back in October doesn't necessarily make you 2, especially considering the path. It's a little different if you're, say, I don't know, one of these guys who has fought a who's who en route to becoming a champion. But nevertheless, that takes nothing away from the fight. It's an incredible fight. It's one of my most anticipated fights of the year. And it's in Volk's home country. He finally gets to fight in his home country as a champion. That's a big deal in its own right. How could you not be excited about all of this? So I can't wait. Talk about that. Back into the show, we'll make our picks. Unfortunately for New York Rick, sans New York Rick, since he lost last week. So just be the 3 of us. First time ever. GC, myself, Frank.
Let's
see if we can go on a bit of a run here. So we'll do that back into the show. Prior to that, we'll be joined by my old friend on a Wednesday. It just feels like old times. a little Ariel and the Bad Guy action for all of you. Chael Sonnen will join us. A lot to talk to Chael about, so I look forward to that. He was just in Inglewood, of course, at the Bellator event with the legends there to honor the great Fyodor Emelianenko. So that should be fun. Always great to talk to Chael. I wonder, sometimes when we have him on, he goes from 0 to 100 real quick, and then his neck starts to, like, the veins start to come out. And
he hulks out. Yeah.
He hulks out. He doesn't breathe. He's going crazy. He's like, okay. And then he's like, Chael's the only guy that I know that crosses his legs, but needs to pick up his leg to cross his leg. He like actually physically.
It's a very
picks
astute
up.
observation.
Yes, he does that all the time. Watch how many times he does. He will pick up his leg to cross his leg. It's amazing. Prior to that, we shall be joined by Mike Perry, Platinum Perry, the backup fighter for the Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury fight, February 26th, coming up in Saudi Arabia. And I don't know about y'all, but they had a press conference today, and Tommy wasn't there either. Said he didn't get enough notice. What the hell is going on here? And so maybe Platinum will be on his way to Saudi Arabia sooner than later. We'll talk to Platinum about all that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Anthony Pettis. You may recall on Monday, we had Jorge Masvidal on, and he announced that Gamebred Boxing 4, April 1st, Pfizer Forum, we think it's the Pfizer Forum, not the Pfizer Forum, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, will be headlined by Roy Jones Jr. versus Anthony Pettis. What in the world?
Fiserv.
Is it Fiserv?
Yes.
Is that what we established on
That
Monday?
is what we, and I feel like you're baiting us here.
No, that is legit.
Like, this is what we established. That's the
Fiserv.
opposite.
Fiserv sounds too much like Pfizer.
Okay, well, one's German and one's just a play
look at
on
this
the
shot
word.
right here. This is an incredible shot. Wait,
Yeah.
where I see Andy, I see GC, I see
Where's
Corporate
Frank in
Alex.
this
Yeah,
picture,
where
man?
I see
Couldn't be bothered.
I see CJ. I don't see
CJ?
yeah, Crypto Joe.
Oh.
It's a great shot. We should use the whole show should be that shot. Anyway, so you're saying it's Pfizer?
So the FI stands for financial. Does that help?
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, Pfizer Forum, April 1st, Milwaukee, Roy, Anthony. Found out that TBD fight for Bean Wen, Killa B. Is her name Killer B or Killa B? Anyway, she's fighting former UFC fighter Emily Whitmire. So it's just a lot of MMA fighters in a boxing ring, competing in boxing. Tremendous. So we'll talk to him about that. And then prior to that, Super Sodiq Yusuff is going to be joining us, and he has become one of the breakout stars of the social media world as far as MMA is concerned over the past few weeks, months. In fact, New York Rick himself, who hands out the award for best social media user of the year, has said that he's atop the leaderboard right now in terms of an early favorite. He's been doing these unprofessional breakdowns of UFC fights, of cards coming up, and he's been doing a great job. It's really funny stuff. It's very dry. In fact, his delivery is a little Keith Lee-esque, if you catch my drift. And also, same manager, I think that's a total coincidence, Brian Butler. But this is an example of another guy just kind of getting his personality out there after years of being on the roster. And we didn't really know he had this wit, this humor, this mind, if you will. And we're getting to see a fun side of him. And I saw these clips and I was like, I got to have this guy on. In fact, if you have never seen any of these clips, we put together a little bit of a teaser, if you will, just so you know what I'm talking about here. Here's Super Sodiq. You could get the clips on his Twitter and on his YouTube, Super Sodiq Yusuff. Just type it in, it will pop up. Take a look at this.
Josh Kalabo versus Melsik Baghdasaryan. Let's count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A white man with 8 consonants in his last name. He is not losing. Definitely not to a non-white guy named Josh. Next fight. Tyson Pedro versus Modestos Bukauskas. Now that's a Josh. Too bad he's fighting called Drogo. I'm going with the Dothraki. Next fight. Jimmy Crute versus Alonzo Menafield. That's a very cool fade on Alonzo, and Jimmy Crute's a very nice guy. So it's only right that we remind him.
I mean, this is
It
great
is Black
stuff.
History Month, Jimmy.
Yes.
Do the right thing. Next fight. Justin Tafa versus Parker Porter.
This is the best.
Porter's parents forgot to give him a first name, and he's a fat guy with the last name Porter. If you made it through high school, you can make it through this fight. I'm going with Porter. Next fight. Jack Della Maddalena versus Randy Brown. Jack's coming into this fight with his nose already broken, so Randy should start ahead on the judges' scorecards. But there's a high probability Randy Brown might knock his nose back into place, which will be very confusing for the judges. This is where we're going to make the big money. Bet on a no contest.
Wow. I mean, that is amazing stuff. So I'm looking forward to talking to Super Sodiq for the very first time on this show in about an hour's time. But like I said, on Wednesdays, we like to shoot straight. We like to keep it real from the hip. So without further ado, time to hit the music of everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. Yes.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA
Look at that Helwani number 9 right over there. Number 9 is for striker, Frank.
Ladies
that means I'm the best guy on the team. The club.
To hear from the man himself,
Number 9.
Ariel Helwani.
And the captain?
Live from the box
Not
studios
necessarily,
in
although
beautiful
when I
New
played
York
sports
City,
in high school,
it's on the nose.
I was usually the captain
And
of my
now,
basketball
to answer
team.
your
Also
questions,
coached basketball. I don't know if you
Get
know
out of your
this.
seats and
That was,
on your feet
herself
because
said I should
here
be a
he
coach.
is.
Back when the dinosaurs were still around.
Yes, I would walk to school barefoot, back and forth, carrying bricks in the snow. It was a tremendous time. Thank you very much to Mike Heck for that great intro music. We love this segment. Everyone looks forward to it. And I do as well, and very appreciative of the great moderator, Lewis, for picking the best questions of the week. Hopefully I don't get in trouble reading any of these this week. Yeah. Cheeto Pancakes. Cheeto Pancakes has become the new El Cubano. Up first. Once again, number 1 is 1. What is up, AJ? You know, I have a good friend named Daniel Wolf who always used to call me AJ back in the day. So it's funny to see people calling me AJ now. Ariel Jacobs, but also my middle name is Jacob. Great show on Monday. As someone who follows you and all the work you do, I can't help but notice how many different areas of sports you have your hand in these days, from being the number 1 media outlet for any combat sports athlete to break some news. Thank you. I appreciate that. To becoming the official, unofficial North American professional darts ambassador. Thank you. To being a catalyst in the judicial discussion about the potential of a fight at Croke Park. Yes, although it's not looking good, I'm told. What does it feel like being the most influential man in sports and entertainment? How hard is it to keep up with and stay on top of so many different mediums? You know, this is a great question. This is the great struggle of my life. How do I keep up with all of these things? You know, I've got takes on the NBA. I've got takes on pro football. You know, obviously the other football that is, you know, the sport that they play and call football around the rest of the world, soccer, as we say here in America. Baseball, of course, I'm known to have a take or two. Hockey, I dabble in. Darts, as you say, boxing, pro wrestling, MMA. I mean, there's a lot, but, you know, I'm passionate about all these things. I love all these things. I mean, I could do a whole show right now on last night at the Crypto.com arena and LeBron James breaking the record. I thought it was a great moment. Thanks for asking. I thought it was weird that the moment he broke the record, I'm not trying to take anything away. It's an incredible achievement. We'll say 2 things. To me, the Kareem, and this is going to sound like I'm a hater and I hate this. LeBron is incredible. I've never hated on LeBron. Never, ever, 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 ever hated on LeBron. He does great things. He has a school. But, and maybe New York Rick can weigh in on this, would you not agree that Kareem's 38,000 points a lot more impressive because he didn't take any threes? Is that not? I mean, that's a fair argument, right?
No, that's absolutely ludicrous.
Why? So that means more shots.
Why does that make it? What?
More shots. The 3 is the extra point. So he got there, you know.
Yeah, it's a harder shot. You took harder. You added. You're taking away the harder shots.
Yeah, but
the
How many
further
threes
shots.
was 7-2 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar going to be knocking down?
I'm just saying, Kareem had to do it workmanlike in the paint, right? Sky hooks and all, battling these dudes. The 3 helps you get there quicker. The 3 is more the it's like Steph Curry too, compared to, you know, someone like a Jerry
you have to
West.
reframe your argument. It's not that it was easier; it's that it happened faster, and it would have happened faster. Sure.
Usually, something that's
easier.
faster is easier. Usually. Listen, I don't want to.
LeBron has the 5th highest scoring average in NBA history.
This is not an anti-LeBron take. Well, and that's
sounded
also
like one.
By the way, this is also because his
Jordan's number 1. He didn't have any threes.
5th highest, also because of the threes. The point is, did you notice after
Jordan's number 1, minimal threes.
Exactly. That's my point. That's why Jordan more impressive, Kareem more impressive. Thank you for agreeing with me. Jordan will always
be. The point is, Kareem was not hampered. He just didn't.
Jordan
he just
didn't take
do
threes
enough,
either.
unfortunately.
Anyway, did you think it was weird after the moment? Like he puts his hands up, it's great, it's beautiful. The kids are there, like, what's better than this? But it felt like he almost didn't allow himself to enjoy the moment. He's like directing traffic. He's like, where's this person? Where's that person? It almost felt
He's a brand.
But did it not feel a little too manufactured?
No, I mean that's every moment in 2023.
Right.
He's a brand. He's not a player. He's not a human anymore. He's a complete company and brand. It has to be this way. I mean, the fact that they're pausing the game to roll out a full ceremony in the middle of
Is that annoying?
That's
you
what
have
it
to
is.
do that, right?
Yeah.
Do you think
This is 2023.
Do you think people will forever feel like it's a tarnished achievement because they lost to the Thunder on the night?
No. What?
I'm kidding.
You prefaced it by not wanting to be a LeBron hater. You're sounding like you're playing the hits.
I know.
Pressing play on the greatest hits album of LeBron hate.
SGA's
next. You're gonna tell me his NBA Finals record. Let me hear that one.
Oh well, that one is. You know how I feel about that. You lose in the finals,
Sure,
you're not
tell
in the
me.
conversation. Jordan's number one forever. Jordan is number one forever, and I hated
This
Jordan.
is such a silly take.
I
Such a
hated
silly
Jordan.
take.
You didn't. Like I was the biggest Jordan hater as a kid. Hated him. Broke my heart. But I mean, you got to give.
It sounds like you found a new guy.
No,
Sounds like you found a
I'm not that
replacement
guy. I hate
Jordan
that. I mean, the people who have made a career, we know who we're talking. Like just
Yeah,
being
I don't wanna say
blind
names.
haters.
Don't even
hate
mention
it.
these people.
I think it's great, and I love the love that he has for his kids. I'm just. Is it okay to nitpick here and there, or do I have to be
Nope.
like Mr. Okay, it's not okay. All right. Anyway, point is, I could talk about that. I could talk about the crazy Kyrie Irving press conference yesterday and him deleting his apology. Won't get into that. Of course, if you want to hear my thoughts on Andy Reid and the Super Bowl, we can talk about that for us with the big game against Fulham this weekend. We've got a little bit of revenge on our minds. You want to talk about Sami Zayn? I mean, like, what do you want to talk about? There's just a lot, all right? You want to talk about the Premier League of darts? We can talk about that as well. I just like sports. Now, do you want to talk about other things? Like, do you want to talk about the State of the Union? Missed it. Do you want to talk about movies and TV? No idea. Although my wife was watching that, the Jonah Hill, Eddie Murphy movie on Netflix last night. You guys see that? Anyone?
Unfortunately,
I missed that one.
You know what I'm talking about? Eddie
I've seen
Murphy
it.
popped up in a new movie. Have you heard about this? No one?
I have seen it.
Vaguely.
I've seen it.
Oh, you saw the movie.
I saw the movie.
Andrew Schultz is in it.
Andrew Schultz is in it.
Yes, I saw that.
One of the lone bright spots.
Yes, it wasn't great, right? The acting was a little subpar. And you know what it reminded me of?
No chemistry.
Yes, it reminded me of like one of those like network TV movies where they have like this hodgepodge of celebrities, but nothing good. You know what I mean? It's like Elaine Bennis is in it, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, freaking the dude from X-Files, Eddie Murphy, Andrew Schultz, Brian Greenberg, who I love from back in the day. How to Make It in America. But it just felt weird. I don't know.
That's a very Netflix thing.
David Duchovny. Thank you. That is a Netflix thing?
Yeah, just like see how many people we can squeeze together and package into this thing to get people to watch it. I don't think it was like the worst movie ever, but it was not great.
Warheart MMA. Hey, Ariel, love from Montreal. If Alex Volkanovski manages to get past Islam Makhachev, do you think the next move for him would be to stay at lightweight and defend the title or move back to featherweight? I personally think there'd be a lot of fun fights for him at lightweight, especially with him having beat a lot of the top prospects at featherweight already. I mean, yeah, it's a fresh slate. I personally think it's hard to do both. It's hard to go up and down. It's a different, I mean, he's got to add muscle. Historically, no one has really ever done it very well. I guess the only one that has ever done it in MMA well is Amanda Nunes. And let's be honest, like the competition at 45 wasn't that great. It's even hard to do it in boxing, like to go up, down, up, down. That's why what Serrano does is really impressive. She's at 126, she's at 35. She's at 26, she goes down to, 15. I mean, it's kind of crazy. But no one really has done it very well. So he says he wants to go back to 45 and defend it there, but they'll have a predicament on their hands. And you would hate to see his success trajectory, whatever it is, get halted because of, just weight and how weird it is on your body to go up and down. But yeah, I mean, there's a slew of new names there's bigger names at 55 than 45. Goes without saying. Bigger fights, sexier names, whatever it is. Let's see. Let's see how he feels. Maybe he doesn't. He's like, I didn't like it. Let's see how it feels. Ben P. Hello, Ariel from Sheffield, England. Big win yesterday for Sheffield United against Wrexham. GC in shambles over that, right?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. But that's all right. We're focused on Notts County now and, getting to the top of the table.
Yeah. I did hit you up and ask you if you were watching, and you, no-sold me.
Yeah, I said we're not keen on the cup. Of course I had it on.
I disagree, by the way, with that stance, because I feel like winning the FA Cup is way bigger than winning some, third division.
Let's be real here. Likely weren't going to win the entire FA Cup.
But they would play Tottenham next. That's a big deal.
B, a bigger deal is taking our next step out of the National League, and then we can start getting funding. Then we start the road to the Premier League is really on once we get out of the National League.
If they get out of the National, how many more until the Premier League?
3.
3 more, including the Premier League?
So we'll be in League 2, then League 1, then Championship, then Premier League.
That is low-level stuff.
Listen, man, I'm down in the trenches. Me, Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhaney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You like to front
I like
run
the front runners,
with Forrest in the Premier League.
The best is the people that are saying
I'm in
that
the
I'm a
trenches,
front
baby.
runner right now when, in September, everyone was like, oh, they're getting relegated again.
I want to go back to all those people that told us they were going to get relegated.
Oh,
I
that's
cannot wait to post my bet slip when we stay up that was they would avoid relegation.
You did it, right?
Oh, of course I did it. I'm living and dying with this team, but we can talk about that come May.
By the way, did you see this? I saw this graphic. Sky Sports posted this. Did you see this? The Premier League table in 2023, Nottingham Forest has the most points and highest goal differential.
Yeah, I mean,
What the hell?
2023 is our year. We'll be talking Europa League this time next year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm certain of it.
Anyway, all that from the Sheffield, England. Shout out from Ben. What a guy Alex Volkanovski is. He's in my top 3 favorite guests on your show and top 3 favorite fighters, no doubt. My question is, what does a win for him do on Saturday night? Can he quickly be catapulted into the GOAT conversation? If he then defended the belt simultaneously, he surely will become one of the best ever. P.S. I really do believe he will win. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Keep up the great work. Here's the thing. He's already in the conversation for greatest featherweight champion of all time, right? I think that's fair. You win this, you stop Islam, and then you actually successfully defend the titles a couple of times at 55 and 45, which is something Conor never did. Yeah, he's in that conversation. Never lost in the UFC. I mean, this will go a very long way, and I can assure you, if he pulls this off, the crowd is going to go so crazy, the same way they went crazy in Cleveland for Stipe, the same way they went crazy for Conor in Ireland, the same way they went crazy for Paddy in London. You get the point? He will come across on Monday, if he wins this, to the rest of the world like an even bigger deal. He will get more attention in his home country, more media coverage, more love around the world. It'll be a great thing. And can I just throw something out there? And I'm not that guy. I leave the predictions and the prognostication to the likes of GC and many others. But I will say, was I not on an island when I said I felt something in my bones regarding Leon Edwards and Kamaru Usman? Was I on an island for that one? I mean, a lot of people weren't saying that.
Mostly you were on an island, yes.
Yeah, not a lot of people were
I have
backing Leon in that.
That same feeling.
Wow.
It's a
You
lot.
just wasted all that magic dust. That's a
I
shame.
have that same feeling. I got to tell you, when the going gets tough, I'm betting on Alex Volkanovski. When the going gets tough, that guy, no one outworks that guy.
It's fair. It is a fair. You are perfectly within reason. You are not being ludicrous, as I used earlier, to say Alexander Volkanovski is not going to defeat himself. There's some fights where you know the outcome because you know that the fighter is going to defeat themselves. He will give himself every single opportunity to win. But on the other side of that coin, we have weight classes for a reason. This often doesn't go well.
Sure.
And there is a significance to the style and size that Islam Makhachev has. But having a feeling, I mean, you've been right before, so let's see what happens.
I just want to say that guy, he doesn't get enough credit, Volk, for his IQ. Like what he did against Max.
100%.
He is so smart. He never strays. He never does dumb things. He's been caught, right? Remember Ortega? I mean, Ortega was seconds away from none of this being a reality. He's been caught. He's been put in tough spots. But fucking hell, like the guy digs down deep. And he's just so smart.
He is extremely smart. He's extremely efficient. He's extremely technical. He is able to stick to a game plan. He's able to make decisions on the fly that a lot of fighters are not able to do. He has all the tools to be the number one pound for pound fighter. Oh, would you look at that? He's the number one pound for pound fighter. It is not a surprise. His success is not a surprise. I would go so far as to say, you said, if he beats Islam and then is able to defend both of those belts, he'd be in the GOAT combo. I think if he beats Islam, he's already in the GOAT combo. I think he's high on that list, in my opinion. And whatever he does from there only furthers it or hurts it, unfortunately. The once you lose, it kind of takes a little bit of the shine away. But having Max Holloway, among many others at featherweight, on your resume 3 times and then beating Islam Makhachev, that's a resume that I'm willing to put up against anybody's resume right now. If he beats Islam Makhachev, I'm willing to put him up against anybody right now, present day, period, in that GOAT combo. He's up there.
I'm 100% with you, Rick.
And then anything he does from there is just gravy. But yeah, this would be massive. Doesn't even properly describe it. This would be huge for his position in that conversation.
25-1 right now. He'd become 26-1. He'd be a 2-division champion, something very few have ever done. And just look at the names as of late: Holloway, Zombie, Ortega, Holloway, Aldo, Mendez, Elkins, Jeremy Kennedy, Shane Young, Mizuto Hirota, Kasuya. That was his UFC debut. Debuted in 2016. His lone loss, by the way, came all the way in 2013. It's been almost 10 years since he lost. He's been a pro since 2012. That was in his first year as a pro, almost exactly 1 year anniversary of his first fight, and it was at welterweight. It was against Corey Nelson. I think MMA Fighting, I think, once did an interview with Corey Nelson about that. Pretty sure it was MMA Fighting. If you look him up, the article will pop up. But yeah, he lost in the 3rd round with 13 seconds to go in the fight, and he has not lost since. It's unbelievable. It really is. And how many people are lining up to fight Islam in a different weight class? Very few. All right, this one's from my good friend A. Feldman MMA. I want to read the entire thing that he wrote because I did actually see this beforehand, courtesy of moderator Lewis, and I appreciated it very much. What's up, Ariel? So first thing, going to get deep for a second before I ask my question. I suddenly lost my dad last year. He obviously knew my obsession with MMA over the last 2 decades, and because of that, he always tried to get into it. He would usually just keep up with the big fights over the years. He was also a Syracuse alumni. So I decided to show him your content a few years ago and told him that you were also a Cuse alum as well. He started watching your content and completely got hooked to the entire sport. He'd call or text me about the fights and tell me things that I sometimes hadn't even seen yet. Some of the best nights we had over the years were either watching the fights or at least hopping on the phone and talking about them before, during, and after. So I want to thank you for that. I doubt I'm the only one with a story like this, so just wanted to share the effect that you can have on your viewers without even knowing. Obviously, I mean, that really means a lot, and I'm a little bit blown away by it. I'm very sorry to hear about your father. Andrew's a great guy, and I've been enjoying his tweets. And in fact, I first thought that he was someone that I worked with at ESPN.com is also named Andrew Feldman. So I thought it was like his fake account or his MMA account. Not different guy. Has been to some of the live shows that I've done, and one of these people that you just see pop up, who's very supportive, and that you almost feel like over time. And he's definitely one of them. I did not know all of that about him and his father, and so I'm very, very sorry to hear that, but I appreciate it, and I'm happy to at least hear that MMA was able to bring you guys a little bit closer. So thank you very much for sharing that, Andrew, and I really appreciate you doing so. Now, on a lighter note, with Khabib not being a part of Islam's training camp / corner, what kind of effect do you think this will have on Islam? Let's not forget, Khabib got on the mic after Islam beat Charles and called for Volk, specifically in Volk's backyard. I saw Coach Javier only joined the camp on January 21st as well. Some decently big changes leading up to the biggest fight of Islam's career. Do you think this changes things heading into the matchup? Honestly, I don't. He's been there for a few weeks, and it helps to have Khabib, but it feels to me like Islam is So, I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago, right? Like closer. I actually think he could get much better, especially when it comes to striking, but closer to a finished product than say an Usman Nurmagomedov or an Umar Nurmagomedov. Those guys may suffer as a result of Khabib not being around. And who's to say that he's not training them when they're in Dagestan, right? So if he loses, you know, I loved what Volk said about this. Like, you know, keep that same energy when I beat him. You know, you're saying he's number 2 now. You're saying this and that. Like, don't change the narrative. If he loses, it won't be because Khabib wasn't there. Chino. Hola, Ariel. ¿Cómo estás? Quick 3 questions. Do you think Roman could get more heat / booze in Montreal than Shawn Michaels in 1997? Honestly, yes. I really do. Because Sammy's one of our own. And everyone wants to see him succeed. And this has become somewhat of a Montreal story. He said he's going to do it in front of his family. He's going to break him in front of his family. Like, yes, I think he will get more heat. And I also think the Montreal wrestling crowd is bigger now and more passionate now than it was in 97, if that makes any sense. So, yes, Brett was beloved. He was one of our own in terms of Canada, but not one of our own in terms of Montreal. This goes even deeper than that. So, yes. What's the over-under you'll be in Montreal to watch the Elimination Chamber? Right now, well, I don't know. What would the over-under be? Like, yes, no? How can I even make a line for that?
Be no over-under. It'd just be,
what are the
what's
chances?
the line?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I don't even know how to set that. You know, I said on Friday, I feel like I need to be there. I feel like I need to be there as someone who grew up in Montreal. The first thing that I ever loved was wrestling. That's the first thing. I remember going to Avenue Video in the TMR Shopping Center, if that means anything to anyone out there, and seeing the box of WrestleMania 1 with Hogan and Mr. T and renting it and falling in love. I had all the toys, all the LJN toys. I had the ring. I would sit with my legs crossed in my parents' living room, and I would play and I would make cards and I would videotape them as I got older. Like, it's the first thing I loved. In 1991, they took me to the Montreal Forum on my birthday and I saw Brett and Mr. Perfect. And it was incredible. And I was there in 97 for the screw job. And I was there the night after WrestleMania 18 when Hogan got the 10-minute ovation. And I was there in 2003 for No Way Out for the Hogan Rock rematch. So yeah, I love Montreal. And I was there for SmackDown once as well. Love Montreal. Love the Montreal wrestling scene. And as I've said, you know, there's been great cards. There's been great moments. But it's never been one of our own. And there have been great Montreal wrestlers. Pat Patterson, Rick Martel, Dino Bravo, the Rougeau brothers, Mad Dog Vachon, Luna Vachon, legends who have headlined many a card, but never on a stage worldwide, internationally like this. This is the biggest. This is one of our own. And this is one of 2 guys who kind of put Montreal wrestling on the map. One of the guys, Kevin Owens, got to the top, won the belt, Universal. A few years ago, Sammy never got that chance. Anyway, so I there's a part of me that feels like he needs to be there. I'm not Mr. Montreal Wrestling, but I'm very proud of Montreal, and I still wear my Expos gear, and I wear all of it on my sleeve, and I love my city and my country and my province. So I feel like I need to be there, but as of right now, not 100%. We'll see. Maybe on Monday I'll have a better idea. Could we get Dustin Poirier on the show soon to get his thoughts on his 2 kids coaching tough? Yeah, I've talked to Dustin. Love Dustin. He's the man. He's laying low at the moment, but when the time is right, for sure. Dustin after Dustin. Hello from London town, Ariel, and hello to GC Rick and Delirious Frank. Wow. How do you feel about that?
It's probably just a typo.
You think so?
I mean, yeah. Unless I'm delirious.
Oh, there he is. I love this shot. This is amazing. Sometimes I feel like we need to get like a lower third when he's speaking of this shot, but it doesn't even pertain.
I mean, he was doing some great stuff in the rehearsals.
He was?
Oh yeah.
Dancing?
Oh, he seems a little nervous now to do it now that the camera's really on.
Popping and locking. Here we go.
I mean, we also we need to go a little wider. I mean, like we're not even getting corporate Alex in the shot.
I saw him before.
Maybe that's by design.
I feel like he now just repositioned himself, so he's not.
He's not even relatively close to the desk.
He's like
here.
over here on his computer.
He's just sitting in the middle of the room.
I have a quick Q&A for you. While scrolling through Twitter, I found a great fight matrix. Essentially, it bores down to a rating, a fight using 5 categories, a point for each category. If the fight scores 5 out of 5, it's likely a contender for best fight of all time. Here's the matrix. I'd really appreciate your opinion. Strong rivalry narrative, fighting for something meaningful, elite technique displayed by both fighters, nonstop back and forth action, at least one iconic moment. My pick is McGregor-Mendez, but would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you for all the amazing content you've created. Peace. Wow. I'll be honest, the first one that came to mind was DC Jones, and maybe not 1, but 2, because remember, DC was winning that fight. He was feeling himself, then got caught and got finished for the first time. No greater rivalry, in my opinion. No more personal rivalry than that one. Something meaningful. DC was the champ. John was the champ prior to that. Takes the belt back. Elite technique. That has it all. That was legit 1 and 2. Those were 2 legends. That was an Olympian versus the greatest of all time. That to me has it all. It really does. DC Jones 2, of course, tainted a little bit because of the positive test afterwards, but in the moment, there was nothing bigger than that. Good day, Ariel, from Scott F. One idea for you to ponder and one question. This past weekend's Bellator event reminded us all of the need for an MMA Hall of Fame. As one of the greatest minds when it comes to the history of MMA, I believe there's no one better to lead this than you. I know this may seem like a huge undertaking, and I know you're a busy man, but in my opinion, the MMA Hour platform is the best place to shine a light on commemorating these pioneers. Maybe something as simple as the annual show where you interview that year's Hall of Fame recipient and showcase some of the career achievements. Man, it's not a bad idea. Even immortalizing them in some way on the MMA Hour set could be a good start. I know this sounds like small potatoes compared to other major sports Hall of Fames, but Rome wasn't built in a day. I'm sure I'm not the first person to suggest this, but just a thought. It's not a bad idea, right? What if we just created our own Hall of Fame? Could we do such a thing? And like have a induction? Oh, man, it is a massive undertaking. And I've talked about this on this show in this era. And someone reached out to me that was interested and curious about it all. It's really crazy. It actually kind of blows my mind that there's nothing. How is this possible? How is there nothing? Who could be in charge? Who can lead the way?
Like a new face.
Are you suggesting me? Because I'd be happy to do it.
I think the people are asking you to do it.
Yeah. But that's a big, I mean, that would be a full-time job, no?
You're not one to shy away from challenge.
You're asking me to do it right here and now?
I think you should start right now. Just walk off set and start
now.
Getting this organized.
Man, I don't even know. It doesn't necessarily need to start with a physical location. It could just be a thing that just kind of grows and grows and grows. It really is long overdue. What would that first class be like? I mean, I feel like there'd be 40 people that need to go in right off the bat. I have to think about it. I would love to see it. It could be part of my legacy that I got this off the ground. Not about me, of course, but like it does mean a lot to me. We'll chew on that. I appreciate it, Scott. Second, any idea what's going on with CM Punk? As time passes, this whole brawl with the elite is starting to feel like a work. Maybe I'm just hoping for them to revive the rivalry between him and MJF. You're the man. Actually, I think the opposite. As time passes and he doesn't show up, it feels like more of a shoot. This wasn't a work. It was not a work. And I have no idea what's going on. I'm not really following it on a day-to-day basis. I'm not exactly a wrestling journalist. I hope you guys realize this. I mean, I do follow it. I love it. I read it, but I don't really dig when it comes to that stuff. I don't really understand why he can't come back. Enough time has passed. Maybe get everyone in a room. He was doing good business for them. Like, why not just bring him back? I don't know. Was the damage done? Like, can everyone not get over this? It's wrestling. It's a crazy world. Figure it out. Would be a shame to let him go. Of course, I asked Tony Khan some of these questions, and he stonewalled me.
Bonus question.
Yes.
How do you feel about curling? The sport.
This is a great question. I like it and appreciate it. It was gigantic when I was living in Canada as a kid. It was always on TSN. One of the most fun shoots that I ever did was I was covering the 2010 Winter Olympics with Casey on our team. And there was a great story. It was in Vancouver. And there was a great story about a member of the women's curling team from Canada, Canadian women's curling team, who was 7 months pregnant. And we found her during the Olympics, and we did a video which was a tutorial on how to curl. And so we went to a place and she taught me while like pretty
7 months pregnant.
Yes.
Wow.
If you type in Ariel Helwani curling Olympics, it will pop up on YouTube. Very fun. It has like, it has a lot of skill. It's not as, I think, simple as people think it is. Do I go out of my way to watch it? No. I went to some of the events, fun at the Olympics. So I'm not a hater. I appreciate and enjoy it, but is it on my,
Darts and football list?
No, not at the moment. Why?
Gotcha.
Are you a big fan?
I was just curious. Just curious. Hey, it's not fair because like all these people write you questions and you don't ask them, why'd you ask me this?
No, that's true. That's a good point. No,
unless you start doing that to everyone.
I just wasn't sure why you asked me this right this moment.
I wanted to fit it in the first question because it was more relevant. Now I've just been trying to squeeze it in.
Yeah. Mark, hey Ariel, if ESPN were to make a 30 for 30 documentary about a UFC MMA story, which fighter rivalry era would you want them to cover? Hit me with your top 3. I can offer up a suggestion to potentially. Okay, that's from Lewis. Believe it or not, I actually pitched a few 30 for 30s while I was at ESPN. One was on the life and times of Kimbo Slice. Happy birthday. One was on the rise and fall of Pride. There's a lot there with the Yakuza. One was on the rise of women's MMA, the early beginnings and then the explosion. And there might have been one other one. There was 5 and there was one that I'm forgetting. And then there was the last one, which I've talked about before, 2016 in MMA. And in particular, from the night or really like a week before UFC 196, Conor Nate Diaz, he loses, same night, Holly Holm, Miesha Tate. From that moment all the way until August 20th, when Conor beat him and everything that happened in between, it's like the greatest collection of events of all time. 196, Conor loses to Nate. 197, John Jones is getting arrested. He's in like an orange jumpsuit 3 weeks before his interim title fight against OSP. He comes back, he wins. And then right after that, they announced Jones versus DC, UFC 200. 198, Stipe Miocic goes to Brazil, beats Fabricio Verdun, becomes the heavyweight champ in front of like 45,000 people in Curitiba. 199, Luke Rockhold, Michael Bisping, craziness, all that stuff. Even Muhammad Ali dies the night before the event. Faber Cruz 3, all that. 200, insanity, Brock Lesnar, Mark Hunt, Jones falls through, all that craziness. Night after, the company is sold, right? For this crazy number, $4.025 billion. 201, Woodley beats Robbie Lawler to become champion. 202, Conor beats Nate. And you can even go further. 203, the CM Punk fight, Stipe in Cleveland. 204, Michael Bisping and Dan Henderson in Manchester in the middle of the night. 205, Conor becomes double champ. 206 was the weird one in Toronto. That's maybe the one like sort of subpar. And then 207 is the end of Ronda Rousey and Cody Garbrandt beating Dominic Cruz, one of the greatest performances ever in a title fight by a challenger. Craziness. Connor from Canada. Hey, Ariel and crew. If you guys had to rank the 4 upcoming pay-per-views by excitement level, what would be your ranking? I can't remember a time when we had 4 pay-per-views this massive all in a row. I just named them for you. Maybe 201 to 205, he says. All right, there you go. As there were 2 Conor fights. 2016 was the best year in the history of the UFC, especially because they had 5 pay-per-views over 1 million buys. And that was absurd. 196. By the way, 195 was the fight of the year, and that was on the first day of the year. That was Condit and Lawler. 196 was 1 million buys. 97, 200 was 1 million buys. 202 was 1 million buys. 205 was 1 million buys. 207 was 1 million buys. All right, these are the 4. Islam Volk, 284. Jones Gane, 285. 286, Leon Usman. 287, Alex Izzy. Golly. You know what? I'll be honest. I'll put Leon first just because I just can't wait to see how that... But it's between Leon and Jones, obviously. I'm sure New York Rick would say Jones.
Jones all day. So pumped for that one.
But there's just so much history. Yes, I mean, you can't go wrong. I'll go Leon Usman because it's in London. It's the trilogy. But yeah, then Jones, then Islam, then Alex Izzy. But really, I mean, you can make a case for any of those being first. What's your top 4? Like, how would you rank them?
I'm going Jones, Gane. I'm going Alex Izzy.
Wow.
I'm going Makachev, Volkanovski, and Edwards Usman last.
All right. GC, what about you?
Same for me as Rick, but flip Islam and Leon. So Jones gone, Islam Volk, Leon Usman, Alex Izzy.
Wow.
But like it's all 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4. Like they're all incredibly close.
1A.
Can't
1B.
wait for all of
Yeah.
them.
Watch party this weekend?
Watch party this weekend. I mean, I can't wait for it.
Gonna be great.
Gonna do the Tim Tam Slam.
Oh, you're listening to Casey.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it
Nice.
for sure.
Should get her on. You guys, you don't really have fighter guests on the watch party, huh?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, you think Casey O'Neill would be into it?
I mean, she
Be down?
listened to the show. She sent me some suggestions.
She gets some Tim Tams herself. She comes
do
on
it
does
together.
Tim Tam Slam. Yeah, now we're talking.
Wow.
Now we're talking.
I mean, she's probably a pro. Seemed like she's done it once or twice.
It's all right. I can practice before Saturday.
I feel like it's more fun if you do it for the first time.
I mean, if I'm going against her, I'm going to have to practice.
No,
is
that's
it a
the fun.
competition? Do you chug it?
I don't know.
Is that the whole thing, or do you just sit there and enjoy it? I'm not going to lie. I watched a couple videos of people doing it.
Is it bad?
I mean, it's not hollow. It's like a biscuit. So you're like slurping the liquid through the biscuit.
Jesus.
I can't wait. Got 4 flavors. It's going to be great.
Have you ever done the cinnamon challenge?
Oh, yeah. Love it.
You have?
Yeah. Have you done it?
No.
Oh, man.
thought the
we should
point
do it
was
on
that
air
you
one time.
can't
It'd be
do it.
hilarious.
It's
Yeah, you can't
I mean,
do
have
it.
you
That's what-
tried it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what makes it so
It's
fun.
psychotic, that thing.
You think that you can do it, and you definitely cannot do it.
Oh.
And it's so funny.
Isn't it painful?
Yeah, I mean, you cough for a while.
Yeah.
I've done it a few times.
Wow.
Pop rocks and cola?
Never done that. You?
No.
Mentos and Coke,
We might have.
I don't think you should do that.
banana and Sprite.
What
Wait,
is that?
a thing?
Never heard of
Yeah,
that.
you like eat 2 bananas and then you chug a Sprite and you're like guaranteed to throw up or something.
Fuck.
What?
Can
know
I
what
be-
I'm doing tonight.
Can I be honest with you guys? I look forward to coming in to do this show because I love doing the show. I love hanging out with you guys. I love everything about it. I legit look forward to Mondays and Wednesdays.
But
What I most look forward to is really getting my oat milk cappuccino before coming into the studio.
oh no.
I was drinking it today and something just tasted off, but I look forward to it so much that I just powered through.
Are you regretting it?
Don't feel great.
Oh no. Now, do we think it was a different kind of milk? Do we think the oat milk had gone bad? I mean, it takes a
Felt
while for
little
oat milk
spoiled.
to go
It
bad.
felt spoiled.
Oh man, and he just pushed
I
through.
pushed through because I
Tasted
enjoy.
spoiled.
That whole point of something tastes spoiled is to let your body know not to consume it, and you just powered through it.
I feel sick, guys.
Do,
Wow.
do we need to take a break here?
No, but I didn't eat my lunch.
Yeah, I noticed that too. What's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
because I was feeling sick.
Did you spill something on the carpet
nauseous,
on the way here?
No, my palms are super sweaty. Like it's
Oh wow.
it's not great.
He's
All right.
crying. He's crying for help. We need to do something.
No, do we need to
Water or
intervene? Or?
Seltzer?
I've been hearing about a lot of people getting the stomach bug lately,
Oh,
and
man.
now it's starting to like. Yeah, didn't you tell me your family had it in your Craig?
Oh, it's real.
Did you have it too?
I got like a new round of it. Oh, did I have it? Yeah, I think I did have it actually.
Aren't you the guy
I
that
tend to
always says
forget
like you
'cause my
don't throw
kids-
up?
My kids are in. Yeah. Say that again?
Aren't you the guy that always says you don't get sick?
You don't have to.
I never
throw
get
up
sick.
to
Rick
have a
is so
stomach
busy he
bug.
doesn't
never get
remember being sick.
It's this. I don't believe in getting sick, so I don't get sick.
You're one of those
I just-
guys.
Jesus.
So
That
wise.
is-
Can I
Oh,
tell
my.
you, my whole life is just me trying to avoid throwing up.
You hate it that much?
I hate it that much.
I'm with you.
Specifically that.
I hate throwing up so much. I can't even remember the last time I did it.
I mean, I
It's-
see you
it's been a
dry
minute.
heaving with the Shui Vasa every time you do one of those. So that
Yeah, but
doesn't-
it doesn't happen. I mean, the Shui Vasa.
God bless.
I'm gonna have to do one this weekend. Get a Bundaberg.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
are you doing it?
Bundaberg. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I'm just gonna have a whole buffet of Australian cuisine on.
Are you
on
doing it
Saturday.
like?
I got.
Are you using the shoey thingy, or are you?
Well, I have my own. You know, I bring in my own.
No. But are you going to do like the actual shoe, or are you going to do the shoey vasa like little?
It is in
Traffic.
Australia. Should I do an actual shoe?
I feel like you kind of have to, if I'm being honest.
Wow. I mean, you say
Wow.
that. I mean,
You're of all people to push
Yeah,
him to
right.
do the actual shoot.
I mean, what shoe? Do I
You're the
just-
guy.
do I
I mean,
just use
are you in or
No.
are you
Can you
out?
leave us a
These
shoe?
are pretty dirty. Like,
Oh, use the
gross.
David Taylor's.
Connor,
I
Use
have
the-
permission to
use the-
use
no,
this.
absolutely not.
I can use the
Absolutely
signed
not.
David Taylor's.
Absolutely not.
I mean,
Use
we
the-
need to get you
use
some
the
new
Shui
shoes
Vasa.
anyways, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Use the
Exactly.
shoey
Those are
vasa.
pretty.
don't
All right. I'm just saying.
don't do it.
By the way, someone I retweeted Sadiq's video, his unprofessional breakdown of 284. Someone just tweeted both of us, Ariel Hawani needs to watch these and have Sadiq on to break down the next UFC card. Hashtag make it happen.
Oh,
Wow, what a great idea.
That's a good idea. You should do that.
Shout out to him.
Boris. Hi, Ariel. Because you've become an avid follower of the English Premier League, I have the following question for you. What is your view on the differences between the setup of European football and American sports leagues, namely promotion, relegation, big money transfers, and a set of hierarchy versus closed leagues, drafts, trades, and everything having a shot? Can I be honest with you guys? It's a fantastic question. I think the European model, or in particular the English Premier model, 1,000 times way more exciting. I mean, look at us with Forest. We're worried about relegation. We have something to play for, even though we're not going to finish at the top. Love that. Sure, you can make a case like it's like the rich get richer type of thing with the transfers, and there's no salary cap, and it's just like a free for all. But F it. That's the way it is. I kind of like it. The more I think about it, it's like, all right, what does game 64 of the regular season in the NHL or NBA really mean? In the Premier League, every game matters. You're either fighting to get to the top 4 or 5, or you're fighting to survive. It's huge.
I mean, I absolutely love it.
I love it.
I mean, like the relegation thing too, and being able to get promoted and having all these leagues. Like, imagine if there was an NFL team in, I don't know, Wichita, Kansas,
Amazing.
or something like a super small town stadium holds like 10,000 people, but they made a run and they made it into the NFL. Like it's just crazy. I mean, I'm 100% with you. Like the Hawks, the Falcons, like they're kind of just like middle of the road teams for me. And it feels like there's nothing to play for.
Right.
You're just waiting until they're good. Where like Nottingham right now is literally in the middle of the table, 13th, but every game is important because you don't want to get relegated.
And
I love it.
Don't get me started on FA Cup, Carabao Cup. Like all of a sudden, like we were talking about Wrexham, at least in the midst of it all, you can have these crazy stories. There's things going on, so you get that tournament feel like you get in the playoffs. Do I feel like maybe sometimes at the end, it kind of ends a little bit unceremoniously because it's just like, all right, you're number one and you've won the whole damn thing? Sure. But when you couple being top 4 with Champions League and all that stuff, it's like, this is kind of way better.
I like it.
It takes a minute to figure out everything that's going on. There's this, there's that, there's top 4 there. But once
There's a ton of different leagues, like where they all
once you
play
figure
from.
it out, I kind of like it. Now, I feel like the NBA has done a great job of fighting off tanking by doing this like play-in tournament thing, because I feel like less teams are tanking, and I feel like those, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11, even 12, 13 teams are fighting to get in, which I like, and it's given everyone, a chance to play for something. Of course, if the Knicks finish 7th, I'm going to be annoyed about it because I just want to get into the playoffs. But that being said, it has proven to be good. It still feels like this could you imagine if the Westchester Knicks have a great year and then they go on a run in a tournament, and then now they're playing the freaking Celtics,
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's
it
amazing.
Would be incredible. Like,
or imagine it was like FA Cup style, but college teams, top 25, AP top 25. So now it's, I don't know who's number one. Who's number one now?
Hey, Purdue, but they lost on Saturday.
Right, to Indiana, right?
Yeah, shout out to the Hoosiers.
Yeah, Mike Woodson. Point is, like, imagine number one now gets a chance to play the Thunder.
I mean, yeah, that would be crazy.
It would be amazing.
The Maine Celtics, like,
it'd be
I'm just
amazing.
thinking, like the College Park Skyhawks. I mean, it'd be unbelievable. Like, that's the idea that I love. I love the relegation and promotion.
Love it. Anyway, Sam, hi Ariel. You often say that MMA promotions need a face to grow their promotion, but the UFC seems to be doing fine despite Dana White's lackluster efforts over the last year or so, and PFL and ONE seem to be both growing strong without an amazing promoter as figurehead. First of all, Dana White is still Dana White. He's on Media Row yesterday in Arizona. People want to talk to him. He's still the guy that people associate with the UFC. So you can't just dismiss that, despite the fact that we in this bubble may disagree with certain efforts or whatever he's saying. And then ONE has Chatri. Good or bad, they have a guy. PFL, I would still argue, they need that guy. I mean, just look at the pay-per-view. They need that guy. So, I don't know. I wouldn't just dismiss that and don't necessarily agree. But anyway, is it possible that MMA has grown in popularity and legitimacy to the point where it is less reliant on guy at the mic, shouts about fights, and more on social media teams and savvy business deals? No, I think you need both. I really do. Look at Matchroom. They've got great social media, but they've got Eddie Hearn as well. You need both. What is one thing ONE or PFL could do to build a promotion that they aren't doing yet? Cheers to you and the crew. I mean, there's a lot of things. You got to build your own talent. Social media helps, but you got to build talent. You got to build fights. You got to build contenders. You got to find new talent. You got to beat the UFC to get the youngsters into your organization to build them up. Make big fights, create intrigue, drama, tension. It's a lot. It's easier said than done. There's a lot. And you need a face. I strongly believe that. Kevin, hey, Ariel and crew. I'm the guy who sent those AI images to GC. For some context about them, I used Midjourney. With Midjourney, you can submit a picture and then use keywords to generate the images. So that's what I did to generate those images from Monday's show. The picture of Ariel was from a Showtime event. The picture of GC was indeed from a watch party. The picture of New York Rick was just behind the mic on the show. And the pic of Frank was from a quality selfie GC posted of the two of them. How about that, guys? Do you know Midjourney, GC?
I've heard of it. I've never used it, though. I might have to get into it.
I even noticed New York Rick took the photo and made it his...
Good on you,
I would have done the same
Yeah.
thing. I mean, his was fantastic.
It was too good not to.
Shows
Too
the
good not to.
personality.
Shout out
Looks
to this
just
guy.
like him.
Midjourney. It's so weird, this whole thing. Even my dad asked me about ChatGPT. Yeah, that is great.
It's generational.
GPT.
What is it?
GPT, Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Pops is using it.
He's like, everyone's talking about this. You using this?
Yeah.
I
Let's
don't
get
know.
Mr. Helwani on it.
I don't know what's going on. He knows more about this stuff than I do.
Well, didn't Bing? I think
Yeah, I just
Bing
read about
integrated it, right?
Yeah. The future is now.
Isn't Google starting one too?
It's coming.
Whenever I hear of
coming.
ChatGPT, I think of Jamie Vardy, chat shit, get banged.
Yeah. Well, it's GPT, but yeah.
Yeah, GPT. Isn't that what I said?
No, you keep saying GB.
It's just
Listen, it's all great. I'm into it. I'm getting into it. I've got my Ethereum wallet set up. I've got all that stuff.
You're on the blockchain. You know how it
I'm
works.
on the block. It's freaking great. You know, you
kind of sick.
I got some bad news. You're a little late to the crypto
no,
game.
no. Ben
You might have
Askren
had
told
some
me
more
to jump on
success.
it. Askren told me to jump
I
on
know
it.
had
Yusuf,
some more
Super Sadiq's into it too.
He is?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk to him.
Going with the great prime, despite feeling a little unsettled.
yeah, you're just adding.
Truth be told, there's none left. This is literally the last one.
Yeah, it feels like a water kind of thing, you know?
Wait, you've been drinking out of an empty
Seltzer.
bottle, or
I know. I mean, it's the last one. What are you talking about? I needed something. I've got the water, but I felt like I needed a little oomph.
that's
think-
the
You want me to go get you another oat milk latte?
You think no? I can't live in a world where that place gave me a bad oat milk latte because I legit look forward to it.
I mean, I've been to that place a few times and I love it.
Last night I was feeling a little bit under the weather as well, so it could be a mix. I'd like to believe.
Thanks
it
for
was.
coming in today.
No, it's just my stomach. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm a fighter. Okay, Frank.
I appreciate that.
Aussie Jack, I come from the land down under. Yes, thank you. Do you come from the land down under? G'day, Ariel. In order to offer something different to the UFC, do you think it would be worth having different weight divisions, limits, and promotions, such as Bellator PFL 1? Could they potentially make a 65, 75, 95, maybe even a 225-pound division? Also, well, with regards to that, it's really a commission thing, right? The commission needs to be able to be okay with that. In MMA, those aren't recognized weight classes. So I guess they can make it up, but I don't want promotions to have different weight classes. I think that would be very confusing for everyone. It would muddy the waters. But I would love to see a 65, 75, 95 situation. 225, I don't think there's enough talent, but definitely 65 and 75. Also, for GC's watch party, you should watch the biggest hits in rugby league. This was the sport Alex Volkanovski played before becoming a full-time fighter. Rugby is a different sport. I recommend looking at Jorge or George Taufua. Taufua. Thanks as always for bringing attention to the great stories around MMA. Are you familiar with this individual?
No, but I just typed him in, and the first recommendation was George Taufua big hits. I'm all down for that. I mean, I love watching big hits highlights.
Do you think?
Wow, yeah, this guy is.
Do you think it's George or Jorge? Tough, right?
I'm not going to speculate.
All right. Quick fire round coming up here. Cole, hello, Ariel and crew. With Sanhagen Vera moving to the Apex to a live crowd in Texas, What is some of the other, I can't believe they listen to the fans moments in the UFC or in MMA in general? They didn't listen to the fans. I mean, as much as I want to take credit for this, they didn't listen to the fans. They couldn't get another main event for San Antonio. So they're like, oh, let's take from this one. It's sort of like Robin Hood, except the opposite. They took from the poor and gave it to the rich. Do you get what I'm saying? Apex, they could put anything on that card. They don't really have to sell tickets. Anything they sell at the Apex is gravy. So let's take from this one and put it on that one. They did not listen to us on that one. We cannot claim victory. Okay, I'm just being honest here. So no. Other that they listened to us. The one that was very, very famous was UFC 1. It was supposed to be, New York Rick might remember this. It was supposed to be Henderson. No. It was supposed to be Henderson versus Franklin at UFC 90. It was the same. It was on September 19th. It was the same night as Marquez and Floyd. It was when they bought Affliction, and then they changed it to Belfort versus Franklin. Do you remember this? It was supposed to be UFC 93 was the one in Dublin. Oh, wait.
It's on. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait. Franklin. Do you remember this? Rich Franklin, they bought Affliction and they changed the main event because everyone crapped on it because no one wanted to see the rematch of Henderson versus Franklin.
I remember it vaguely, but it's like I don't remember the inner workings of it, the minutia of how it happened.
UFC 103, yes. They announced Henderson versus Franklin. Everyone crapped on it, and then they changed it. Here's an MMA Fighting article from July 31st, 2009, written by the great Ray Hoy, if you recall.
Shout out.
Vitor Belfort will return to the UFC in a 195-pound bout against Rich Franklin, promotion announced. Franklin was originally announced to face former Pride middleweight and light heavyweight champion Dan Henderson, but due to the lack of interest in the rematch from the UFC and rematch from 93, the UFC shuffled the main event. The fans didn't like it, so we're going to change it, UFC President Dana White said. You remember this? It's crazy. This is probably the one time that they listened to us. Like where they actually made a switch. I'm not saying they don't listen and make the fights, but I'm saying like where they had an announced fight and they switched it. Crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that not only, yes, that's great because it serves the fans, but imagine being a fighter. I don't know that every fighter is just like, up for that. Yeah, let's just switch the opponent. Great. Mm-hmm. I think it'd be hard to navigate that in the modern era.
Soy sauce. Hey, Ariel, I primarily watch the show through YouTube, so I wanted to ask you and the crew, what YouTube channels are you all subscribed to and follow? I'm not a big subscriber. I just kind of find things, but I'm looking at my subscriptions: MMA Fighting, Bellator, IFL TV, WWE, Boxing Social, Buffalo Bills, Lebitard Show, DAZN, Men in Blazers, Post Wrestling, ESPN, Matchroom, Inside Boxing Live, UFC, Nottingham Forest, Showtime Sports, BT Sport. Here are some fun ones: Chael, Bisping, BT Sport Box Office. BT Sport Boxing. This is an obscure one that I like. The Agostino Zinga Show. Are you familiar with him? That's to do with the cool glasses that likes to do breakdowns. Top Rank, Showtime Basketball, One Soccer, Sports Illustrated Canada Soccer, MMA Rated, No Dunks, TSN, Daniel Cormier, Knicks Fan TV, Tom Aspinall, Super Sadiq Yusuff, PFL, Renee Paquette. Should I still keep going or is that enough? Those are some that I subscribe to. Ariel, my guy, just curious if you have any plans for your YouTube channel. Those interviews were outstanding. Yes, I do. Stay tuned. A lot going on, a lot happening, but good stuff. Just needed to, we did a certain thing for a year. We did a certain thing for a year two. It's all good. It's all good. Things are happening. Logan, good afternoon. What are your thoughts on Kevin Lee returning to the UFC? It seems like he will fight at welterweight in his return. Who would you like to see him fight? This is a fascinating story, by the way. And look, this is going to sound like I am hating per se. It's not. This is not hating. But here's the facts. Kevin Lee got released from the UFC out of the blue, unceremoniously, he was very upset. At the time, he was being represented by CAA. He talked about it. I talked about it. He was a casualty in the whole CAA Endeavor UFC war. He goes out, he signs with Eagle FC. Who knows what their plans are currently in the United States, gets paid by Bitcoin, has the one fight, whatever. Then signs, and if you've been following his career, signs with Dominance MMA and Ali, who he went, tete-a-tete with back in the day. Now he's a member of the crew. Then I see a picture of him with Dana and Hunter, and I'm like, oh, he's back. And now he's back in the UFC. And so this, I will say, good, bad, ugly, is a testament to Ali. Give him credit. He got the guy back and shows that whatever relationship he has with the UFC, it's beneficial. If you want to get in their good graces, if you want to get back, you got to consider him. So this is me giving props. He got him back. He was out of the UFC. Now, I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, on the table, whatever. But he was out and in a shitty kind of way got let go because I believe he was a casualty of this war and they couldn't let go of Francis, who was also part of CAA but was the champ. So he was a part of the war. His manager at the time, Markel Martin and Dana White, are going back and forth, and it was just shitty. Goes to Eagle, established this relationship, which, remember, he was the one guy that was calling out Khabib and Islam for so long. And Dagestan, and I mean, like, he was really outspoken. And now he's with Dominance, he's Muslim, and he's back in the UFC. And so I think Ali deserves a lot of credit. And this is an example of, listen, if you want to get back in, or if you want to get in their good graces, you want to get a meeting, for whatever reason, I don't know what that reason is. I don't know how the relationship got to be so strong. He gets it done. And so you got to give credit. I don't know if he gets back in with any other manager. Maybe one or two. And yeah, he was having trouble at 55. So 170 seems like a good move. Olajuwon, what's up, Ariel? Just a quick question. Any rumblings about a UFC card in Canada for 2023? Seems like we are the last major country for the UFC to return to. Hoping it's this year. No rumblings. They wanted to come back in September of last year. There were still issues with the, restrictions. There are no more restrictions. Would be very surprised if they don't come back in 2023. Do I know of a date, a time period? No, but I would be surprised. It's too important for them, and they do too well there to ignore it. Israel D. In regards to Tim Simpson leaving Paradigm Sports and starting his own agency, do you know why he left? And do you know if there is any animosity between Tim and Audie, since Tim will continue to represent Leon, Izzy, and Yuri? I've heard mainly good things about Paradigm, but also bad with the Tony Ferguson situation. Would love to get your thoughts. Thank you, as always, Israel D. In the press release that was sent out announcing his departure and forming his new management group, and Tim is one of the most respected and beloved people in all of MMA. No one talks shit about Tim. No one talks behind his back. Still so young, I think just 31 at this point. I'm trying to pull up the press release here to answer this question properly. Yes, here it is. On his departure from Paradigm Sports, Simpson said, quote, "I wish my friends and former colleagues from Paradigm nothing but continued success and happiness. I will always cherish the experiences and memories from my time there, and I'm happy that we will have an ongoing professional partnership. CAG, which is Chosen Advisory Group, the name of his new group, and Paradigm Sports will continue a working relationship in which Paradigm Sports will serve as the company's exclusive marketing partner." So that one kind of flew under the radar a little bit, but there's still a relationship there. I think he just wanted to go out on his own. He wanted to be independent Tim. Who wouldn't want to be? And like I said, he's got a tremendous relationship with those guys. Izzy, Leon, Yuri. He picks up Max, Casey O'Neill, Jack Della Maddalena, Don Madge. I think it's like 8 or 9 or so. And, he's going to go out there and do his thing, and God bless him. More power to him. He wanted to be the man. But there is still that working relationship there. And a lot of people I know are like, tell me about this. Is he taking on more? I think he wants to, he doesn't want to have like a stable of 50 guys. I don't think that's what he's looking for. Will P. Hello, Ariel. Big fan of you and the whole crew for the MMA Hour. And by the way, one more thing on Tim. Like, again, a great example of if you want something, go out and get it. And, dream big. He told the story here about emailing Audie when he was just a young, he was like 21, 22, something like that. And he's living in Australia, and he sends him an email. And then all of a sudden he's like, involved in big Connor fights and all the big fights that Paradigm has done. Shoot for the moon. Go out there, reach out. What do you have to lose? Will P. Hello, Ariel. Big fan of you and the whole crew for the MMA Hour, including moderator Lewis. Shout out to Lewis. I had a question regarding the futures of two of the UFC's biggest stars, both of whom are slated to fight in April. If Max Holloway and Israel Adesanya lose their fights to Arnold Allen and Alex Pereira, respectively, do you think either or possibly both would consider changing weight classes? Obviously, both have gone up before for title shots, and Max had mentioned finishing his career at lightweight or welterweight in an interview a year or two ago. So do you think this could be the final fight for either at their weight class? In Izzy's case, do you think he could get an automatic shot at light heavyweight belt if he went up? I don't think Izzy's going to move up. And honestly, even if he loses to Pereira, who knows who Pereira, like if Pereira fights Hamza, it might be a tough fight for him. So, there's still a lot more for him to do at 85. Max is different. I think as long as Volka's champion at 45, Max is just going to take these big fights and see where it goes. Does he end up at 55 again? Sure. But, that's a bigger jump, right? 45 to 55 than 85 to 205. So I can see Max maybe going up at some point. Izzy, I don't feel like there's a point. He was just small for that weight class. Jimmy, hello, Ariel. Given you are vocally proud Canadian and now a new American citizen, almost a year, my question is, what is one thing or a couple that you like most about each specific country? And in turn, what do you dislike most about both? Could be social, political, cultural, opportunities, cuisine, regional weather, or whatever jumps to your mind first. Appreciate you and the entire staff. Have a blessed day. Man, that's tough. I love Canadians for the most part. I think they're very good people, kind people, warm people, friendly people. I'm a fan of free healthcare. Not going to lie. I'm not a fan of the cold at all. At all. I'm a fan of the opportunities that America presents. Land of the free, home of the brave. I'm a fan of people being very proud of America, the patriotism. I'm a fan of a lot of the the states in America, and especially the warm weather ones. Fan of a lot of the people, obviously. This is where I've now lived longer in America than I have in Canada, which is crazy. But yeah, when I think of America, I think of opportunity. I think of the American dream. I think of, getting things done, living out. Like every day it feels like, what is my life? So I think of that. And when I think of Canada, I think of the opportunity it gave my parents coming from the Middle East. America didn't take them in. Canada took them in and allowed them to have incredible lives. And I'm very proud of, I will say, I'll always be Canadian first. Absolutely. I will always identify and have that connection to Canada. Love America, will root for America, want America to succeed. If Canada's not playing, America is my team in the World Cup or whatever, basketball, but Canada will always be number one for me. All right, just a couple left here, and then we're going to get to Sadiq. AJ Hawk, what? Hello, Ariel and crew. With the recent news of Tommy Fury not attending this week's press conference, which do you have more faith stays intact and goes on without a hitch? Jones, Cyril Gane, Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. Much love. Wish all you guys the best. P.S. Am I going to get paid for asking this question? No, but you should pay me. Golly, we're going to talk to Mike Perry about this, but honestly, I have more faith than Jones, Cyril Gane at this point. As crazy as that sounds. What a bizarre thing. How many press conferences can we do without one of them not showing up? Let's not forget, one time it was Jake not showing up in England, but more often than not, it has been the other side. How many more times? I'm going to be happy when we can move on from this one. And then let's get to Jake and Nate. Kobe, what's up, Ariel and crew? Have a quick question for each of the guys if you could. Rick, if you could pick the debut opponent for your guy Cedric Doumbé in the UFC, who would it be? I'll let you think on that in a moment. Or do you have it?
No, because I really don't care. Throw a body out there, they're getting massacred. Cedric Doumbé is going to smoke everybody. Period. Send somebody, but not anybody you want back. That's the answer.
Okay, and that is a damn good answer. GC, you have a picture on your Instagram with Little Boosie after a music video. What on earth is the story behind that? Who the hell is Little Boosie?
Lil Boosie is a rapper.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, man, this is a long story. I'll keep it brief. One of my friends in college, I mean, I've always been a rap and hip hop fan, just randomly disappeared on a Sunday morning, was gone the entire day, one of my roommates. And when he came back, we were like, dude, where have you been? Turns out he was filming a music video with Young Thug and the aforementioned Lil Boosie for F Cancer. He's the blonde nurse with the long hair. Then he started doing music videos with the Migos, all these other people. And then like the directors were like, bring your friends. We need more people for them. So yeah, I did a couple music videos and then I did a Lil Boosie music video filmed at a jail. And yeah, it was crazy. It was ridiculous.
What year is this?
Man, 2016. I was still in college.
You were still in college 2016?
I can't believe someone dug that deep. Yeah, I mean, it was a ridiculous stretch there. I mean, we were just doing random music videos. Boston George, no one knows who that is, but I did a music video for him where I'm like the predominant character. In
Wow.
it
Are these online?
Yeah, they're ridiculous. They
Wow,
are.
I had no idea.
ridiculous. Yeah, it was funny.
We need to unearth those on YouTube.
Yeah,
Wow.
they are on.
Someone
YouTube,
find
too.
those, please. Jedi, get on it. Ariel, if I had to pick one match, if you had to pick one match to show a non-wrestling fan that had the best chance of them becoming a fan, which would it be? He says, personally, I'd pick Kurt Angle versus HBK. WrestleMania 21. Man, I think Brett versus Mr. Perfect, SummerSlam 91 was incredible. Brett versus Austin, WrestleMania 13, incredible. I mean, Foley Taker, Hell in a Cell was nuts. Hogan Rock was just nuts. TLC from WrestleMania 17 was nuts as well. Those are some that come to mind. Ladder match, HBK, Razor Ramon. Oh, Owen Hart versus Bret Hart, WrestleMania 10. Frank, pick one. Signed Amanda Serrano gloves or a 10-year supply of balls?
I'll take the gloves.
Also, shout out to Andy, Joe, and Corporate Alex in the back. How about that? Great stuff from Kobe. 2 left. I didn't make it. Let's not waste any more time. We'll get to the last 2 later on in the show, but I'm very excited to talk to our first guest of the day. This man is a self-proclaimed Riz God. He's been blowing up the internet with his great unprofessional breakdowns of the UFC cards. This is long overdue. This is on me. He's one of the best 145-pounders on the planet, rising up the ranks, very much a player. He's the great, the one and only Super Sodiq Yusuff, kind enough to join us. There he is. What's happening, my man? We made it.
I finally made it on Ariel, man. It's like a full circle moment here. It took 4 years of fighting, but okay, the YouTube content got me on here.
It got you on. Listen, I wrote to you. I'm late. It's my bad. But the YouTube content, you gave me something to chew on here, and you're doing a great job. By the way, I will be honest with you. GC in the back said to call you a self-proclaimed Riz God. I have no idea what a Riz God is. What is a Riz God?
So a Riz God, I don't even know if I could go fully into it. It's just when I smile at you, how do you feel, Ariel?
You have a beautiful smile. It feels warm. It feels cuddly. Is that what it is?
That's all I gotta say, Ariel.
Is that
the new kids on TikTok just taught me that I go live on TikTok a lot. So like they just write that as jokes, and I had to get them to explain it to me. Apparently, it's just being attractive by not doing anything.
Man,
so
look at you.
I gave up fighting, and now I'm just risen.
Wow, I like. So are you like? Dare I ask? Are you a ladies' man? I mean, what does that mean?
No, I'm taking Ariel, but
Okay.
the Riz can't be it can't be stopped. It can't be contained.
Respect. Well, clearly, because you are taken. And by the way, I can't delay on this. You were on a program called On the Line Sports, and you sort of called me out. I mean, there was a bit of shade there. And I saw this clip. I put it in my back pocket. I was waiting for the right time. For those that may have missed it, this is Super Sodiq on the On the Line Sports podcast talking about me and this program. Take a look at this.
try to do is like when I have guys I think are pretty, pretty big. Like I'm like, and I see they've never been on Hawani because when I listen to every interview. I listen to the Sway interview. I saw the Sway interview. I'm like, there's no way there's not a Hawani clip.
Yeah. I made it on Sway before I made it on Ariel Hawani. That's insane.
Like what?
That's insane. Well, one day I'll be cool enough to make it on Ariel's show.
Maybe one day we can get you. One day, I don't know who you have to fight.
You guys might be the one to get me on there. Yeah, put this clip up. Maybe he'll be like, "Oh man, I remember that guy."
It helped, but I wasn't sure about the line. I made it on Sway before Ariel. I wasn't sure if that was a shot at me saying that Sway's bigger than me and that you leapfrogged me to get to Sway. Is that what you meant?
It's not a shot at you. Trust me. In our community, Sway and Ariel are, with all respect to you, Ariel.
Okay.
Sway's a legend.
He is a legend. And so I just didn't know if Sway was the big, like that's making it to the Tonight Show. And I'm just a little cognitive.
No. Sway's outside of MMA.
Okay.
And Sway, like the people that don't watch MMA watch Sway, but I've been watching you since I was a kid. This is like a full circle moment.
All right.
So I was like, man, as soon as I got to the UFC, I was like, man, one day I'm gonna be on Ariel, and then just never happened.
Well, you know who we could blame for this?
Who's that?
Brian Butler. I mean, he never told me that you wanted to be on the show. I mean, where's he at? He's gonna text me in 0.5 seconds. I'll be like, "Why are you hating? Why are you hating on me, bro?"
When I was a kid, Dick was on here, and I was calling his phone, and he was talking about me. He was like, "Man, tell him to stop calling you," because he kept interrupting with the Skype call.
Wait, who was that? Who was that?
James Vick.
He was. Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So I think I was probably maybe 19 or something like that, and that like Vic was on here, and he was like, "Yeah, my boy said he's gonna be in the UFC one day, blah blah." And I was like texting him, and you could hear him like vibrating through the phone.
That is awesome. Well, I appreciate it, and I'm sorry for being late. By the way, are you sitting in front of a green screen right now?
Yeah, man. This is what I've been doing for the past. Well, let me break it down.
Please.
I've been hurt. I've been sidelined. So I have a really bad back injury. The UFC just paid for some injections in my back. So I'm finally at the point where I can stand and sit without pain. But in the meantime, while I was off, my coach told me, man, I got to start picking up new things, like start learning some stuff, start taking the content stuff seriously, which is why I'm on here,
Yes.
It's like, man, take this time, start putting the content stuff out. Butler talked to me too. He was like, man, you have fans that just know you from fighting, but people don't know you're funny. People don't know how you really are outside of the cage. So this is what I do now. I just sit here. I take classes for the past month now. I was on here working on my mom's website. So
No way. Wait, what are the classes that you're taking?
A bunch of different things. I've taken acting stuff, stuff designing Shopify stuff, just all the things that I've always stayed away from because I was always at practice. Now that I can't train, I've been going to the gym and just watching. So my coach is like, "Hey, man, just go learn some new skills." I'm always there. It's like I'm what's it called? When you've been in jail so long, you're used to it.
Yeah.
That's how it is with me in training. So I just go there and sit around at the gym.
I love it. And you're really making an impact and getting a lot of love. I have to say, a little bit disappointed that we're not getting the gym background that I usually see in the breakdown videos. I thought you were going to, I wanted to mark out for that. Why couldn't you have put, I guess it's because it's a green screen, right? You can't.
Yeah, I think there's probably a way I could do that. See, now I got to learn how to do that kind of stuff on Zoom. Next time background. You have to see it. Now you have a reason to bring it back on here next time.
And so how bad is the back injury?
It's pretty bad, man. It's
Sure.
So it was something that I was dealing with before, but then it got crazy. My coach actually it's like 2 slip discs, and they're pressing on some nerves, and it was getting to the point where it was hard to stand or sit for too long, So I was standing most of my time either laying on a ball or something like that. But once I got the injections, I'm pretty okay now. I could stand for a pretty long time. So now it's just a point of doing rehab, and I've been doing that for about 2 weeks now. So once I feel confident again, I'll get back to practice. I was gonna actually go train with some little kids this week until I moved around in the car a little bit funny, and I was like, all right, let's take our time,
Are you worried that this might stunt your growth?
No, because worst case scenario, I'm pretty hard headed, Ariel. Okay. Worst case scenario, we're gonna make it work and deal with it when we're 40. But I think if I listen, I'll be all right. I just gotta have patience.
And so your last fight was October 1st. Was it bothering you then, or this only came about afterwards?
Not as bad as it is now. So it was something where I could, like I said, grit through it. But then it got really, really bad 2 months ago.
Okay. And so then you realize, all right, I'm going to be out. Your coach tells you got, when do you start, like these videos, we played it at the beginning of the show. We played a little clip from the 284 breakdown. It's just fair. I mean, it's just fun. It's unique. Your delivery is great. The way you're talking into the microphone is great. The video thing on the side, like the what you're showing on the side is great. It's just very good. And it's showing a different side of your personality. You know, UFC fighters, this is me sort of lamenting, they kind of make all of you look the same. You're all dressed the same. It's hard to break through. So now I feel like we have this different connection with you. How did you come up with this?
No, that's a fact. Like you were talking about Brian before. Brian actually came up to our gym like maybe like a couple months ago, and he was talking about my interaction with fans. You know, like the people around me know, like this is what I do naturally. You know, I fight scary, but in real life, I'm just cracking jokes most of the time, you know? So the funny stuff comes to me naturally. And the thing with the breaking down cards, that's what I do with people I interact with, because I hate talking about, like when people don't know you and you're a UFC fighter, all they want to do is talk about fighting.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't want to talk about fighting with my friends. So whenever they start talking about fighting, it's literally me just trolling, because they don't know who the hell's fighting. Right. So they'll pull out their phone, and I'm doing that in real life, like what I do on those videos, but it's like I'm doing it like in person. So like now when I have time to like actually sit down and actually make it up myself, it's gold, you know? So I like it, man. I think I'm going to keep doing it for every single card until I got to fight. Then I'm like,
you should keep doing it, man. It's only going to get bigger. You know, it reminds me a little bit, and it's, you know, it's funny because Brian represents him as well. It reminds me a little bit of Keith Lee. Now, obviously, Keith Lee is on a different level with what he's doing.
Keith is the man, yo. Keith is actually one of my motivations, because I saw I sent them a message. I mean, I sent my coach a message a long time ago when I saw him rising. I remember the first viral video he had with his girl at the time of him cooking, and I was like, man, I really like Keith. And me and him kind of have like the same kind of voice, like
yes,
voice.
Your delivery is the same.
Yeah. So I like Keith, man. Keith is the man.
Yeah, so that's why I would say keep doing it. And people are starting. Like, are you starting to feel that you're getting noticed, love? That's got to feel good, right?
Because now it's starting to reach outside of like fight fans, you know, like people that don't watch fighting are starting to like spread it around. The funny thing is I did it for YouTube. You know, I'm trying to get my YouTube channel popping, but it never caught on YouTube. It didn't catch on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram and Facebook, but Twitter, it just went crazy. I guess it's more viral on Twitter. But if y'all watching this, man, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm trying to get my YouTube popping, man.
Okay.
But like I said, I'll take it. Because it's getting me the right kind of notoriety. The people in the backstage of the UFC is calling and talking about it. And I'm happy. When I first heard they were talking about it, I thought they were going to be upset, because the first one I did was the second one I did was a pretty bad card. It was a Derek Lewis card. Yes. I thought they were going to be angry at me. You know, I can't win until next week's card. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah. So the thing about that is, and by the way, the YouTube channel, I think you just type in like Super Sodiq Yusuff and it comes up, right? The YouTube channel.
Yes.
I'm dying for the Aaron Blanchfield Tyler Santos card, because I mean that I don't want to be a hater, but that might be the worst UFC card of all time, just in terms of name.
It's the best UFC card.
Do you have? Can I? Would it be mean if I asked you right now, like if you could give me like two, like what just do you have to prepare this stuff or
no way, man. To be honest, it's not much preparation. That's why I make the joke. Is like I sit here and I look through the card. Then I just turn on the mic. But you can't get the secret sauce, man. You got to have a reason to tune in.
All right, fair enough. That is a perfect one for you. But you did do a 284 one, and what's great about it is there are a couple, like the Parker Porter line killed me. It was just great because it's just so random, and there's a lot of, you know, the cards have gotten a little bit watered down over the years. The top is great, but a little. So this is perfect because it's like I feel like you are all of us looking at these cards, even me who lives and breathes this stuff. Like I don't know, you know, last week's card, the Derek Lewis one. I never heard of 95% of those people.
Exactly. So now you're forced to pick based off names. But like I said, this is what I do naturally when people come ask me for fight picks, because I don't know these people, you know? So now I'm just going based off names, going based off where they're from. But now that I can make it a little bit more funny, you know, it's just completely off the wall.
I think it was Angela Hill. She was asking about your formula on how you pick what. So what is the formula? Yeah. How do you pick the winners?
So what she was asking was, because she said Volkanovski has a lot of consonants in his last name. So there's one, if you're getting a UFC fight or you're making your debut and they're putting it against like a Muslim guy and you see his last name has like 20 consonants, it's gonna be a rough day, you know. so what she's trying to say is Volkanovski has a lot of consonants too, but it's offset because Islam got the beard with no mustache.
Yes, that,
the beard with no mustache beats the consonants of the last name. Because you could be a regular American guy and just have a weird last name. You're not an American with the beard with no mustache.
Yeah, when you said that about the beard, it's 100% true. Like you see the beard and no mustache, you're like, oh, this guy's a killer. He's winning.
Exactly.
He's probably like 15-1. He hasn't lost in 8 years or something like that.
Yeah, 15-1 as 300-0 as amateur. They don't write that part.
Yeah, it's amazing. By the way, I noticed on your social media you talk, and you even mentioned this because I think were you in Nigeria recently back home?
Not recently. It's been a little while.
Okay, well, why do you always talk about your weight? I mean, I feel like you're the Riz God, but you're always talking about your fat face, this and that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just a coincidence that, man, we're all fat, Ariel. When you guys after we fight and you guys see these glamorous pictures, those pictures are from like 5 weeks ago.
Right. right.
The week after the fight and 2 weeks after the fight, we look how I looked in that trip when I was in Nigeria. I think I was like 194 in that picture. But and the other time was when Bryce Mitchell decided to take the fight with me after turning it down. And it was like, I'm afraid he's too fat right now. I'm not one of these guys who's gonna lie, Ariel. I always keep it real because I'm just myself, So I replied to him. I was like, yeah, you're 100% right, Bryce.
So that was it? It was really because you were out of shape?
No, not out of shape, but I wasn't making 145.
Right.
Because look, so right after the fight, I saw he lost an opponent. I was like, oh, nice. I'll take that fight. And then the UFC, they completely shut it down. It was like, oh, man, you're not doing that. So guess what I did, Ariel? Took my ass to go get some food. Nice. And then he came back like a week later saying I'll fight you. And I'm like, man, I'm not making 145 in 3 days, Bryce.
Yeah. Speaking of back home, you grew up in with 16 siblings?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of us, man. It was a whole football team out there, Ariel.
So it's a polygamous family?
Yeah, my dad had 4 wives.
Wow.
I was the second to the last. My brother is number 16.
And did you have at any point a relationship with, did you know every single one of those?
Yeah. Even to this day, we left when I was pretty young, but even to this day, I still consider all of them. They're all my brothers and sisters. Technically, me and my younger brother are the only ones that are fully blood related, but everybody else is like half brothers, half sisters. Like those are all my family right there.
And you all live together, or is it different?
Back in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's one house.
Yeah. It was pretty nice house too, especially man. Trust me, when I was younger, man, it felt normal. When you're growing up, what you know is what you know. So it felt completely normal. Yeah. And you'll have a whole entourage with you. You're never afraid to go outside, no matter what happens in the neighborhood. You got 16 backups, Yes. I mean, you got 15 backups. We used to play like sports where our whole family will make up one team, So, and my older brothers was always there to protect me. And to be honest, they were there to discipline me. So I never really got disciplined by my parents because there's a big chain of events to go on before I ever reached mom and dad, So it was cool. It wasn't until I got to the US, I started getting older. I was like, man, yeah, that was kind of strange. But it's starting to pop off now. People are starting to do it a whole lot more now in America.
Really?
Yeah. That polygamous stuff is starting to pop, especially in the Black community. Like people are starting to try out those kind of relationships.
Do you subscribe to that lifestyle now?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think I would ever do that, because I from growing up, no matter how good of a parent you are or how good of a father you are, it's impossible to connect with 16 kids. Yeah. Like my dad is great, but it's like with me, I kind of want that one-on-one relationship with my kids.
So you moved to America, I believe, with your mom and 2 siblings, right?
Yeah, no, it was me and my little brother.
So my mom both came of you, right? Yep.
Yeah, my mom came here first. Dang, Ariel, thank you for making up for lost times. You see, now I gotta tell my full story.
Yeah, for real.
My 4 years in the UFC.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to get people to know more about you. That's all.
I appreciate it. My mom came here 2 years before us. Like to me, when I was a kid, that felt like a lifetime. But she came here and she, under the table jobs, she's an immigrant. So she was braiding hair, saved up enough money to buy me and my brother the plane ticket. And we came here. I don't know how much I could say. I mean, I'm a citizen now, Yeah. We came here for a little vacation and we got lost, We came here for vacation and got lost in America.
Hey,
So we had to do the immigration thing. That's why I mess with immigrants so heavy. Like I know the story. So I was always working multiple jobs. We had like one small apartments that we all shared. We was doing that all the way until I graduated high school, and at this point we had to get our papers. We had to figure something out. And luckily, my mom fell in love.
I love it. And so I remember after your debut in Australia, coincidentally, in that clip of you about your brother who passed away, and she didn't tell you. Yeah. Is that the brother that you moved to America with?
No. I came with my younger brother. So that's why I haven't been back to Nigeria in so long. I lost 2 brothers since I started fighting. And so like after I lost my first one, I still went back a little bit, but the second one that I lost is like, he's the one that always picked me up from the airport. He's like, when I talk about being like protected as a kid, it was always him, So I don't like talking about it so much because it makes me sad, and we're here to be happy.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I feel for you, man, because I mean, I can't even imagine. I feel for your mother as well, for your father. I can't imagine what that is like.
It's one of those things where, to be honest, I probably need to take my ass to therapy, but I just be laughing it off because my mom. I always looked at it as it took a while for my mom to go back home again after that happened. And in my mind, I was always saying, I don't think my mom's ready to go back to Nigeria. That's why we never go. And then one day she just hit me up and she was like, hey, Sodiq, you want to go to Nigeria? And when she said it, I started stuttering and shit, man. I was like, and then it hit me like, shit, I'm not fucking ready to go, Okay. So she's been back a few times. I haven't been back to Nigeria in like 2 years, Okay. But it's one of those things I keep saying I'll go and I keep putting it off. But it's a fight I'll face in the future, Ariel.
And one not so other pleasant thing that I want to ask you about, this battle with long COVID that you had after the Arnold Allen fight. So I mean, to all the people who say that COVID wasn't a real thing and all this shit, what did you go through?
Man, it's crazy, man. Because I don't get how people have that kind of opinion when you like me personally. I know a lot of people that's died from it,
Yeah.
So I understand if you're just like in a box and you don't have anybody to hit like really. But with me, mine was really, really bad. I'm happy that it was never to the point where it was life threatening, but it was like it completely wrecked everything. After the Arnold fight, so I got the COVID right before Arnold, but I recovered. So I don't like saying that because I don't want to blame like that on my fight. It had nothing to do with the fight because I recovered from it. And then after the fight, maybe like a couple of weeks later, I started feeling strange, I started feeling strange. I kept on getting tired really, really fast. And with how the fight went, I kept thinking to myself, I was like, man, maybe I'm just feeling unmotivated because I just lost. Like maybe blah, blah. Like I started questioning against myself. So whenever that would happen, my answer would be to just go on a long run. So I would go on like these like 5-6 mile runs, not knowing that I was making myself worse and worse and worse. And like, it just kept on happening more and more. I kept saying, okay, I'll go work it out, work it out, all the way to the point where I was no longer able to train, like I'll get too tired at practice. I'll get tired in like the first round and I have to take a long break. Then it got to the point where I was getting tired in my regular life. Like where I'll be walking up the steps and get tired, or I'll be having a conversation with people, and all of a sudden it's time to go to bed. Like it's like literally like that. My energy would just drain completely. So if I'm not out of breath, I'm just running out of energy. Then I started getting body aches, and it took a long time. So luckily for me, the team's doctor was working with an Olympic track girl. And he said everything that I was saying was the same thing she was saying. I was just making myself work because I kept on working out.
Right.
So he was like, man, I think you're probably one of these long haul things. I didn't even know what the hell long haul COVID was.
Right.
So I got online, started looking it up. I joined like a bunch of long haul groups. And funny enough, I mean, not funny, but what's sad is there's some people in that group that's still like having problems to this day, But luckily for me, I was able to make it on the other end. It just took a long time. It was one of those things where I literally had to stop doing everything. I had to like take time to just relax, and it just slowly went away. It was like it didn't happen all in one night. Of course, I would go to practice and still have problems every once in a while. But once I was able to get to like a 4 weeks practice, that's when I asked them to schedule the Alex Caceres fight. And since then, I haven't had a problem since.
Okay, so you don't feel anything?
No, man. Knock on wood. I've been good for like a whole year now.
You have outside of the videos, you have a lot of bangers on Twitter, a lot of great ones. I like the one in particular about the crypto guy. Do you all still talk to the person who got you to lose all that money? in crypto? Because I've had a few fighters come on this show and wax poetic about crypto. And I'm like, this stuff sounds crazy.
Yeah. Oh no, trust me. I was one of those guys too, but
Oh, really?
It wasn't my fault.
Come on.
Ariel.
You were preaching about this?
Yeah, no, I was tricked like the rest of y'all. So when I find the guy that tricked me, then I'm gonna get my lick back. Then y'all can come attack me. Anybody that I trick can come back and attack me. But it's funny how this stuff works. And I keep bringing up Butler, but I gotta give him credit. I guess now that people see that I'm funny, they look back at all my old stuff and look at it in a comedic tone. So now they're like, oh, this guy's pretty fun. Like now I'm getting tagged in like old interviews and old videos. I'm like, man, what? Like, I guess because of the way I fight, people just thought I was an angry, mean guy. So I was just being mean when I was writing this stuff. But it's all tongue in cheek.
I love the. Were you an NFT guy too?
No, see,
Okay.
by the time the NFC came around, I was already tricked by the crypto people, you know. So the NFC guys, I never got onto that one.
The NFT shit was the biggest bullshit of all time. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe people were paying $50,000 for a picture of a monkey eating a cupcake. Like, what is going on here? Were we that bored? What is happening?
If somebody's willing to buy it, man, somebody else is willing to sell it.
Man, I saw a picture of you from your freshman yearbook, I think it was. The hair was sick. Did you ever consider bringing it back? I liked it.
Maybe. I used to have twists all the way to my shoulder, and then I took it out for a long time, and just coincidentally when it was out was when picture day was coming up. So I took it, and I look like I identified as a guy instead of being a guy.
Yeah, we're showing the picture right now. It's a fantastic look. It is a fantastic look.
Yeah. I look like my pronouns was he and him.
Stop it with that. Stop it. We went. So my guy GC went into the archives as far as your Twitter is concerned. November 23rd, 2011. You tweeted, Ariel farted on Uvu. What the hell does that mean?
That's hilarious, yo.
What is that?
But Ariel, you're not the only Ariel.
Okay.
I hate to break it to you. There's females named Ariel, too. So that was a female friend I had named Ariel.
Okay. You weren't hating back then, too, because you were hating on that podcast a few months ago. I wasn't sure if it dates back 12 years.
Man, you got to be honest, man. I was like a huge fan. The only reason why I stopped listening was because after a point when I was in the UFC I felt like I was getting too much MMA content. I think I was like driving myself crazy. But when I'm telling you, I used to like listen to your show like every episode. You, Joe, Bisbin came back later, Chael Sonnen, your best friend Brandon, you know? I used to your best friend Brandon Shaw.
I love that you called him Brandon. Was that on purpose? Did you do that on purpose?
Brandon. Sorry. Your best friend Brandon.
That is amazing.
But yeah, I used to listen to all you guys religiously. So trust me, Ari, I'm a fan.
I appreciate that. Who wins in the interim featherweight title fight this weekend?
You didn't hear?
Well, just for the people.
There's 3 guys named Josh fighting.
Yeah.
The last Josh is gonna win.
Okay. Emmett.
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I would pick Emmett. If I had to bet it, I'll pick Emmett. You'll be surprised, man. Some guy walked up to the gym with my last picks and parlayed everybody that I picked.
No.
I'm like, yo. If you want to throw your money in the trash, go ahead and go with my picks. But I really do think Emmett will win that one.
Did he win?
Of course not.
It would be funny actually if you kept a tally on the picks.
Yeah, in my mind, I'm undefeated. That's what I say on Twitter. I say I haven't gotten a single one wrong. You should say that. By the way, congratulations! I saw Fight Pass. They ranked you like they're doing the top 30 ever Fight Pass guys, and I think you're like 24 or something. I don't know if that's like another backhanded compliment. I should be higher, man. Yeah. I feel like I should be higher. I always say Fight Pass, the Contender. The Contender, I was like, man, me and Mike Davis fight on Contender is still the best fight they've ever had, you know? I was like, man, why don't y'all spot like that a lot more? But yeah, number 24 is crazy. Should be higher. I think should be higher. I mean, 24 in the Fight Pass rankings. I mean, who's like, come on. Are there 23 better guys than you? Come on. That's wild. You know, maybe they're going to have all legends on there. You know, they might bring like Anderson Silva fighting in some crazy Fight Pass. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. So what do you think? This year, you think you fight again? Yeah, for sure. When this first happened, I thought I was gonna be sitting out like a month, you know. So I kept on asking the doctor, and every time I'll ask, he'll give one of those looks like this guy doesn't know how bad this is. You know? Oh man! So it got to the point where now I'm actually starting to become more okay with it. You know, it's like I have a new life now. My days, I'm always messing up around the house. I don't know when to take the trash out, when to put it on the curb, because my days is always scheduled around practice. You know, it's like oh, today's sparring day. Today's the day we put the trash on the curb. You know, so I'm just trying to figure out what to do with myself. And hey, the content thing is helping a little bit. I keep doing my rehab. Hopefully, man. I don't want to give a date because I don't want the UFC to hit me up again. They hit me up to fight Giga. I had to turn it down, but
did that hurt your heart?
To be, man, I'm myself. You know what hurt my heart was him freaking tweeting me. I was like, yo, come on, dude.
What do you say? What do you say?
Sadiq, the UFC offered you to fight me twice, and I just want to know if you're taking it or turning it down so I can stop training. I was like, at this point, I think you already knew I said no,
right? And
so now it turns into like you're trying to play with the fans thing, you know, trying to like create a rhetoric. But it's one of those rhetorics that's kind of whack because I showed up to the last fight, you know,
right.
And then instead I have to have a damn 3-round war with Don Shainis. So it's one of those things where I don't get it.
He was just he knew that you were out and he was just trying to hate a little bit, it seems.
Yeah, maybe it was Ali.
I was just listen, I'm happy you said it because I've heard Giga's a nice guy, but he talks shit about me and I was like, there's no way this is actually Giga talking shit right now.
Yeah. Shout out to my man Ali. It might have been but me and Ali are actually pretty cool.
You guys are cool? You train together?
No, but every time I've ever met Ali, he's always been present. Is there conflict there, Ariel? You and Ali?
No, I'm good, man. I just gave him props like 5 minutes ago on the show. I just gave him props.
Yeah, every time I've ever met him, it's always been positive, man. And to be honest, all his fighters always say positive things about him. So as far as I know, he's a good guy.
Yeah. All right. Well, this has been great. Super Sadiq. By the way, why do they call you Super?
It's from most people think it's for Superman, but it's like I'm a big anime nerd, so it's about Super Saiyan. Oh. Yeah, Super Saiyan Sadiq, you know.
Is that from Dragon Ball Z?
SSY. Yeah, from Dragon Ball Z. SSY stands for Super Saiyan.
I totally guessed that. As far as anime, I know Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon, and I just guessed.
You're too cool for anime, Ariel?
Not that I'm too cool.
That's wild, man. You're a WWE guy.
Yeah, that's right. What do you have to say about that?
What the hell?
You don't like WWE?
When I was a kid, once I found anime.
By the way, anime, the animation is so crap. It's like.
Yo, what the hell?
You like anime?
Unless if you're watching something from 1990s, the animation from anime is like leading all of animation.
You're kidding. If I watch like Disney or whatever the other one is that they have on the Pixar, that's 1,000 times better than what I see on TV anime.
All right, watch Demon Slayer or something like that. That'll show you something.
Demon Slayer
animation. Yeah, the best fighters are all anime guys, man.
That's true.
Look at Izzy.
I'll give you that.
Roxanne Modafferi, the OG anime girl. You know, like shout out to all the OG anime viewers. When I fought Alex Caceres, I was like, God, now I gotta pretend like this dude isn't cool. You know,
yeah.
I got act like he's not the man. You know, like all the anime dudes are vicious, man. Shout out to anime.
Where do I see that show?
Demon Slayer. I think it's on. I don't know where that. You can just look it up. You find Demon Slayer.
You sound like a big fan. You don't even know where I can watch.
Yeah, but Ariel, that's because I grew up poor, Ariel. You know where I got all my content from. Hey, Ariel, I watched every single UFC pay-per-view as a kid. Ask me if I bought one. I bought them all. Dana. I bought them all.
Oh my God, you're crazy, man. I didn't even know Last Stylebender. I thought that was a cool nickname. I had no idea that it was a playoff of Airbender or anything like that.
Yeah, see, look at that. You're a casual, Ariel. That's not even anime. Real. That's an actual cartoon.
Oh, there you go. See?
But it's anime adjacent because it's
adjacent.
It's pretty close to an anime. You know, it's as close to an anime as you could get without being an actual anime.
Well, I've learned a lot. Long overdue. You're the man. Please come back. And I'm happy that you're not holding a grudge. Thanks for putting me on blast on that show a couple of months ago. But it worked, and then the videos here worked even more. So much respect to you, and I hope you feel better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tell them all to go subscribe to my YouTube, man. That's what I need.
Go subscribe.
I appreciate all the love on Twitter, but subscribe to my YouTube.
That's how you can make the money, right?
Exactly. You know, I'm trying to get popping out here. You know, I make money from Risen. Then I want to make money off of YouTube.
All right. Well done, my man. We'll do that. Thank you so much. All the best.
Peace.
There he is, Super Sodiq Yusuff. What a guy. I love how he keeps saying my name. Ariel. It's amazing stuff. That was a lot of fun. Go subscribe to his YouTube right now. I have, and you should. Super Sodiq Yusuff. It's great stuff. All right, Monday we had Jorge Masvidal on, and he starts breaking down. People are like, oh, is he going to deliver? Is he going to deliver? Does he have big news? Is it really that big? Is it worthy of coming back for a second straight week? Was it worthy? What do you think? I mean, the fights, we showed the poster. We have the poster. Jacare versus Vitor Belfort in a boxing match. Jose Aldo versus Jeremy Stevens in a boxing match. What in the world? I mean, it was Paul Daly in a boxing match against Anthony Taylor. And then the big one he drops on us, the atomic bomb. Roy Jones Jr., Mr. Y'all must have forgot himself against Anthony Showtime Pettis in Milwaukee. What in the world? Had to get Anthony on to talk about all of this. Kind enough to join us right now. Let's go to Showtime Pettis, who's fighting Roy Jones freaking Jr. What's up, Anthony? How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Are you an anime fan, by the way?
Nah, man. I don't watch that at all.
See? Us grown men, we got better things to do than watch that anime.
I ain't got time for all that.
Exactly. By the way, what a setup this is with the WEC belt behind you and the UFC belt. Shit. Talk about a flex right here.
Yeah, man. Got some room for a couple more still, too. I'm not done yet.
I like that. Okay. This is insane. And you know what? People on Monday thought that we were playing around. We were messing around. So I was like, I need to get one of the particulars in this main event involved, in this on the show. So this is real. April 1st, Milwaukee, your backyard, home of the Bucks. You're boxing Roy Jones Jr. in an official fight, not an exhibition, not some like showy thing, like a pro bout, 8 rounds. This is a real thing that you're taking part in.
Real deal, bro. 8 rounds, 3-minute rounds. My first professional boxing fight, but yes, against Roy Jones Jr., man. In my hometown, I couldn't say no to that. An opportunity like that pops up, once in a lifetime. And, I was honestly getting ready for the PFL at 170 pounds. Then this popped up and kind of just changed my whole year round.
So what happened? Like, how did this all come about? Someone reach out to you? Jorge reach out to you? What happened?
Yeah, man. Jorge's been, doing the boxing thing, and he hasn't done a card of this caliber yet. Dean Toole is, a partner in Jorge's thing, and he was reaching out and just putting fillers out there. And at the time, I thought he was just, playing around. I'm like, I'm up for whatever. If you can get some names, I'm ready to box. I've been boxing with Capetillo for the last 2 years. Jorge Capetillo out here in Vegas, and he started bringing names my way. I'm talking about some big names, and I'm like, dude, there's no way you can get these guys to agree to this. And he put both up Roy Jones Jr. and had a bout contract ready to go. I mean, it's amazing to see how this came together in my hometown, and that fighters have options now, bro. There's a lot of opportunity out there to be in the fight world right now.
It's wild. So what was your reaction like when you saw the contract and it's Roy Jones Jr., one of the greatest fighters of all time, against you?
That was amazing, bro. I was in Cabo for my birthday, so I was on a yacht, celebrating my birthday, hanging out with my wife and my brothers and my family, and all of a sudden, Melky hits me up and sends a contract, and I read the name. I'm like, what? No way, this is real. I had to hit him.
Oh, you didn't know?
Like, yeah, bro. I didn't know. No,
wow.
We had a couple names we were talking about. And I knew this card was coming together. Jeremy Stevens is on the card, Jose Aldo, and a lot of big MMA guys are on the card, but I didn't know who I was going to fight yet. There was a lot of names that were thrown out there, and then I got the contract, and it was Roy Jones Jr. And yeah, I was like, bro, happy birthday to me.
Wow. Do you mind sharing some of the other names, just out of curiosity?
All of the other opponents
that were being talked about.
It's some big ones. Trinidad was one of the biggest ones.
Wow, Tito Trinidad.
Yeah, bro. One of my idols as a kid, bro. Yeah, like watching him and De La Hoya fight was, something the reason why I even started fighting, and he was one of the opponents they offered. Cowboy Cerrone was on the list. I mean, Paul Daly was on the list. There was a bunch of guys, Mike Perry, a bunch of guys that were just like, thrown around. I'm not sure who was officially, offered the fight, but
yeah.
For me, I was like, it was intriguing enough for me not to sign with the PFL contract right away.
And so, you mentioned that it's great to have options, and it is. I love this. Like, that's why I want there to be 10 MMA organizations. I know the MMA fans may not like this because that means that you guys would be scattered, but that means you guys get paid more and there's leverage and opportunities and options, etc. Without saying, like, and because I asked Jorge this question and he kind of, bypassed it. Like, is the money good for this? Like, because it's Jorge.
Oh, man.
Are they paying well?
Bro, it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see the check. It made me not sign my PFL contract, and we know where my PFL contract.
Yeah,
is. It was awesome, great money. It's enough for me to go fight Roy Jones Jr. My professional debut as a boxer.
Wow. So where do you stand? That was my other question. Where do you stand with the PFL? Are you no longer with them?
I am with PFL. Yeah, we'll be fighting on their pay-per-view format. I'm not going to do the season format this year. I mean, last 2 years in the season format is just rough, bro. It's a really hard format for somebody like myself. You got to be like in the trenches. It's kind of like the Ultimate Fighter. You got to be on weight, every 5 weeks,
Right.
Three or four fights in a row. That the point system. It's really a really hard format. So I met with the team, and Melky presented a couple options to me. And initially, I was going to do the tournament at 170, and then when this fight came about, just changed the rest of the year.
So you still were going to do the tournament, but in a higher weight class to, I guess, like
I was planning on moving up to 170. I couldn't make 55 no more. I mean, I was dying trying to stay at 55 for that long period of time. With it was like from April to like August, September. You had to stay 155 pounds. It was rough.
Do you think you're done fighting at 55?
Yeah, for sure, man. I don't think I can make 55 anymore. I'm walking like 95, 98 right now, and in decent shape. So yeah, I don't think I can make 55 again. I mean, if I really killed myself, I could. But at this point in my career, it's like, why?
Right. And so this fight against Roy Jones, what is it? What's the weight class?
200 pounds.
What? 200 pounds? Holy shit!
200 pounds. So I'm gonna fight him at my natural weight. I'm 195 right now, so I'll be fighting around this weight here. I'll probably fight 98 probably.
Are you worried? I mean, what's the highest you've ever fought at?
170 pounds in MMA.
Yeah, this is a big jump. Are you worried about that?
Big jump. I mean, obviously, I'm training at a higher weight class now. I feel good at this weight class. I feel healthy. Not depleting myself. This is my first time doing a full training camp without having to do that big ass weight cut. Even at 70, I was cutting weight to get down to 170 pounds. So, I'm going to try this for the first time, at a higher weight class, and against one of the greatest of all time, bro. So it's what, like I told you, like it makes me excited to wake up and train. It makes me excited to go to the gym and put this together.
Yeah. And so with PFL, you were like, all right, I'm not going to do the tournament at 70, but whenever you guys do this super fight pay-per-view thing with Jake Paul and all that, sign me up for that. And they were okay with this?
Now, well, we had options with the PFL. They were kind of like asking me what I wanted to do next season. And I knew 55 was off the table. So they offered the pay-per-view format before this fight even came together. So they're going to do, I think, 2 pay-per-views this year, summertime and then end of the year. And they were like, "Yo, we would like to have you on that format." So that was the initial offer from PFL, and I was kind of sold on going one more run at that tournament. I wanted to add that belt up here, to have the opportunity for that. But then this fight kind of came up when negotiations were happening, and I had to take this opportunity, man, in my backyard, in my home. Last time I fought in Milwaukee, I beat Ben Henderson for the belt.
Yes.
So it's been a long time.
UFC 164, I believe it was, at the Bradley Center.
That's it.
And so now you get
Bradley Center.
Yeah, I was there. I'll never forget. It was an incredible scene. Are they going to Milwaukee because of you? Like, in other words, if this fight wasn't happening, if it was someone else at the top, they're not going to Milwaukee. This is all centered around you?
I'm not sure, actually. No, I'm not sure. I mean, I think Milwaukee was one of the venues. It was funny because my APFC fight show was already scheduled for April 1st.
Oh.
So I ended up having to give up my fight date from the commission to this show. So I think, they made it happen more in Milwaukee because I'm the main event. But I think they had the Pfizer Forum, the arena already reserved just in case.
Okay. And my understanding is, like, he's been cleared. The commission is on board, just despite his age, right? 54. Like, it's all good as far as you know?
The contract signed, the commission signed off on it. Yeah, everything's good.
Wow.
We're fighting April 1st.
Do you have any reservations about fighting someone who's 54?
No, man, he's dangerous, bro. Like, especially with how much knowledge he has in boxing, and this favors him. It's 8 rounds. It's something I've never done before. So I there's a reason why he agreed to this fight. Obviously, I'm 36, and I'm just coming out of my prime in mixed martial arts. So it's a dangerous fight for him to agree to. But I mean, I'm a 170 pounder. There's a lot of favors in his position. So I got to work for this one, man. Like, this is a real fight for me, and I plan on trying to win this fight.
Did you watch, I'm assuming you did, everyone kind of did you watch his fight against Mike Tyson a couple of years ago? And if so, what did you think of how he looked?
I just watched it again.
Oh, what did you think of how he looked?
Totally different fight, though, man. Mike Tyson's a monster.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson was walking him down, and Mike Tyson, lands one of them uppercuts or hooks, it's lights out. So he fought a smart fight in that fight. It's hard to judge it. He's going to be a totally different fight against me. He's not going to be worried about getting knocked out. Like, he's gotten hit by a much bigger guy. So I think he'll probably press the pace on me and try to test me a little bit.
So is this like, you were telling me yesterday, like, you haven't felt this type of excitement to go out and train and get ready for a fight in a long time. Is this part of the appeal? You decided to leave the UFC just so that you can have these fun options towards the end of your career, just do whatever you want, be an independent contractor, so to speak. this is kind of what you dreamed of. Maybe not fighting Roy Jones in a boxing match in Milwaukee, but this was part of the dream, right? To just go out there and do things that would motivate you and get you excited.
Most definitely, man. Yeah, like when I left the UFC, I was taking a risk, and then the PFL came with the contract that was amazing and a cool format that I wanted to try. But like, I wasn't fighting guys that were like key level guys, guys that get me excited to fight, honestly. And it's not taking shots at them guys. It's just where they were at in their career and the format that I was put up against them at. But getting a phone call like Roy Jones Jr., bro, in your hometown, it's like that couldn't have happened a couple of years ago. So it's cool to be in this position.
Did you mess up your hands in that fight against Stevie Ray in August?
I broke my hand before my first fight in the PFL.
Oh wow!
So it was in February. I was sparring Nathan Levy, a UFC guy.
Yeah.
And I threw a spin back fist and I caught his elbow and I broke my pinky. That's why I had to push my start back a little bit. And so that whole season I was dealing with a broken left hand. Yeah. And then the first jab I hit him with, I break my left hand. And then I hit him with an overhand right and break my thumb. So yeah, I was in that fight with 2 broken hands.
Wow. What is that? So did you have surgery on them?
No, I had surgery on the left and I had a cast on the right.
What is it like not having any hands for an extended period of time?
And you couldn't elbow in that format, bro.
Oh,
it was crazy.
jeez.
All I could do was kick. And then he had my back, so I couldn't defend, properly with my hands. My thumb was messed up, so I couldn't even get my glove into his grip. So it was a lot of mental, like frustration, I would say. I was like, man, I wanted to go. I knew it was at stake. I lose this fight. I didn't really feel like I was in danger with him, but it was just I didn't have my weapons.
And what was it like going home, like just living life with 2 hands in a cast?
Oh, I didn't. I fixed one first. So
okay. Smart.
I had a surgery on the left, and then I fixed the right. So yeah, it wasn't too bad. And I'm used to. I broke my right hand so many times. I've used one hand for numerous times.
Okay. Did you consider at all stopping fighting after that fight?
No, not at all, bro. I know it's gonna end pretty soon. Like I'm 36 years old. I'm realistic about it. But as long as fights like this pop up, opportunities like this pop up, it's still entertaining to me. It's still fun. It's still, I got Sergio just flew out here to start training camp. We haven't been able to do a training camp together since COVID because he had his knee surgery. Yeah, so it feels good to be back in this style of life again, man. And I feel like I earned this position. I've done so much in the sport of mixed martial arts. Kind of not what Roy Jones did in boxing. I can never say that because that dude's a great, but I've earned the position I'm in, and it's fun to be in entertaining fights like this.
Is Sergio fully recovered?
He is. Yeah,
wow.
He's going to be one of my sparring partners, and I don't know what's next for him with Bellator just because of the tournament.
Yeah.
But, he's back sparring. He's back training 100%, so he'll be ready.
Are you bringing in any bigger boxers to help you prepare for this? Any?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Bro, I live in Vegas though, so there's so many good guys here. Like literally, there's a pick of guys, and some of these guys that no one's even heard of that are A-level boxers that the big guys are using for sparring partners as well. So Jorge Capetillo is my boxing coach. I've been using him for the last 2 years in the PFL. So all that training I feel like paid off. It's going to pay off for what I'm about to do right now.
And who will be your corner? Who will be in your corner?
Jorge Capetillo, his son Sergio, and Duke Rufus.
Okay, so will Duke help you prepare for this?
Yeah, Duke will. I'm not going to pull him away from the team. A lot of guys are getting ready for big fights. We got Christian Rodriguez getting ready for his fight versus Raul Rosa. Sergio's getting ready for his return back. So I'm gonna bring in Duke, sporadically, throughout the camp, and then it's in Milwaukee, so obviously he'll be my corner.
Right. I was gonna ask you about Christian. That's your guy, right? You manage him.
My guy. I manage him. Yes.
Amazing. Is that how many guys you have in the UFC now?
We got 2 in the one in the UFC. We just got Christian.
Christian, that's your guy. Wow, this is a big deal, and you'll be cornering him.
From the APFC show, we got 2 guys in the UFC, 2 guys in the PFL, working on a Bellator guy. So like the fight show is actually progressing guys to the goal that I set out to be.
And
but yes, I will be cornering Christian Rodriguez. In Miami. The kid that I seen grow up. He went to the same high school my little brother went to. I've kind of followed in Sergio's footsteps. I've trained with him since he's been a kid. So I know what he's capable of, and I told him, man, I'm like, they're letting you control your destiny with this one. They're giving him a big fight on a marquee card. So he's taking this one seriously. I'm excited about it too. I think this is a very winnable fight for him.
Raul is someone they're super high on. He's like this 18-year-old sensation, all that stuff. Are they?
Yeah.
Are they making a mistake in your opinion by matching him up against Christian?
Well, that's why the UFC is one of the funnest organizations. They test their guys right away.
Right.
Both of these guys came off of contender series contracts, and Christian took a short notice fight at a higher weight class. So I think this is what kind of lined them up for this position. But yeah, it's not going to be an easy fight. For either one of these guys. Both of these guys are young, hungry killers. And it's fun to see these guys fight at this stage.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your cousin got signed by Combate, right?
Yep, we just got that one done as well. So
is that another one of your guys? Do you rep him?
Another one of my guys. Yes, yeah. All these guys, I've seen, grow up, doing this. I started in this sport as kids, so it only makes sense. I take these guys in. I started the management company 2 years ago, and now I'm actually starting to get my first phase of guys going to PFL, going to Bellator, UFC, and now I got Christian. That actually, that was like the only guy that I took, signed that was already in the UFC, only because of the history together. But I really wanted to start these guys from scratch and bring them up my way, my system.
What's harder, the management stuff or the promoter stuff?
The promoter stuff, I have a great team behind it. So I think, that was key, putting that team together behind that. I just show up to the fights. There's some headaches that go on. So headaches that go on with, matchmaking and guys, on that side. But as far as like ticket sales and sponsors, I got a great team that, handles that for me right now. The management side, bro, it's sad to see these guys make the decisions they make. It's like I've been there. And some of these guys will pass up on some big contracts in hopes to, get on a contender series fight. Or it's I see it time after time after time, and I'm like, man, look at look at your career, like look at what age you are, look at how much time you got left. Like let's make some money before it's gone. And yeah, it's still there, man. That UFC dream of like these guys want to be in contender series fights, and they'll risk not making money to go take an opportunity on that. And I get it. They see me and they see like what the UFC has done for my name. Being a champion in the UFC definitely allowed me to do what I'm doing now. But like, it's just, I thought we were past that at this stage. Like seeing PFL come in strong,
right.
Seeing Bellator, ONE FC. There's so many other organizations that these guys are just so fixated on one place. But I mean, that's the hard part about the management. You really can't control these guys. You give them the advice, and ultimately their decision.
It's so crazy because like look at a guy like Michael Chandler. Outside looking in, and that, you know what I mean? You don't have to go to them first. You could build yourself up elsewhere, and then they'll want you. And I've heard of this too. People turning down big money from Bellator, PFL, other organizations just to say that they could be, a UFC fighter. Makes no sense.
Yeah. And at the lower level too. I mean, I understand, some of these higher level guys, but like the lower level guys, like you're just starting off. Like you shouldn't be so fixated on one path, I guess, and that's probably my frustration with it, because there's a lot of other ways, like you said, there's a lot of other ways to get to, and to get to what, to being a stable athlete, to be able to live this life and not have another job. But that's kind of the goal that should be the goal of most of these guys, is like, all right, I'm doing this, I'm one of the best in the world, I shouldn't have to work another job, I shouldn't have to have 10 side hustles, I shouldn't have to do A, B, and C to make a living. So that's kind of what's the path that has to get cleared out right now. And I think with all these opportunities coming up, it's just making it a lot easier.
Two last things. Any chance you look amazing, you feel amazing, you love everything about the boxing, and you say, screw this MMA stuff, I'm done, I'm just going to be a boxer from here on out?
Now I signed with the PFL for. I want to do 2 more, at least a couple more. I mean, there's some stuff in the octagon that I haven't thrown yet, or in the cage that I haven't thrown yet, like some techniques that I was saving for trying to win these fights. And I want to go out there and do some entertaining shit, man. So I'm gonna go out there for these next 2 to 4 fights or whatever's left in my career and do some entertaining shit.
Is there a guy or two out there in MMA that you'd love to fight in this? And
there's so many guys out there that would be good fights that were like that makes sense. But until the PFL signs somebody, I really can't pick and choose.
Okay.
Like they want to go into that PFL banner as well. So in MMA, I'm at their mercy. Whatever the PFL can put together, that's where I'm at. I
saw you call it Jake Paul. No chance that happens, right?
Man, everybody's calling Jake Paul.
Yeah.
The dude's a hell of a promoter, bro. Like I know a lot of people have their opinions on him. He can box, for one.
Right.
We all can agree that he can box now, and his promotion in mixed martial arts, the way the PFL brought him on, that little skit he did.
It's amazing.
Yeah, bro. And I'm sure he probably took him 30 minutes, 30 minutes to put together that video. It blew up probably bigger than anything they ever put out.
I think they should make him the face of the PFL, like make him be the promoter at the press conferences.
Like, if he's willing to do that, stand in between the fighters.
Yes.
Just his stage, his platform alone just brings so much eyes on mixed martial arts and the PFL.
It is a crazy time though, right? Like you see Francis leave, you see Nate leave. You did it a couple of years ago. Like do you feel like something's starting to happen here where guys are starting to realize that there's more to be made, or it's just a couple of, standalone instances?
Yeah, I think it's guys got to be willing to take that risk, and at the same time, as being as a fighter, I understand that ego thing that comes to it. Like if you want to say you're the best in the world, it's who's the champion at the UFC, and that's just what it is. We all agree upon that. Like whoever's the UFC guy, we're like, all right, that's the best guy in the world, as just a collective, I guess. So I think as a fighter, you want to be that guy, and you're like, all right, I don't care. Eventually, if I'm that guy, I'll make that money. When I'm that guy, I'll make that money. And unfortunately, not a lot of guys get to that point, and once you do get to that point, you realize, man, it's not that much money. Like it's not like end all. You can't retire and be done forever.
I love it, man. April 1st. Good luck to you. This is incredible. I couldn't believe it when he told me in Milwaukee, which makes it that much more sweeter. I love the fact that it's back in Milwaukee. Good luck to you, Anthony. All the best. Good luck to Sergio as well. And can't wait to see you in action on April 1st. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, there he is. Anthony Pettis. Boxing Roy Jones Jr. on April 1st. April 1st is a crazy time.
Crazy.
Wait, I want to tell you about April 1st. Thank you for jumping in there. Were you helping me out, Frank?
Yeah, I was trying to.
No, because someone. 1 second. I'm just pulling this up. So this fight is happening on April 1st. And he said it was going to be, there it is. Paul Daly, Anthony Taylor, Jacare, Vitor, Pettis, Jones, Gina, Mazzani, Pearl Gonzalez, Jeremy Stevens, Jose Aldo. April 1st has Anthony Joshua's return that was announced on Monday on DAZN. There's a Top Rank card. There's the PFL's first night on ESPN. There's WrestleMania. There's the Final Four. There's a lot going on. GC's going to have like 9 TVs on in his house. How many TVs do you have? How many screens could you possibly have?
I have 4.
Oh, he's gone?
No, he just said that.
Where'd he go? What? He's not...
He went to go check on his TVs, obviously. He's going to go count them. There's a lot of them.
I'm going to say he has 5.
I think he's got 2. I've been to his place.
No, but screens, right? So you can do...
the phone,
tablet, right? iPad, something like that.
I guess you could say 6 in total then. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's back now. If you want
get a roommate involved, get his phone. We were talking about how many screens you have, GC, possible at your disposal.
Oh, man. I mean, we got 2 TVs. We can pull out a third. I can iPad it. I got multiple laptops. I mean, if we really got to stretch it, we can stretch it then.
Well, because April 1st, as we were saying, Anthony Joshua's return, Top Rank card on ESPN+, PFL debut on ESPN, Final Four, WrestleMania, and Gamebred Boxing 4. I mean, it's gonna be lit over there at the apartment.
Oh, it's gonna be fantastic! I can't wait.
Frank, you coming?
Springtime.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Is there anything better than the beginning of April? Final Four, Masters coming up.
And when you're waking up, there's birds chirping. Yeah, you get an opening day for baseball. It's literally the best.
2 months away. Can't wait. All right, I'm very excited to talk to our next guest. It's always great to talk to Platinum Mike Perry. He has been in the news as of late, and in fact, yesterday on Instagram, said he had some things to get off his chest. So let's not waste any more time, and let's say hello to the Platinum One, Mike Perry. What's up, my man? How are you?
What's up, Helwani? How you doing, brother? I'm good.
I'm doing great. You got a Prime too? I got Prime also. You a Prime fan?
Yeah, I like the red. I don't. I like the red.
What were you gonna say? The grape?
They sent me a package, because, Logan. Anybody who's fighting his brother, he usually likes to.
Oh, that's smart.
I don't know, poke himself in there. I think
that's smart. So you got what? You got a big box of them?
Yeah, I got a few different kinds. I like the punch, the red punch. It's good.
Interesting what you just said there, Mike. You said anyone who's fighting his brother, he sends a box.
They do business.
Okay.
They do business, right? And they attack people differently, right? And they kind of just, if you're up against Jake, then Logan's going to come at you in different ways. And if you're up against Logan, Jake's going to come at you in different ways. It's cool to see, and and it's a good drink. BCAAs keeps you hydrated while you're working out, and I've been working out quite a bit, prepping myself for the event that, like you said, I had some things to get off my chest. Before we get to that, I want to plug this real quick. Let's say April 29th, BKFC main event, Platinum Mike Perry, I'm being told, is a super fight against, I don't know yet.
What? How can you
But this is what they told me. It's a super fight, Platinum Perry main event, BKFC, bare-knuckle boxing, April 29th. I wanted to plug that. Also, I'm training, and we are training together, me and Jacare Souza. Big, he's got a big fight coming up with against Vitor Belfort. And, so we're training together, and you were just talking about that. Shout out to Pettis. I like Pettis. He was all-time. And as well as Roy Jones Jr., I knew that they were looking for an opponent for Roy Jones. I was kind of in that conversation well. But I think, the ex-UFC champion, Anthony Pettis, that's pretty big. Gamebred 4, wow, it's going to be pretty cool. So now that I plugged those.
Wait, can I just ask you?
People.
Were you in talks to be on that card too? Because he mentioned you and you just mentioned yourself too. Like, were you in talks, or is it? No. Okay.
No.
Okay. All right.
I had no idea that that's who and what it was going to be for. Looks like they got some big money guys on there though. And I just knew that, we were looking for some opponents, for some super fights, or for some whatever you want to call it, opposition for me to go up against, considering, the win streak and the, level I've been fighting at and my success as of late. So, to fight a legend, that, that's what we're looking to do. Establishing myself more and more as a legend. And to what we were, what I wanted to get off my chest is,
let's go.
People saying this, I'm chasing this fight, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, and well, yeah, I guess I am chasing a bag. Why wouldn't you fucking chase a bag? But also, I'm also being asked about this shit. I'm being asked, and I'm responding. So, these people that don't have platforms, no one's going to call them and ask them to do an interview about their opinion on the fucking subject. They asking me, and you guys want to type and tweet or say whatever you want to say because you're their fanboys, or you're against me. I don't know why. Or people saying I'm in no way, shape, or form a boxer. Listen, this people saying that have never punched. They wouldn't know a boxer if I walked up to them and punched them in the face. So, I box every week. I fight tough people. Right now, my speech is a little slurred because of the tough guy who punched me yesterday, had me biting my tongue. So, and they want to talk about, they will. I brought that up because they'll talk about my speech, the way I'm talking, or if I'm slurring. Oh, CTE is catching up. Well, you know what ain't catching up to you? Any money. No money is chasing after you. It's coming towards me.
Wait, so who's talking shit? Who's talking shit? Where are you seeing this?
Bunch of nobodies.
What are they saying? They're trying to go after the Jake Paul fight?
Instagram comments.
Why do you read this? Why do you read this nonsense? I mean,
I like, some are good. I like to see, shout out to my fans and the supporters, man, because I like to prove my fans and supporters and believers right. I like to prove them right. And at the same time, I get to also prove the haters wrong. So, but, I think I'm going to Saudi Arabia.
So what
I think I'm going.
What's going on here? Can we talk about this for a second? In early January, you tweeted a photo of a contract and you wrote WYA Jake Paul, which I believe stands for Where You At Jake Paul. So what was that contract for? Was it always to be the backup, or at one point were you actually signed, at least from your perspective, to fight him, no backup, legit fight?
Well, back when he said he had 3 opponents to make an offer to.
Yeah.
I was the first one to, throw one back, I believe. And I don't know who the other guy was. I don't know.
Okay.
I knew it was between really me and Tommy Fury. Of course, Tommy's super famous. He's a Fury. He's got pro boxing record, and amateur boxing record, but we know what that means. You know, there's a lot of stacked fights, or journeyman type guys, or you can call me whatever you want, but I'm a winning type of journeyman too. Sometimes, it is what it is. There's journeymen who are 10 and 80, and they've been knocked out like twice, right? Maybe they're actually pretty tough, and they're a good challenge for some guys coming up, but those guys go to lose. I may have my record's a little out of place, but I don't go to lose. I go and I try to win. I don't care who I'm up against. And I have a passion for the sport. I actually saw something today where it was a video of Jake Paul being asked about if he stayed in the YouTube game, would he be better than this other person who is in it? And he's like, no, he wouldn't have been, because the guy had this love and passion for it, and you can't beat someone who loves it more than you do. And, considering the fights that I've had, he's 5-0 now or 6-0, I don't know. But as a pro boxer, don't know if he had an amateur record. I have amateur fights, boxing and MMA. I have, professional experience, over 20 professional mixed martial arts fights. 15 of them were in the UFC. And I am just now reaching my prime at 31 years old. There were so many lessons I learned in my 20s doing this for a career that, you don't know when you're a kid what you're doing and what you're up against, and you let things control your mind. But to really take control of yourself, I feel like I have done so in my 30s, and I'm just reaching my highest level and abilities. So I think the possibilities are endless. Just give me an opportunity to prove myself. That's really all I'm looking for. And whoever it's against, I want an opportunity to step foot in a boxing ring with I've always wanted a pair of Grants, and I've always wanted to dance around on Showtime, or, and I get to do it in bare-knuckle boxing too. Don't get me wrong. I love that shit because it's so real. And I'm just so tough in it, and I'm just tougher than everybody, and I love it more than they do. And I'm the most passionate one about it. And someone told me today, I got the biggest heart in this game. And I believe that shit.
I love it. I love the passion. I love to see the fire. And so now I'm curious about this. You're the backup fighter for this February 26th fight between Jake Paul and Tommy Fury. That's correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had a press conference today in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you saw this. Tommy Fury wasn't there. And it seems like this is starting to become a trend. I mean, they've booked this fight already twice before. This is the third time. There have been instances where one guy's not there. Did you know about this? And do you feel like this is a real thing that you'll be fighting Jake Paul on February 26th?
I do feel like it is a real thing, that it could be me. I also feel like it could be, Tommy's way of, I heard some rumors about gangs and mafia or whatever, and problems with countries entering, moving about, visas, this and that, politics. And, if it was me, obviously I do have better things to do, kind of, but Tommy could be doing this as mental warfare, he's not there yet, he's not doing these things yet. Jake thinks he's not going to be there, and then he's there on fight night. And Jake's like, oh, shit, he's here. A Fury is here to fight me in boxing. But maybe not. And maybe it is going to be me, and I have been training as if it's going to be me, or I have been training as if I believe I'm going to Saudi Arabia regardless.
Wow.
You know what? If I would have been there already, I would have been talking shit at the press conference. You see how hyped up I am.
Man.
So I would have been,
you would thrive in that.
Talking shit.
How do you think you would do with Jake? I mean, he's a pretty good shit talker, right? He's very smart. He's witty. He's got the videos. He's got, he's young. How do you think you would do in a game of verbal warfare?
I'll roast his ass. Cook him on the skillet. Well, I'll roast his ass up. I got some jokes.
Yeah, no, I feel you. So do you know when you're going to Saudi Arabia? A bit of a time difference, right? You'd have to get there. What is it? It's February 8th, 26th. It's in 18 days. Like, I feel like you would have to know pretty soon when you're going, right?
Well, I mean, I told my team, like, give me 5 days.
That's it.
That's what I said. Because, just to get over jet lag, I'll take like 2 days. I'm up late at night anyways. They're 8 hours ahead. I've done the math.
Sure.
I can be awake when I can wake up and fight you, and I could, be up at 3 o'clock in the morning playing video games, and I can fight you. I could go do a workout at either time. So I just, I would wonder how the flight would be, when I get to lay down, or are they going to put me in a box seat?
You don't have first class in that contract? Come on, Malky. What's going on?
I don't care. I never know.
You should.
The details, because the only thing I got the love and the passion for is to put these paws in your face.
Do you get paid if the fight doesn't happen?
I don't know. I tweeted a while back, you guys don't care about my Twitter, but I do have a couple 100,000 followers.
I care about your Twitter. I was just referencing a tweet that you had up there.
I know. I always post, a lot more shit too, so it's hard to probably keep up with.
Sure.
I'll be thinking about Gervonta Davis. I need to delete more shit after I post it. But anyways, I had said something about, because I'd spoken with my manager, I thought that we threw the offer in their face when I released the contract, because we wanted to start something, do something, get some buzz going, I guess, and that maybe could have cost me the amount of money I would have made, which is a nice check for just sitting in. But so I don't know if it's happening. They chose to still, when they announced the fight, still say that I'm the backup because they know that give me a call.
Yeah,
I'll be there. I'm pulling up. I'll fucking throw hands with you. And what's he gonna do to me? Hit me a couple times? He's gonna hurt his hands on my face. And then I'm gonna beat him down, and I'm gonna chase him around the ring and make him tired and hit him in the body, in the face, and make him bleed his blood. And he's gonna fall over.
I have to be honest with you. I kind of want to see Platinum Perry against Jake Paul now more than Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. I feel like you're selling the fight that may not even happen, but you're doing a tremendous job, which leads me to believe, is there a chance, if the fight happens between him and Fury on February 26th, are you next? Have you set yourself up to be next?
Why not? Why would he run? I mean, the fans are 50-50 on the internet. Actually, more than 50. It's like 60, 70 towards... Everyone's like, oh, yeah, Platinum Perry. And then he's got his little fuddy buddies on there, whoever they are, talking about, they got, everybody picks their side. You got your own opinion. That's fine. But no one's calling you to do an interview on Ariel Helwani to voice your opinion. They're asking me about mine.
Yes.
So, and like I said, yeah, maybe I'm chasing the bag because they're asking me about it.
Of course.
But also, April 29th, BKFC, main event, super fight, Platinum motherfucking Mike Perry. Let's go. I got people to fight. People don't want to fight me. You damn right there's people want to use my name because I've been in this game. I've been fucking people up.
I saw him say even Tommy's not coming, this and that, hashtag Mike Perry. So it seems like, I saw the tweet from Jake. So it seems like,
Thanks
he's...
for the cloud, bro. I appreciate it. I'll be ready.
Yeah.
You know that. That's why I get the cloud. I appreciate it. I think the Pauls fuck with me. I think they grew up watching me, and that got them into the fight game. To be honest with you, because I was the guy at that time fighting all the time, UFC.
You like his skills? You think he's good? Do you think he deserves some respect?
Yeah, props, man. You doing your thing. T Wood's real. Anderson Silva's real.
Yeah.
I am a better boxer, though. I love boxing so much because it's just like me. It's like, you know, sometimes hands down, I don't got, you know, I can take hits. I like it. It's so nice. Like, I kind of like it. When people hit me and I'm just like, yeah, I'm smiling in your face and I'm throwing heat back at you. I spar dangerous people and we have fun. It's great. I love it.
That being said, though, you know, I see a lot of MMA fighters who are like, man, this guy needs to be stopped. Enough of him taking out our MMA guys. You know, he's taken out Askren, he's taken out Woodley twice, then Anderson Silva. Do you feel that same way? Do you feel like you need to do this for the MMA community to end this whole Jake Paul versus MMA thing?
I mean, I need to do it for me and my family. And, you know, and it's nothing against anyone else. We're fighters. It makes sense, you know, because of my record, because of past mistakes I've made, because of accomplishments I have accomplished, and because of, you know, things that he has accomplished and the way it kind of works out. Like, it makes sense. And I am in my prime. I'm coming into this very strong area of my life. And if he thinks he's good, you know, I mean, yeah, that's cool. Like, I'm the guy I'm asking for. I'm sure a lot of people are asking for it because they are asking for a paycheck, but I'm asking for the fight. And if, you know, he wants to make me a bet, you know, he likes to make little bets. I'm kind of waiting on that. You go ahead and you talk, you open your mouth first, and then I'll respond accordingly. But yeah, I'm ready to fight. I like to fight. I do it all the time, every week. I fought yesterday. I was just at the gym. I'm about to go back. I'm prepared, ready to go all my life. You know, just, I got family to feed. I got a baby on the way myself. I got, you know, a daughter now coming, and I got my son. And, you know, it's been a while since I fought. So, you know, I don't really care. I want to go to work. I was
just about to ask you about that. So the family is growing. When's the second one coming? Congratulations.
Thank you. She is due in March.
Oh, wow. Soon.
But it seems like she could come anytime. You know, she'd be hurting. My girl be hurting.
Oh.
You know, because the baby's making her way down there, flipped upside down.
Yeah.
You know, she's working her way out, and you know, it's the second one, and you know, sometimes people think that might be easier because you've already done it once, but it's actually, you know, they say it's a lot harder. It's
wow.
even worse. So, you know, it's tough. I posted this video today on my story, man. It was amazing to see, really. It said only a mother can sacrifice her life to save her child. And it was you see this, it looked like it was a dinosaur, 30 feet long crocodile coming after this baby little doe, deer, whatever. And the mom's like jumping in the water, jumps right behind the baby as the crocodile pulls up so that the crocodile ate her instead of her child.
Wow.
Child probably got ate the next day, but like he survived another day.
Right, yeah. Respect.
Respect, dog.
By the way, I have to say, it feels like, you know, I remember the first time we spoke, it's a long time ago now, maybe 2016, I believe it was, after UFC 202. Like, you know, you mentioned some of the mistakes in the past. We don't hear about platinum mistakes these days. Like, it feels like you're a family man, you're happy, you live just like kind of a normal life. You're out of trouble, drama, nothing popping up. Have we do you feel like you're on that path now? Do you feel like the storm clouds have gone away and your life has just kind of settled into this nice family man, fighter, prize fighter, doing your thing, popping up here, popping up there, opportunities, you're a free man, you don't have to be shackled by any sort of promotional agreement? Does it feel like everything's in order for you?
I am in the best position ever in my life, yes. I do have issues and problems like anyone else.
Sure.
Maybe I handle them differently than I used to, or I'm still, you know, not proud of how things are handled, but I try to keep some things to myself, not to hide things from the public, but just to, you know, try to make it right, try not to, feel the full force of my mistakes, I guess, kind of roll with the punches, if you will. And, I'm trying, man. And I really dived into my passion for fighting, since leaving the UFC, when I fought Triller, when I fought Michael Seals, and then Julian Lane, and I and MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, I was proud to fight Michael Seals and proud to fight MVP. When it came to Julian Lane, I mean, he had some credentials, but like I didn't even train or try for that one, and I was like, I'm gonna beat him regardless. And I just all mental power and ability and strength and belief in myself, and I just know the differences between me and other people. So especially when it comes to martial arts, and I wonder, I love boxing, I love doing boxing and being a boxer, but we still wonder. They talk to me about MMA all the time. So, I have guys at Fusion Excel and Performance. They'll come to Technique Boxing. They'll do some boxing rounds with me some nights. And then I make sure that I get over there and I go and I do some MMA rounds with them. But I just try to box them. I try to make them shoot on me. And, sometimes I'm a little susceptible to the kicks with the boxing, but I still, I slip them. I try to figure myself out. The range is a little different. And, like, for example, I sparred. One day I was boxing. We were doing like warm-up boxing rounds, right? And but my rounds aren't warm-up rounds. When I fucking spar, I go a little harder. I go a little faster. So I was sparring Lyoto Machida, and I did pretty good point fighting him in the boxing. He's a big guy. And then I was like, all right, I got to go over there and get this kickboxing round with him. And it was just totally different once he starts doing that little hip shake.
Yeah.
And he starts throwing front kicks at you. You're like, ooh, I kind of forgot about this a little bit. So I've been keeping myself active, doing everything that consists of martial arts. Still got jiu-jitsu. Man, sometimes I miss it just for defensive reasons. When people do shoot on me and grab me, I end up, on their back, sitting on top of them. I'm like, oh man, this is easy. So I don't know, but I know that when I get in a ring or in a cage or wherever it is, I want to punch people in the face. And, that's just my favorite way to finish a fight.
Well, I see you out there loving life. I see you out there. I saw you dancing to that new Uzi joint. I mean, the moves were fantastic. Look at you on Twitter, on TikTok, on, I don't know, Instagram Reels. You're out. We're showing the video right now. You just in your room. Like, I picture a world where Platinum Perry is just going over dance moves by himself, in his room, looking at the mirror. Like, what is that? Is that what's happening here? Are you full dad mode now? What's happening?
No, I just like some stuff, and if I like it, I'm excited. Maybe I'm at the house. I'm the exciting one. And that's another thing too about the fighting and passion and all that, is like, when I train, I try to think entertainment. This is the entertainment business. And entertainment is fun. You were talking about wrestling, WrestleMania and stuff. And like, that's never really been my thing. I went to Monday Night Raw the other night. And like, let me tell you, man, the people, the crowd, it was different. We were walking into the arena or the basketball stadium.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh man, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people here. We go in and they were all there.
Yeah.
Inside. Yeah. They were sitting down. They were watching the show. They were in their normal, but usually when you go to like games or UFC, there's thousands of people just walking around, getting drinks, fucking being drunk, talking shit, not doing nothing, they don't watch a fight. They're drunk talking the whole time. These people were like And I don't know if in wrestling, when the crowd is cheering for somebody, that kind of might change who wins that matchup. I felt like I was helping somebody win that.
Wow.
I was telling my friends, we came here to watch your friend, and you ain't cheering or nothing. And then all of a sudden, the crowd, I'm yelling his name and stuff, and then the crowd start yelling his name. They weren't cheering for nobody. And then they start cheering for him, and, like, things started turning. It's like you thought he was about to get pinned, and then you're like, oh, people are cheering for him now. We're going to make him win. We're going to give the crowd of Orlando what they want and who they want to, you know, see. And Brock Lesnar was in the house. He like, I don't know what his move is, DDT or like
F5, F5.
He did the F5 twice.
Yes.
To Bobby
Lashley. Yes.
The crowd was like, one more time. It was funny.
That was this Monday, right? Was that this Monday?
Yeah, that was Monday Night Raw.
You saw. What about the back and forth with Cody Rhodes and Paul Heyman? I mean, was that magic or what? Or did that go over your head?
Yes.
The talking.
The American Nightmare.
Yes. You caught the bug? You caught the bug?
He should have slapped him or something.
It was good.
He didn't even slap.
Come on, were you into it though? What they were saying, or did you not really understand because you don't follow?
I mean, no, I don't really follow. So
it was good shit. Come on, it was good shit. That was theater right there, right?
It's good theater because he was like, you know, your dad,
yes,
this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy, but he didn't train you.
Yeah,
you didn't see that coming. Thought you were complimenting him, and then he's like, you don't have to pay for that. Your boy's got to pay for that. It was all right, but the wrestling, my friend was like, yo, you know, we're gonna try to meet out afterwards and hang out with one of the wrestlers' party or whatever. And he was like, yeah, he didn't hit me up. I was like, yeah, he's probably sore as hell.
Yeah.
Flying over the ropes, landing on his back on the
crazy.
Like, oh my gosh, that shit look, you know, painful.
Yeah. It's amazing. And the ring is just like plywood. It's not, people think it's like a trampoline. It's really not. What they go through is nuts. Before I let you go, Platinum, this has been great. I really enjoyed it. February 26th, why should we hope it's you? And what happens if you do get your hands on Jake Paul? Give us the promo here. In the spirit of pro wrestling, why should we be hoping it's you and not Tommy Fury fighting the problem child on February 26th?
I was about to rip this shirt off of me.
Okay.
But I need this shirt.
Okay, damn it.
I need this shirt.
Maybe you can take it off.
Go out
you want to take it off? You go crazy.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, but it just meant so much.
Don't rip it.
Rip it. And like, I ain't weak, Nick. I'll rip that shit right off, boy. But I ain't. Let me tell you why, brother. Why is supposed to be playing my period, brother? Because I will stick my fist down your throat, and you will spit out my fingers. I don't know what that means, but you're going to sleep if it's me.
That would be nuts. Good luck, man. Hope it happens. They ain't ready for you in Saudi Arabia. They ain't ready for you. Jeez, Louise, how much you weigh right now?
Allah Akbar. Alhamdulillah.
Much love, Mike.
I weigh 196 right now.
Oh, they don't want any of this. They want
196. I cut that 10, 11 pounds. No problem, and I'll beat you down.
Good luck. I hope it happens for you.
All right, and then after that, you and me, it's a slap off.
Oh yeah, no way. I want nothing to do with that. I want nothing to do with that.
That shit's stupid. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Ariel. Be easy, bro.
You're the man. Platinum Perry. Listen, Platinum Perry said it's stupid, then it's stupid, all right? What a guy. What a character. Tremendous stuff. February 26th, Saudi Arabia. Is Tommy going to show up? Is he going to show up? I don't know. It's a crazy, crazy time. They're promoting a fight, and it's Derek Chisora there. What is going on? What is happening? They did the old TJ Dillashaw Renan Barão face-off where Jake is looking at a picture of Tom. What is happening? It's the weirdest thing, this whole dynamic. It is the absolute weirdest thing. All right. We love talking to Chael P., our old friend Chael P. We love everything about it. I used to talk to him every Wednesday. in a different life, a different era. And from time to time, I bother him. Although I have anxiety, I have to say I have a lot of anxiety when I reach out to him, even though half of his content on his YouTube channel pertains to things that I either talk about on my show or things that I say or content that I put up. So it's like, do I feel so bad? But I still have anxiety because I feel like I'm bothering him. And I feel like there's a part of him that doesn't want to do it, if I'm being honest, because he's a little bit antisocial, but does it anyway because he doesn't want to break my heart and hurt my feelings. In any event, I've just laid that all out there. Let's say hello to Chael P and see how he's doing. Am I right about this, Chael P? I mean, is there a part of you that's like, oh God, Ariel asked me, I have to do it because we're friends, but I don't really want to do this?
No, but you are half right on your get. I would say yes because it was you. That is true, but no, I actually look forward to doing your program. Ariel, I didn't realize how big you were. You talk about that I take a lot of your segments or I repackage them. I do, and they're my biggest numbers. I will take something that you talked about, say Ariel in my thumbnail, or even when I come on with you. One time you did a thing on Mean Street Coffee. I've never sold more coffee. I just truly didn't know. I didn't know. Institution. Ant Evans sings your praises, tells me you're an institution, more so than Jim Rome. Ant Evans said, but I guess I didn't really know that you've built this base. So I do look forward to coming to you.
Well, that's in large part because of you and what we did together. I mean, we built that platform with our hands, off our back. Are you wearing Jordans, by the way? What's happening over here?
For the shoes?
Yeah, what is that?
These are called.
No, those aren't Jordans.
Well, running. It says running, but that's not the brand. This is the second or third time that my shoes have been brought up in the last 3 or 4 months. I've never been cool shoe guy.
No.
And Brittany got me all new shoes. She got me 2 or 3 pair in one day from a very nice store called Mario's.
Okay.
So I don't know what the brand is. It's not like a Nike, but I appreciate that you commented on them because I think you like them.
I do. I thought they were Jordans, which I was like, well, that's way too cool for you. Is your wife, Brittany, is she still styling you? Is she still dressing you? Like, does she leave the clothes out every morning? Every day.
Every day, all the way down to socks and underwear. She comes in and it's waiting in the closet. And she loves when you give her credit for that, by the way. She does work very hard. And some of those things I take for granted. Ariel, can I go? Another thing I'd rather talk about than my hot ass wife, but there's just one thing I don't want it to be too late, which is Perry. Who you just, Perry, I only got to hear the last minute, but then you referenced the press conference. Now I'm up to speed on that. And the reason I missed your Perry interview is because I was watching the press conference. But here's my question. Okay. If you covered it, I apologize for the redundancy. No. Here's my question. Ariel, they got to kick Tommy Fury. They got to do it now. They cannot wait till the last minute. They can't wait till the weigh-ins. They can't wait till they can't let Fury keep calling all the shots. I mean, what he did to them in Madison Square Garden is irreprehensible. But nope, he gets another $2 million and he gets to go to an even nicer location. It's really weird. But at some point, they have to take control if they want to be respected. And it's a hard thing that MVP's had. MVP is new, and boy, have they ever had to pay for an education. They've got a rougher go than anyone else ever. But at some point, they have to make it clear that they are in charge. And today, when he skipped the press conference, his second time, you cut him. You bring Perry in, and that is it. It's a mistake that MVP is making.
Have you ever seen something like this? Like, this is repeated. How many more times can this happen? How many, like, fool me once, fool me twice? And you know Perry's going to sell the fight. Like, do you think there's a big difference? I don't know. I guess Tommy's a big deal in the UK. It's a BT Sport pay-per-view. But at this point, I got to wonder, just cut your losses, right? Like, just cut your headache, too.
And when you say a big deal, I mean, let's be real fair here. That's not a main event fighter. That's not changing the airways. But I will share with you, I don't know. It's very hard to get people to come to the promotion business. Even if you're kind of you're kind of a street guy, which what it takes in that business, you got to go sit down with a money guy to back you. It's very hard to talk him into writing the check because it's such an organized mess. What Jake Paul has gone through for the contributions that he's made, but the willingness and the contributions he's willing to make. The way that industry has treated him, and even guys like Fury, who doesn't show up to a press, who gets a main event cancel, who gets rescheduled in a different and then doesn't show up again. I mean, this is terrible. This even by the low standards of the boxing business, is bottom rung. Everything they've done to Paul. If Paul can make it through just this introductory phase, the rest of his career is going to be so easy because this is abnormally difficult.
So if you were Nikisa and the crew, you would cut Tommy right now. You would say, Mike, here's your flight. We'll see you on the 26th. You would do it right now. You would do it today.
Well, no, I don't know about that. I would have done it an hour ago. When they get to the press conference and he's not there and the world's watching, that's when you make the reveal. That's when you Perry to try to bring it in after and now he's going to call the yous and me's of the world that have already had the conversation. get us the right info, get it back out to our audiences. I don't know, man. I think they're in a little bit more difficult spot. But yes, they had to see that coming. He's already done it to them once. They had to see, hey, there's slight possibility when we get here, he's not here. Somewhere he missed his flight. Somewhere he didn't check into the hotel room. Just by example, they should have had word and should have had enough time to scramble and have Perry there. Yes, they should have moved on with it.
You know, the last time we had one of these sort of influencer fights, if you will, and someone didn't show up, I believe it was KSI and your pal Dylan Dennis didn't show up, and they didn't learn the lesson, right? They went through it, and then at the end, he didn't show up. What do you make of this young man? You know, can I be honest with you, Chael, for a moment? Because you spoke to him after I spoke to him. You did that interview. I actually kind of feel bad at this point. Like, I feel bad. You know, there's this video going around with this guy, CoffeeZilla, that scammed the scammer. Did you see this video? But the NFTs and all. Like, and Dylan's done some shitty things. I feel bad. I feel like we're kicking a man while he's down. Like, I don't know. I'm not taking any joy in any of this. What do you make of it? I know he really looks up to you. This is not a bit, by the way. I don't want to see him, you know, no one roots for this, right? This is sad.
No, I'm a little confused what's going on here too. And I'm okay with any direction. Hey, let's put boxing behind us. Let's fully get into this MMA. And we got the deal with Coker and Bellator. But I haven't been convinced that is the decision either. So I think just on a personal front, he needs to sit down and just kind of answer some questions to himself about what he wants to do. And then I think the rest of us that are supporters could come in and help. But right now, I'm not sure he even internally knows what camp, what trainer, what team, what weight class, what sport. I think there's a lot of real basics that we got to deal with first.
The truth is, whenever he fights, if he does fight ever, like, it's going to be a big deal now because of all of this, right? People are going to want to watch. They're going to either want to see him get his head knocked off or see if he's still, like, for better or worse, and it's been a lot of worse, I still think there's somewhat of, I don't know, a little bit of interest out there in seeing him fight. Do you agree, or do you think that ship has sailed at this point?
No, most definitely there is, but herein lies the problem. And most people miss this, which is, okay, if I'm a promoter, if that chance you just discussed exists and I'm the one willing to take the risk in exchange for the ROI, I got to put him on a card. Now, once I put him on a card and I do the place, I'm going to set the card. If I put him up here on top where everybody wants to be and he screws me, I now got to bring one of these boys up and we've got a problem. I just killed morale to let the world see the way this guy treated me, and I'm going to give him this spot. I'm putting him on a poster that only gets 4 faces, and I'm going to put his face to bring him to the press conferences, which only have X amount of microphone. But I gave him one. This is where the problem comes in for how you got treated and the way you're, it's a mistake. I mean, we see it all over the place. John Jones would have blown up the bridge. You talk about don't burn a bridge. He put C4 all over the bridge and would have detonated it if he knew how. He didn't know how, but he would have. For him to return at a raise into a world title fight, I'm just sharing with you, but it's a mistake.
Why is it a mistake with John?
Well, the last thing that you want is your champions turning the gun on you. Uh-huh. And then when they make that big bluff, we've only got 3 or 4 guys over history that it wasn't a bluff. They did it. And John's one of the ones that did it. That division is, I don't even know the champion of that division right now. And I'm not trying, Jamal Hill. But all these years later, still repercussions of what he did to walk in with a raise. You throw a temper tantrum publicly. You take your ball and go home. You come back with what you want and the exact same opportunity. I'm just sharing for you. People start looking around and seeing that. Becomes a problem real fast.
So what would you do if you were in charge and John wants to come back?
But this guy's into Dylan. I'm saying that's what the problem was. If somebody's going to get behind Dylan, right? I'm a fan. If I'm going to do a grappling event, I'm going to bring him in. That's a big risk. A guy that's already burned the industry. What if he does burn me? Now I got to take a guy that I put in a co-main event that I openly said, you've done everything right, but you weren't tumultuous enough. I wanted the bad boy in here. No, I'm going to move him. It's tough, man. You got to really make those decisions. So if you're Coker, you have no choice but to put Dylan as an undercard fight. Is he even going to agree to that? I don't know. But that's where you put him. You have no choice. And so to your point, if there still is a draw and there is a buzz, well, you didn't capitalize on it anyway. It's a tough spot.
What would you do if you were the UFC with John Jones, considering what you just said?
Well, I would do many things, but the first thing that I would have done is told him. I mean, nobody talks about their business. Nobody comes out and tells you what their contract is. Nobody tells you where your thresholds were and what you're going to make on pay-per-views. Nobody comes out and says the differences in this negotiation and that one, and he did. So, I mean, step number one is I would have reminded him that these are private. But two, you really do have a real decision to make here. I mean, we had some options. We didn't need John. We, Ariel, you and I included, don't quite know what happened with Team Stipe. We just know it didn't go the way that other people wanted it to. So, and that created opportunity for John. Nobody went out of their way for John. They were going out of their way for Francis. They had a few guys. So I'm just sharing with you, at least they didn't start there. But no, you can't make an exam out of bad behavior. You just can't do it. Here, 3-piece and a soda. One of the great marketing things our sport's ever seen, 3-piece and a soda. People thought they'll make the fight. They can't make that fight. You cannot let somebody go and do something illegal while filming it as a way of getting a reward. It's a mistake, and that mistake was made with Conor and Khabib and the dolly and the bus, which is why you have 3-piece and a soda. Had Conor and Khabib and the dolly and the bus not done a 2.4 in pay-per-view, you never would have a 3-piece and a soda. So you just have to look at these things, be the adult in the room, make sure bad behavior isn't rewarded. And in the case of John, it's a mistake. We can live with it and we can deal with it, but it's a mistake.
That is fascinating because I was just about to bring up the Conor thing and then you brought it up. So kudos to you for that. So then my question is, do you think they would have done a little more to keep Francis if they didn't have the John Jones thing kind of hanging there? If you couldn't go to plan B, which was John freaking Jones against Cyril, do you think they would have tried harder to keep Francis?
Yes. I mean, there was some moving parts there. There's some moving parts. Don't quiz me down. You read between the. If Adesanya had not re-signed and been so thrilled with it, if Usman was not given a rematch, I mean, there was things that happened that then didn't help Francis, and there was some teaming up that could have been done. But in this business, no one's out for anyone. No one's out for anybody other than themselves. They'll pretend it and they'll talk about it, but they're not. And this is a fine example. So, look, I think they worked pretty hard for him. And I would also like to say this in Francis's defense. I think he can come back. I mean, Francis didn't leave very politely. I never heard him threaten anyone. I never heard him even curse, in all fairness. Talk about John Jones would have detonated if he knew how. Francis didn't. And he just said, this isn't going to work for me. So if we do use those examples, I think there's room for Francis to come back. Matter of fact, I think that that Nate Diaz's next fight is most likely going to be in the UFC. Compared to anything else, I think most likely that's where he returns.
Wow.
So free agent doesn't mean you're just out. It just means you can talk to everybody, including the UFC. And that part gets forgot sometimes.
You think Nate comes back? Like no other fight outside? You think his next fight is in the UFC?
Less now than I did a week ago because I thought, and I was right to think so, he was the leading suspect for Conor's return. So when Conor gets announced against Chandler, then maybe I got to loosen up on that a little bit. But moreover, I'm just trying to prove a point that a guy can come right back. John Jones would be a fine example. And I don't want to cut that off for Francis, right? There's not a lot of things to do at heavyweight. They suck. They've always sucked. Like people are asking, can John beat Cyril? So here, let me explain something. John might have been the greatest fighter ever at a weight class that was competitive. He's now going with guys who suck. Of course he can be champion.
You think he wins that fight?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Yes, I think he wins that.
Wow.
I think he wins.
Man, you're on fire today. By the way, this is one of your greatest appearances ever. Go ahead.
It will be Stipe next. And that concerns me. You know, I hold Stipe in a high regard. So I watch my tongue before I ever speak about him. But I will tell you, if he couldn't get the fight in December when they wanted to get it to him, then he can't get it in March when he wanted it. Why would he possibly think he's going to get it in the summertime? And I mean, I feel very confident telling you he's not. I think a closer topic is Stipe ever going to fight again?
Yeah.
Because he believes he only fights for world championships. And I think the company is making it very clear you're not fighting for our world champion. So at some point, it's just a matter of, do I want to do this? And we do have the Sergeys. We do have these guys that are coming in. We do have the return of Tom Aspinall soon. Like the heavyweight division is finally starting to find some balls. They don't have it yet, but they're starting to find them.
Can I just say something? Like the knowledge that you're dropping right now, I feel like we should be behind a paywall. I mean, this is, you have never been more well-versed in the comings and goings of the business. I know this. I mean, we did a show. I would have to kind of brush you up on all of the comings and goings before the show. That's just, that's kayfabe, of course. No one needs to know that. Here you are just spitting fire, and you're leading me to my next question every time. Chandler Conor, you like this? Do you like the package? Do you like the tough thing, the 170 thing? Do you like the whole thing? Do you like the whole thing that is being put out?
Yes, I do. I don't know that I would have predicted it. I had that as my number 2. I thought they really would try to get Connor and Masvidal together. Now, we found out they weren't. We found out Masvidal's going another direction. But I believe they were still trying to do that. And then I knew that Nate Diaz was a real possibility. So, and then I would have had Chandler. So I had Chandler in the mix somewhere. I like the Ultimate Fighter. It's the greatest marketing vehicle this industry's ever seen. It still is. People like to say that about Connor. He used to be a big deal. Red Panning Night is still a real thing. He is still number one, even if he's not where he was. And I think, but even if he's still in front of you. So, in front of everybody. So, yeah, I like how they're doing it. Sure. I don't love the fact that it's 170. I mean, at some point we have to do something serious here. But when we have a pay-per-view, that's designated to world title fights. Well, in Connor's case, no, it's not, because he doesn't have one. He's not fighting for it. Okay, fine. But it's still designated as something that has to matter. It has to matter. And if we now don't even care about the weight class, we're going to take 255ers and we're going to do it at 70 and just pretend it's at 50. If we're doing that, we now don't care. But the placement of the card says we've got to care. The coming through the Ultimate Fighter, the fact that Errol and Chael are talking about 6 months in advance shows that we care. So I need a little bit more care from these guys. I need this to matter in some regard, whether you make it a number one contenders match or you got to do something. So they have to be fighting for some reason other than the world brings in a bunch of money. That story has never worked. Dana has never succumbed to that low of a level. But right now he's missing the care, and I am waiting to hear what it is.
And so Nate and Connor fought at 170, and those were gigantic fights, right? Over $1 million buys. So what's the difference?
Well, there's significant differences. I mean, don't forget the second fight only happened because the first fight happened. And the first fight only happened because it was on 9 days' notice, and they couldn't get Nate down to 55. And Connor had such big balls, he said, then don't come down. I'll come up to you. When he rematched it, he wanted it to be same. So, no, there for sure is a difference, not to mention Connor was on the tip of everybody's tongue for title opportunities. At 45, at 55, oh, wow, how about at 170? I mean, it's very different now. If Connor beats Chandler, he doesn't go into a title fight, unless he wants to, but he doesn't have to deal with Chandler for the title fight. He could have gone into it right now. So I'm just sharing, that's not where he's going. Chandler's not going to get a win over a guy who hasn't gotten a win in years, and that propels him to a title shot. That'll still make Chandler 1-1 in his last two. Why are we here? And there's lots of answers. There can be lots of reasons we come out and do this. I'm just sharing with you for that match right now when we've thrown our hands up and said, it's not serious. We're not even taking it serious. We're not even doing it in a weight class that matters. Okay, but you still got to tell me why it does matter. You got to tell me why it does. And to bring in money isn't going to work.
Will you watch every week The Ultimate Fighter? Do you care enough?
Well, I used to watch it very faithfully.
Yeah.
I most likely will watch. I will at least know what's going on. I used to never miss Arrow. Back in 2005, went to my buddy Joel's house, would come on Monday nights. Mm-hmm. But you got to understand, I had practiced before then. So Randy Couture was the first ever coach. It was all my teammates. The Team Quest guys are now over here. We try to get it out of them every day. We try to get Lieben or somebody, Nate Cord. We try to get them to talk, give us a clue. They did not do it, man. They were so committed to keeping that a secret that every Monday it was a blast. It was a blast to go down and watch that, see that fight come. Some of my greatest fan in the sport was first ever season of Ultimate Fighter.
Wow. Yeah, it was right after Monday Night Raw, right? One of the great mistakes Vince McMahon ever did was greenlighting that to come on after on Spike TV, right? That he had to greenlight it, and he did because he didn't think they'd be a threat, and he helped create this competition.
Well, he pulled the green light. That's one of the great stories ever told too, with that Goldberg thing. But you're exactly right.
It's a crazy time. And by the way, this was reported today by Cole Shelton, I believe, of BJPenn.com. It's the same thing that I heard. I don't know if you heard this, but the plan is for the cast to be a mix of former UFC fighters and up and comers. So it's not quite the comeback season, but it's a hodgepodge of veterans who we may have heard of, who fought in the UFC, and people who are trying to make it there. I have to say, haven't been interested in Tough in a gazillion. I don't even remember the last season I watched consistently. Probably the Kimbo season, if I'm being honest. Or maybe the first women's season, the strawweights, because a lot of those people, Rose was on it, Carla Esparza, we knew them from Invicta. I don't hate the idea. Veterans, up-and-comers, not a bad idea, right?
I agree with that. Yeah, I think there's something special there to see a couple of faces that you kind of watch a few episodes just to get introduced to the cast. So, yeah, if they could help us a little bit of the way and we know that guy, yes, I think that's a positive.
Now, what about this past weekend in Inglewood? There you are among the greats. I mean, this was... by the way, I don't know if you saw this, Chael.
I did, and that meant a lot. It meant a lot that you had that photo. Thank you, Ariel.
That will always be... I mean, I look at that photo, that's my youth. Those are you are all the founding fathers. It's incredible. And my favorite part of the photo, if I'm being honest, is, and I actually wanted to start with this, but then we started talking about Perry. Can we talk about the glasses? I mean, what's going on with the glasses? I mean, these are a hot topic of conversation. Do you have them? Okay, I see you there. You're often doing videos. You're doing one championship videos. What is going on with these glasses? There they are.
Okay, I want to tell you. Yeah. I mean, this is a very personal decision. Now, I got glasses for my first time. I was 5 years old, but I got contacts at 6, which I think maybe that's more common now. That was unheard of back then. I was extremely young to have contacts. So the point is, I used to be a glasses guy, but I came out of it. And back then, it didn't really matter how you looked. It was whatever your mom handed you. I go to get glasses now, but now they're going to be an integral part of my appearance for the rest of my life, right? I'm at the point I need glasses. So you got to get the right ones. So every night I would go online with Brittany. She'd have her laptop. We'd be trying to find them. Every time we traveled, we would then go to the local stores. So the problem when you're getting glasses here, these are a prescription. They're readers, 3.0. But the point is, when you go to get them in the store, it's just glass. It's no prescription whatsoever. So you take your glasses off that allowed you to see these exist in the first place. You put these on to look in the mirror, but you can't see yourself because these aren't prescription and you need them in the first place because you can't see, right? It's like there was an old Arsenio Hall joke that for VHS tapes, they used to give you a tape that you could play to show you how to get your recorder to work. And it's kind of the same thing with glasses. You want me to see myself in glass, but I can't see. So I get these home, Errol. The salesman told me they look great. Brittany liked them. I get them home. I get them to Lens Crafters. They put the 3.0 in. I then come put them on, and this thing in the middle, okay, Leah called this trendy, and I don't think trendy's good. And other people said I look like bubbles. Now, I was going to go to the one cool glasses guy that I know. I was going to go right to Hunter and say, Hunter, as cool glasses guy, are these cool glasses? I should have done that. I didn't. And now they made me self-conscious. I think you're part of that. People have been teasing me. I've actually my new glasses are in and I go pick them up tonight.
What? Wait a second. I'm a part of this? I have made you self-conscious? Yeah. Well, I just want to know what's...
But I've trusted you. And you want to know why I trusted you? Because I was working a yellow. Remember the yellow tint?
Oh, the yellows were great.
Tint, almost an aviator one time, and you loved them. And you told me how cool I look.
Yeah.
So now I know you'll tell both sides. So when you say I'm not crazy about those, yes, I got new ones. I go pick them up tonight.
And what do they look like? Can you give us a preview? Like, what's the style?
This is the thing. Like this apparently is the thing that pushes them to, hey, look at me. I need attention. I didn't know a little different colored nose, but that's what I've been told.
And so are these the new ones? Are they as thick though? Is it just the same thing but without that middle part?
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Well, and the glass is a little bit different. I mean, it's still a dark frame. It's typical, kind of an oval shape. It's not, triangles or something goofy. Yeah. I mean, glasses are basically glasses, but maybe just a little bit calmer. There's something about that thing in the middle.
I love it.
That really made something too trendy. Look, you're looking for attention. Okay, fine.
I was sure midlife crisis. I don't know what was going on. I just wasn't sure.
I'm not normally that guy, right? I make my own decisions,
right.
But no, I wanted people to like it. Maybe that was the 6-year-old little kid in me that used to wear glasses, but I needed something from my peers. I'm getting new glasses.
Will you tweet out a picture of you wearing the new glasses tonight? My
wife's going to film it, and we're going to put it on YouTube. Because they got to fit your face. Yeah, they do something with the ears. And I don't know that'll be a good video. My wife isn't normally a camera woman, but my point is, Harold, yes, I will show you the new glasses.
I like this. You've been great, by the way, on social media. You had a stretch of tweets recently where you were just, it was weird. I wasn't sure if you were coming after me and my job. They were very straight. There was no commentary. We're showing some of them. It's like, John Jones is moving to heavyweight. Cyril Gane has been announced as John. It was just very, what is going on here with these tweets? Francis Ngannou relinquished his title. That was it. Just straight.
Just
news.
A troll move. Just a troll move. Like later today, I'll announce that, Khabib is retired. Like just waiting until the news is no longer news, then put it out. And people thought it was funny. I thought you were going to ask me about my Jim Gray tweets.
Yes, that was next. That was okay.
I find him to be an extremely dishonest man. I find him to be an extremely unhonorable man. I do not like at all that he tried to take great athletes and give them a bump over the head. I mean, I watched what he did to Pete Rose. Pete thinks he's there to do a friendly interview. He's invited back to a ball game. His entire life has been turned upside down and shaken. He's going to do an interview with a guy he trusted in Jim Gray. Jim waits till they're live, and he humiliates Pete Rose, who already, this is like a guy getting out of jail, and then you throw stones at him. It's really a bad thing to do. But my problem with it And he did this to several people. But my problem with it is Jim didn't go get those interviews, Ariel. If you ever see me interview somebody, I lined that up. I contacted them. I brought in the cameras. I set the scene. I got the waivers. So if I want to go be rude to that guy, that's my guy. That's going to hurt my Rolodex and my reputation. But if this is what I want to do, go ahead and do it. The repercussions, right? That's the checks and balances. When Jim gets brought in by a different network and somebody else used their reputation there to get Pete there, somebody else brought the case, somebody else set the backdrop of Wrigley Field, somebody else did all of this, and he comes in and double crosses them. That's the part I didn't like. And I don't have a problem if you want to be confrontational with the guy. When you get brought into a boxing ring and you want to get mouthy with Floyd as a way of showing that you're somebody, when you got a check to be there and didn't set it up in the first place, it's a problem. And Jim Gray came out. I mean, this really was terrible stuff. It's terrible because it's dishonest. And he's got good men and women over at Fox News, right? Brian Kilmeade, who at one point in my life I would call a friend. To watch Brian be fooled by this guy, and there's Gray, and he's talking about Tom Brady's retirement. And Brian Kilmeade says, yeah, but Jim, is this one real? And Jim tells them, yeah. I mean, got real somber, Ariel. Got real somber, kind of like, the family and Jim got together, and they prayed, and they got their answer. It got real somber. It's real tough, and he just wanted Brian to know that football's hard, Ariel. It's hard. It's just not something that you can play. And at this point in Tom's life, he's going to move on. He doesn't know. None of us know. I'm the only one in all of sport. When Tom Brady retired the last time, when he was doing his parade, I tweeted out he's going to play next year. Only me. I didn't get credit for it. And now you have Jim, who's likely right. I could say the same thing, that this really is real. I get backed up by Tom, who's saying it. History says it's probably true, but the bottom line, he doesn't know. He's crossing his feet. He has no idea. He's not an expert. He's not an insider. And you won't have athletes vouch for the guy. You'll have athletes that say what I said, which is he is dishonest. I never agreed to interview with him. He never spoke to me. Somebody else got me there, and then he tried to embarrass me to make himself look good. That's the truth.
Where does this vitriol towards him come from?
Well, it has to do with you. I don't know how much I want to say. I feel like it's your story, but it has to do with you. It has to do with Conor McGregor. It has to do with New York and the bus accident. I mean, I have different things.
It has to do with me?
I kind of just laid it out.
Okay.
I told you that he's not setting up the interviews. He didn't ask Pete Rose to be there.
That. But you're really fired up. You take this personally. You tweet about him a lot. I know you tweeted about the Fox thing recently. So I wasn't sure if there was a personal thing that happened between you guys. I appreciate if it has anything to do with me. I mean, it just goes to show once again.
No, I just observed it. But it's just an underhanded thing to do. It's very underhanded.
By the way,
somehow got himself in the fight world, which is a very coveted crowd. I mean, we're very tough.
Yeah.
It really is hard to break in with us. You get a guy like him that we've allowed to break in purely out of niceness. I mean, I know that it's boxing. He's not a boxer. He doesn't know boxing. I know you more than anybody doesn't want to hear that. Don't tell me I can't cover it. But he wasn't in it. He wasn't a baseball player. He wasn't a football player. He wasn't a coach. He wasn't a cheerleader. He had nothing to do with anything. I would suspect he had a dad or an uncle that worked at a network that gave him the job because he's really quite talentless, but he's a liar on top of everything else. If I come out, I'll tell you all the time. I'll tell you I got felonies. I'll tell you I robbed banks. I will tell you the whole thing. I'm open about it. He is so dirty, he even makes a guy with a shady moral compass like me take a look at him and go, dude, you're dirty.
It says it. But by the way, I just wanted to let you, I don't know if you know this, he does host a serious show with Tom Brady. Did you know that?
I know he thinks that he does. I know that Tom in. I know that the one time that they had any kind of a question that was all tough, Tom Brady, who doesn't use profanity, used countless profanity.
Right, yeah, that was true.
I shouldn't call it countless. I can count to 2. My point is, no, I don't know how close those guys are. And you want to know the real truth? If Tom Brady knew what a charlatan, if Tom Brady heard what I just said right now, that's a charlatan who never even lined up those interviews, who someone else, everything he's ever done was work that someone else did, and he stood there and took the credit. Tom Brady knew that. He probably wouldn't be sitting with him. Gray has come out after all these years and made it look like he was there the day they created the Olympics, like he was there the day they decided a football was going to be out of pigskin. That is how he's presented himself. It's not true. It's just not true.
Speaking of interesting characters, do you mind if I ask about your good friend Douglas Crosby? You've had him on the podcast a couple of times over the past month and a half or so. What do we make of him? And do you think he ever judges a major fight ever again?
Yeah, I do think so. I think he could run this out a lot quicker than perhaps he thought. When you get in a storm like that, I mean, your world kind of stops, and you think everyone cares about it. You think everyone's thinking about it. You think there's no way out. Once you get through the storm, you look back and you realize, man, nobody even knew that was going on but me. So, but I mean, I only share that. I think in Douglas's world, it was bigger. I think this hurt his feelings. And I think he had the right for that to hurt his feelings, right? I mean, you come out and judge, these judges really don't get credit. They damn sure don't get money. But then when it goes the other way, like you might be able to live without the praise. But when you're taking heat and you can't defend yourself, I think it's probably a hard spot. I do think he judges again. We don't speak anymore, by the way.
Why?
I helped. Well, it has to do with this. I helped him get a message out.
Yeah.
He just came to do a podcast, and he didn't like how it was done. And that's it. He let me know that in a text, and now when I text him, it comes back green, which means he blocked me. And that's been a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Pretty hard to get this one back. It was such a small deal that if our friendship could be broken over him not liking what he said on a podcast, it's tough, man. I don't really know how you patch that boat, but I would listen if he wanted to apologize. I'd listen. I care about him.
Did you have him on a second time, though?
Yes, I had him on. And it's always tough, right? It's very tough to take somebody else's perspective. Like, just by example, there was a period of time where they had taken my license away. I was off of TV. I mean, there was a period of time where I was going to make $1 was a really challenging question. And I started a podcast. And so, but it became serious to me. And and I got very competitive, and it got very big. It also helped me to sustain. It was a big deal to me. And there's a team that comes with it. And there's a facility. And there's a studio. There's a lot of things that, to me, matter. So he comes on my podcast way back then. He begged to come on. I'm fine with that. But then when he comes on, he doesn't want to answer any questions, and he doesn't want to do MMA, and we're live. And then he even brings an assistant, Jim, and we end up talking about chocolate and strawberry ice cream. I mean, the whole thing got really weird, but it only bothered me from a perspective of, okay, you're showing me what you think about what I do and what I've created. You don't care and don't take it serious, but it's what I do, and I still owe this piece, and I put it out, and now it's terrible because of you. That bothered me. So we went many years where he didn't come back on. Then he pleads with me to come on. I said, man, you don't have to do this. He said, well, Ariel said something. I said, Douglas, I can get you in contact with Ariel. I'm sure Ariel would have you on. You can go even with him. I really do believe I can make that happen. He said, no, I don't want to go on. Let me do your show. Hey, are you sure about this? He wants to do it. So we come in. I don't do Zoom interviews. So I've got a new tech person here, and we're going to do Zoom. He comes on. The screen is black. I said, Douglas, I can't see you. He says, I'm not going to show my face. I said, Douglas, it's a YouTube show. He says, I don't have to show my face. There's another example on there on YouTube where they don't show the guy's face. Oh, God. Yeah. All right. So now when it gets to the producer, Ryan makes a decision and says, we're not going to sacrifice our integrity enough to have an interview with a blank screen. So we switch it over to audio only. And it's one of these things where I got to bring special people in. A special podcast. I come out on Wednesdays and Fridays. I bring this out on a Thursday. This was all for him. This all done for him, which he didn't take serious. And then he wasn't happy how it went. And it does try to tie back into Troy. And Troy also does podcasts for Weidman. So when there was an edit within the piece, Douglas had decided Troy was compromised through his relationship with Weidman, that I was part of it and that I was representing Ray Longo. And it was really hard to hear. Like I didn't have a response. It was such craziness. I said, I'm going to delete it now. And I did. I took it down. Not very many people heard it, but we haven't spoke since. That's just what happened.
Holy shit. I mean, in a way, you know I love you, right? I actually consider you one of my closest friends in this business. And you went so inside baseball there that I don't even think 99% of the audience knows anything that you like. They don't know Troy here. Right. I mean, Troy is the guy, my producer, ESPN, that works.
But the 1% will love that.
Yes, that was great. That was the Weidman thing. It was
right.
Tremendous. All right. Well, I guess
it was a big deal to me. I mean, Douglas is a big part of my company. He's a big part of my social life. I mean, I go all day. We're visiting, and for him to just decides unilaterally. I had some business things with his son, but they went really well. It was in crypto. I'm pretty good at crypto. I mean, they were getting some pretty big checks. That all got cut off. A relationship with his mother, with his girlfriend, they all took his side. It's like, guys, you can't be rational enough to tell him this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. First off, you don't know why that was edited. Second off, you don't know whose call it was. But in the most salacious of circumstances, it couldn't be bad. in your most creative and salacious of circumstance, why that audio was edited. It couldn't be bad. Could be all the way down to a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate, but it couldn't be bad. You couldn't even create a scenario where it was nefarious, ended a 15-year friendship.
That's crazy. He'll
That's
come
not
back.
cool.
Yeah, no. I mean, I always thought it was kind of weird that you were friends with him to begin with, if I'm being honest, but maybe it's for the best. Sorry.
I tell you, I thought it was deeper, though. You wonder
Yeah.
why I was there for him in his hard times? I thought the relationship was deeper.
And
Yeah.
there's no one more loyal. There's no one more loyal than you.
I started coming back on green. It's like, oh, he's blocked me.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry about that. On a positive note, and I won't keep you much longer, I promise, but I do want to ask you about Saturday. What was that like being among, some people who you idolize, right? I mean, there's Randy in there, there's legends there who were before your time. To be a part of that scene, to be in there, I was a little bit critical. I thought you guys should have come out first. I thought, I don't know if you saw that, I thought they should have done like a whole pride thing. But in the end, it was beautiful, hence the reason why I want it up there forever. What was it like for you?
Well, I love the suggestion you just had. That was all done by Coker. He didn't have like a producer, a director, a creative arm doing it. He all of that was done by, he's the one that called each and every one of us, got us in that section. He personally walked over. He personally said, here's when you're going to go in. So I only share that because he'd probably really like that idea you just said. That would be pretty cool. And for me, yeah, it was great. Yeah, those are the guys that I look up to, So yeah, to be there with Dan and be there with Randy and be able to share that moment, I was a big wrestling fan before I was a fight fan. So I followed Mark Coleman. I followed him all, to the Olympic Games in 1992. So to be there, and I sat right next to Matt Hughes, I got to catch up a lot. By the way, Matt, it's not a way to say this that's overly sensitive, so forgive me in advance. I got to tell you, Errol, he's great. I mean, he can think. Like, it might take him a second to get it. He's doing really good from a mental standpoint. Cool. I was talking about the Midlands back in 1994, weight classes, opponents, scores. He remembered it all. And I thought that was cool. I think that people would like to hear that. When I text with Matt, right back to you, it's all spelled correctly. Yeah, his mind is doing a lot better than I think some of the reports said.
Any is it like kind of wild, like how did I end up here? Do you have a moment like that? Like, these are the guys, these are the legends. And I know for a minute, like maybe you thought that, oh, do I belong here? You do belong here, or there. And if there was a Hall of Fame, you would be in the Hall of Fame. But I'm wondering if there's any part of you that has like this sort of like, because I know the way you think, an imposter syndrome where you're like, do you feel that way, or do you puff your chest out and you're like, no, F yeah, I do belong among these guys?
No, I felt that way.
Okay.
I felt like, whoa, this is really the class of the who's who. And, those that were kind of the same age, their opportunity came first. So their career and lives in the sport kind of came before mine. I think we all as humans tend to look to the guys that came before us and think that they're better. So, yeah, I do look at those guys. Those were the guys whose tapes I was watching. Those were the guys I was trying to break down. But I have had those moments in my career, Errol. Being with a walk that I always admired, and then I'm right here with the same walk. And it is awesome. Quite frankly, when that happens, it's awesome.
Can I ask you about something that has been on my mind? And some people get mad when I bring this up, but you love it and I love it. And we love this part of the game. We had a little bit of a debate a few months back about who's the best promoter in combat sports, and you maintain it's still Dana White, and I respect you for that opinion. I mean, do you know where I'm going with this?
I don't know, but the mere fact that you would phrase the question like possibly it's not Dana White, I do find funny. But please finish your point, and then I'll ridicule you. Go ahead.
On the dais, Saturday night, people want to offer a million excuses. Oh yeah, big fight on Saturday in Perth, Western Australia. Forgets Islam's name, the supposed number 2 pound for pound, forgets his name, then is on the McAfee show yesterday, doesn't say his name. I don't know if this is personal or not, because Islam, criticized the promotion or that lack thereof. But this is, I mean, come on. Where's the passion? Where's the fire? This is the reason why, like, these guys need the fire, right? They're not household names. I don't buy for a second that this is going to, she said this is challenging a Conor fight in terms of pay-per-view sales. It's not. There's no way. It's maybe my most anticipated fight of the first quarter, but there's no way, just because, they're not the biggest names, and they would tell you that themselves. How could you defend this? How could you defend this type of lack of promotion?
And I think this topic ties in with your last one. I think Dana is as guilty as what you suggested that I do, where you end up in a situation and don't quite know where you fit in. He forgets he's the boss. He forgets he's the most powerful. He forgets that his words could hurt somebody while they're, he's like, well, you said it about me, I didn't care. It's like, yeah, but the positions are different. He misses that. I mean, he's just a street kid from Boston on the inside. He does forget that sometimes, and I share that with you because I don't think that he had to argue. Went on Jim Rome and he argued against Maklachev's statement that it was being under-promoted. And Dana really laid a case out. I mean, that offended him. You're acting as though I wouldn't do my job. It offended him. Go, no, Dana, wait a minute. First off, we don't really know what Makhachev said or meant, right? That's through interpreters. Second, and I think maybe even more importantly is it wasn't a direct insult, but that's how Dana took, this is a destination fight and I bring this together and somehow I'm not doing my end of it. And I don't know that what Makhachev was wrong from his perspective. I mean, I can tell you here in Oregon where I live, we have not promoted the fight. Now on a national scale we have, and Dana argued that on an international scale was more where it was and that Makhachev was stuck in a Dagestan gym. I wouldn't know the difference, but I think what Makhachev said was helpful. I mean, it got us talking about it days later. There's nothing more helpful in press than something that has a carryover effect. So I thought he could have taken it a different way. It surprised me that he really wanted to defend that.
But by the way, it's not 1991. If he's in a gym in Dagestan or in an igloo in Antarctica, we all have a phone, and this is the way fights are promoted these days. YouTube channels, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. So to say, oh, he doesn't know what we're doing over here, what is that? Like, what is it going to be on? It's going to be on the CBS channel this evening at 11 o'clock. They're going to run a promo. Like, what is he talking about? That's how fights are promoted. Here, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, social media. So I just thought the excuse or the retort was a little bit flat. And in fact, if I'm Islam, I'm actually a little bit more offended by that excuse. What, in Dagestan, I can't gauge whether or not this is being promoted? If you look at their feed right now, 75% is about some slap league, right? It's more about slap league than it is about 284 and Islam and Volk.
I'll share this that your audience might find interesting, but Dana will talk before fights about how this is trending, where this is going to go. This is going to be the biggest ever. Just to share some of those numbers, that's not just an opinion or see how many likes and comments there are, though likes and comments are helpful. There's also something called commercial sales. Now, a commercial sale would be a local bar that's going to hold the event. So they got to go through Johan Promotions. They got to order that early. They can't order it the night of, like a fight fan at home can just push it. They got to order it early. So then you track your commercial sale. Oh, wow. We've got more than ever, or we're in third most in ever. I'm just sharing with you where the promoter does start to have a good idea. Only Dana knows how quick that venue sold out. Only Dana knows if they had to adjust ticket prices, if they gave them to DJs, or if they sold them and they sold them in advance. So I'll just share with you, there are some trends that you really can follow. Can't remember a time that Dana White has bluffed. So for him to come out and say this is trending to be a top 5 fight ever, could even compete with Conor. Conor's got records 1 through 10, just so you understand. And the first 3, he came in and beat himself. So they only do a 10 list, but he's got them all. He got those after I retired, though. I should tell you, I had a couple of them. He came in, though, and so Dana does have a pretty good basis. And if Islam didn't have that and Dana got defensive and want to correct it to Rome, he's just a human. I don't know that he was wrong.
Love you. One of your all-time great appearances, except for saying you can't remember the last time Dana White bluffed. I mean, he literally just said Francis Ngannou was scared of John Jones, among 1,000 other things over the past few months. But other than that line, I thought you were on. I thought this was an A+ appearance. Am I wrong?
You're suggesting that Dana White, who has won 14 out of 14 Man of the Year awards, the same award that you, my friend, are 13.
13.
It's not greatly a debate. He just happens to be the best at this. I wish that you wouldn't look silly.
It's not a legacy. I'm not talking about legacy.
Audience knew that you were fair and objective.
It's not a legacy title right now. I'm saying who right now is the best. It's like if I say right now Alex Volkanovski is the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world, it doesn't take anything away from Anderson Silva or Fyodor or GSP. I'm talking about right now. There was once a time where that was the case. It's no longer the case. And this is example 3,498.
I get the distinction. I understand your point, and I stand with DW.
I told Mysterious Frank, my audio guy, beforehand, I was like, can you count how many times Chael, because you're the only person I know that does this, and it's why I love you, physically, manually crosses your leg. You're the only person I know that actually physically has to cross his own line. How many times do you think he did it, Frank,
17.
today? 17 is the count. 17 times in this spot. This is one of the many reasons why we love you. Check out Chael Sonnen, his YouTube channel, you know it. The podcast, you know it. The Instagram, the Twitter. Still not following me, by the way, all these years later. You don't follow anyone. You don't even look at your DMs.
Hey, I'm going to send you my glasses tonight, by the way. All right, I feel like you've been trying to get rid of me. Goodbye, turkey. My attorney will be in touch.
There he is. I love it. I love it. I mean, is there anything better than that? I wish I can hug this guy. Is there anything better than Chael P. Sonnen? Chael P. on a Wednesday? I mean, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. There's nothing... There's very few things I enjoy more in this life right now than talking to that guy. And I will say this, I don't know about all the stuff that he was talking about with his friend Douglas Crosby, but honestly, you could say what you want. I know maybe he's not everyone's cup of tea and all that stuff. I have not met a more loyal friend than Chael Sonnen in my life. That guy is as solid as can be as far as friendship and loyalty. Trust me. Take my word. And I've spoken a little bit about this over the years. That guy is unbelievable in terms of loyalty. Next level. So great stuff. We hit a lot there. Wow. We covered a lot. Just tremendous. It's one of my regrets from my time at ESPN that show was just on ESPN Plus. So international viewers couldn't watch it. But it was that every week. It was that every week. Maybe one day the band will get back together on an official basis. Let me answer the last two questions, and then we'll get to all the weekend stuff, if that's okay. Thank you very much to all our guests. Let's go to our boy, Abe. Abe. Hello, Ariel. He didn't say your boy, Abe. Oh, he says that at the end. My bad. A couple quick ones today. Firstly, with both Leon versus Usman and Pereira versus Izzy, who has the more adjustments to make him mentally more to overcome? The guy that knows he won / dominated the majority of the fight but still got finished, or vice versa, the guy who lost large parts but knows that he has the equalizer? It's 100% Izzy. Izzy also has the 2 previous losses. Leon, as he said on the show, no elements, got the confidence, finished him. Usman's actually battling more going into that fight because he just got knocked out. So in this case, what you're presenting, it's 100% Izzy. Secondly, what's next for the African Kings if they lose again? Ironically, both losing clears the way for an Usman jump to 85, I suppose. Although, I mean, there's other killers up there too, and who says that he's going to be as effective at 85, especially if he's relying on wrestling. We know he wants to go up because he has been talking about fighting Jan when he was 205 champ. Always thought that was very, very silly. So I feel he'd fancy a fight against Pereira at 85. You're going to see a lot of wrestlers who feel like they fancy a fight versus Pereira. But I mean, he's freaking terrifying. You got to still get him down and then keep him down, not get hit first. Lastly, to answer a point from last week, if Izzy wins, they should try to make Izzy versus Dricus du Plessis in Africa. That's not a bad shout. South Africa versus Nigeria. Not a bad shout. What do you and the boys think? Much love, your boy, Bay. Yeah, love that. Not a bad shout at all. Last one, Chris Gardner. G'day, Ariel. What is the absolute cutoff to the minute you and the mates feel comfortable entering these before their closing time? Interesting. A restaurant. Well, it depends if we're taking out or sitting. I guess an hour, right? You need an hour? No, I feel like you could do it in 30 minutes. I mean, it really depends. When it's a restaurant before closing time, it really depends on the restaurant. They're the ones who tell you if there's enough time or not. Retail store, I could get it done in 5 minutes, retail store. Grocery store is an interesting one because I feel like when I go to the grocery store, I go for one thing and then I end up with 400 things. And so I have to resist the urge to not get all. If you're going for a singular reason and there's 5 minutes left and I need, apples, bananas, milk, whatever, then cool. If I'm going just to peruse and do like a full shopping, then yeah, you can't go with 5 minutes left. I actually thought that what he was going to ask me was the cutoff for a birthday wish. What do you guys think is the cutoff for a birthday wish? I say 10 a.m. Is that psychotic behavior?
10 a.m. seems aggressively early.
I say if you...
You're saying anything after 10 a.m., it's just like, shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't even have wished it.
Now look, I appreciate the effort, but it goes a long way. You wake up to that text because then that person puts you in their calendar. You're top of mind. One of the first things they did on that morning.
No, they're getting it out of the way because they don't want to think about it for the rest of the day.
By the way, totally appreciate that as well.
So at midnight, 11:59. Hey, I hope you had a good birthday.
Oof, that is brutal.
That's best.
That is brutal. Really?
No,
You're one of
I
those?
do it first thing in the morning because the anxiety is too much. I'm like, whatever, it's your birthday here. I've acknowledged it. Can we move on?
And how do you feel about the text versus the phone call?
I prefer the text, but unfortunately with some family members, you have to call them.
For me, it's just mom, dad, grandparents, phone call, even brothers. And it just, we talk all the time. What do we need a whole phone call? We don't need a whole State of the Union address on your life. They don't want to give it. More often than not, you don't want to hear it. So you just, you get on with it. Hey, man.
Yeah, to that point.
Yes?
I'm soft and weak and I still do it, but I kind of prefer don't even text me.
Wow.
And I'm not texting you.
Oh, that's okay. That's messed up,
man.
The worst is when you're
I don't even mind the phone calls.
when you're celebrating
Don't
somebody's
call
birthday
me.
with them, and they're like, "Oh, I have to take this call." Someone's. It's like Rio. They're not here. Like we're here. Turn the phone off.
That to me is weird. Like I really like the idea, especially when it's an old friend, a high school friend. Well, I guess there's two POVs. The old friend feels great, and then the work friend, it's like, oh, this person actually cares about me. So I don't know, like, how could you feel that way?
They're doing it to conform to social conventions that I don't think are necessary.
What is the social
we
convention?
can eliminate that.
Wishing
Don't really care.
a happy birthday to your friend is a social convention?
You see somebody in person, you say happy birthday, different, right? I'm here with you. We're celebrating. It makes sense. The text is just because you're expecting the text. They're only doing the text because you're expecting the text. How good does it make them really feel?
I disagree. If it's one of my close friends, I want to talk to them and wish them a happy birthday.
That's
day of
fine.
celebration.
So-
they feel special. You want to make them feel special.
Kind of like going to Alamo Draft House. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Frank?
Frank's trying to unearth. Frank's trying to unearth some things. All for it, Connor. If it makes you feel good, go for it. I personally don't need it. Don't need it. Thanks, but no thanks. Don't need it.
I appreciate it.
What about
I'll
from
cross you off the calendar?
No, I'm not doing that. What about a parent?
What about it?
My parents are going to call me, like whether I want them to or not.
Oh,
so are my brothers.
No, that feels good and all, but like I'm wondering from your Rick's perspective, you call your parents, right?
If I feel like it.
Hey, thanks for birthing me. Happy birthday.
What? If you feel like it.
Look, if I'm at their house and it's their birthday, great. Let's talk. Let's chop it up.
Gift? Do you send a gift or anything?
See, gift is different. There's
a gift replaces
that.
a happy birthday. A gift completely replaces a happy birthday.
I think you're expected to do both.
By the way,
like,
I'm
not playing that
flowers,
game.
my dad something.
I'm a big fan of the no gift. I don't need a gift. Don't give me a gift.
Oh, I'm opposite.
Oh yeah, see, I actually agree with Rick here. I think the gift goes much further than an empty happy birthday text.
I'm a big gift giver. I love
especially
giving
if
gifts.
it shows up the day of.
Gift is so much pressure.
Oh yeah.
What if it's a gift from Amazon and you paid extra for them to wrap it?
Yeah, $5.
Because I've
care.
done it. I don't know. Like it feels like you're drop
any
shipping.
sort of gift, even if it's a $5 trinket, it goes further than an empty text message.
See, okay, so Connor, now you added the word empty. See, now we're cooking with fire here because this is my position. It has been conditioned into you to make this feel significant. Give them a gift, see them in person. These are the nice touches. These are the things that show thoughtfulness. The HBD text.
I've actually received those. I've received a yo HBD before. I'm just like,
skip.
This is pointless.
That's whack.
Yeah.
No, that's whack. But I don't do that.
Yep.
I try to be sincere. I'll say like I hope it's a wonderful year ahead.
I'm the same.
Just something like that. And HBD is whack. I mean, don't
Thinking
even
of
bother.
you today, man. Like I hope you have a great day.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
You got to send
it.
the more sincere one. Yeah.
Send them a gift.
You know what's funny about the gift thing? I don't want to receive any gifts, and I don't necessarily want to give anyone any gifts. But when
this feels like the latter is more important to you. You don't mind receiving gifts, but you definitely don't want to have.
I feel like that's a little unfair.
I would actually see Ariel's the other way around.
But I will say this: I go freaking all out for my kids' gifts. I mean, they get like 10.
I mean, that's a whole nother.
But I mean, that's just. In fact, I was even having a conversation with my wife. My son's birthday is next week, and I was like, "Hey, what are we getting? What are we getting Walter for his birthday?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." And I was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. I already got 10 gifts in the freaking attic waiting for him." You know, like I just go nuts.
How you set up just to slam dunk her on how terrible.
Wow, that's messed up. That's messed up. Dad of the year.
Yeah, that's right. Dad of the year. Maybe not husband of the year. But yes, I was. I was very proud this year in particular. I'm very excited about the gifts. But yes, I love giving them gifts. Anyone else, to me, I think the text means just as much. The thinking. By the way, you have to admit, a 7:30 a.m., 8 a.m. text on the morning of the birthday, someone's like, "Oh, damn, Ariel really likes me."
I do agree with that. I also think there's levels to the phone call too. Like if you're not that close with the person and like you see them calling you, you're like, why? Like, do we need to do this? But like if it's your good friend, then I look for it.
Doesn't even happen.
I don't want to think about all these. I don't want to think about all these things and factor in all this nonsense. I'm opting out. I'm good. No call, no text. Enjoy the gift.
Conscientious
Here's
observer.
where I'll side with you, Rick. Unless I am really close with the person, I feel no guilt about missing someone's birthday.
Yes.
If it's just one of my even just friends, like I will only feel guilty if it's a family member or a very close friend if I miss their birthday.
If your friendship can't survive not seeing the happy birthday text, that ain't a friend. Sorry.
If there's a super tight, long history, I mean.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. No, I'm just.
If I'm very close with them, then yeah, I'll feel guilty.
I'll feel guilty, or I'll feel some sort of way if they don't write to me. No, just to write. I don't want. I just want what's up?
Yeah, I want to say it doesn't bother me, but yeah, like
sounds like you're on one extreme, I'm on the other. Connor's somewhere in the middle, and Frank is mysterious as always. So
can we talk?
Frank just wants us to go to Alamo Draft House with him.
Can we quickly talk about the FaceTime call? The FaceTime call is weird, right?
Yeah. That's like a grandparent thing.
I completely disagree. I think FaceTime is like at both end of the spectrum. I think very young people do it, and I think very old people do it. Love FaceTimes.
What's the context? You mean just a random FaceTime call or related to happy birthday?
This is happy birthday is one thing. Like the FaceTime happy birthday call from a non-parent is just completely insane. Completely insane. But there are
you just mean a random FaceTime.
Yes, there are some people who want to face. I'm like, no, I don't want to FaceTime right now. I really don't. I want nothing.
Well, if you have something, remember, I had to FaceTime you one time to show you something.
But that's not a birthday.
You were like, oh God, what is this? A FaceTime? Really, just taking a big leap in the.
He literally says it every time you call.
Did I say that? I think that's unfair. I was in the car. I was all sweaty and shit. Wasn't I in the car when you FaceTime me?
Yeah. But it was necessary. I needed to.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I would have sent you a Snapchat, but
listen.
If you need to show,
yes. But if you just want to talk, I will say this: a lot of fighters like to do it, and they want to FaceTime. I'm like, God, I don't really want to FaceTime.
With my friends, I may FaceTime first, and then if you don't answer,
I called Ariel this morning.
I love FaceTime.
Yeah, you did call me this morning.
I'm like, I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. And what do you say?
You did.
Yeah, it is a bad time. And I'm like, all right, I can call you back.
I'm a phone call and FaceTime over text person for sure.
There was a period in my life.
Let's talk.
And when it relates to work, I don't know if it's PTSD. Anyone who calls me, just want to let you guys know, and I would say this to New York Rick all the time, especially in the ESPN era, I suspect it's bad news. It's
Does it go the other way around too, though?
Like today, I thought you were calling me to tell me you're not coming in or something.
Oh, that would be bad news for you.
Yeah, of course it would be bad news. Who the hell?
Clearly, we would have a
screw up
contingency
my
plan.
microphone.
Oh wow, wow! I'm gonna turn this one down.
No, but I mean, 100%. Expect the worst.
So if I see Ariel Helwani pop up on my phone, I should start sweating.
I'm not the one who is
the bearer of bad
news.
news.
I'm not that guy. I mean, I'm just sometimes just checking in. But I have been programmed to think that if it's work related. It's bad news.
Let me give you a counterpoint or a devil's advocate for that.
Sure.
If you had been getting more calls from people and answering them and enjoying answering them that weren't bad news, you wouldn't assume that every call you get is bad news.
Are these people calling me on my birthday? Are these people even calling me on my birthday so I could break that habit? Probably not.
Sounds like you got a call from Frank. It sounds like you got a call from Connor. I mean,
Frank didn't call me on my birthday.
Of course,
not on your birthday. I'm just saying
to you. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Calling you in general.
But I'm just saying, if Frank is the guy who's calling me for this and that, then yes, I'm like, oh, this is just another call. But he isn't. He's calling me when there's bad news.
What was the bad news this morning, Frank? Tell us.
It doesn't matter, but I needed a timely answer.
By the way, Frank, was it good
bad news?
Was it good or bad?
It was mediocre.
There you go.
All right, you know what? You've been confirmed, Ariel. I can't argue against it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone who has sent in questions. We're going to do the Parlay Pals for the first time ever without one New York Rick in a moment. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Yeah. I feel like we're going back to the 70s with this one, Frank.
This is the same music we played while we played darts.
This is the music?
Yeah.
Oh, God. By the way, we can't use the darts theme song as the ad read
Well,
song.
you didn't like the theme song, so now it's an ad song.
Okay, well, now that I've heard it, I like it, but I don't think it should run. It's giving me anxiety. This playing for 6 minutes or whatever the thing is?
Best dart game I've seen you play yet.
That's true. That's a good point. Oh, so you didn't do it for the first, you did it for the second. I get what you're saying. 284. It's this weekend. It's in Perth, Western Australia. 2 title fights. Well, 1 official title fight, 1 interim, but, you know, no one really has to know. It's Islam Makhachev against Alex Volkanovski for the 155-pound title. It's the 145-pound champion. Could you imagine if you're someone who's watching this show and doesn't know about this at this point? It's Volkanovski, the 45-pound king, going up to 55 to try to snatch that belt away from the Dagestani great Islam Makhachev. Also, it's Yair Rodriguez, versus Josh Emmett for the interim featherweight title. It all goes down this Saturday. Normal time, by the way, although the weigh-ins are at 6 p.m. Eastern. Did you guys know that? The weigh-ins are at 6 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Crazy. Place to be is DraftKings Sportsbook for all your MMA action. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC. New customers, by the way, can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. And if the excitement of the UFC 284 card isn't your thing, and I can't imagine if you're watching your show it isn't, but if you want to maybe get a little more action in your life, this Sunday is the Super Bowl. I don't know if you know that. Big game. Chiefs and Eagles. Massive game. Get in on all the action over at DraftKings Sportsbook. So download the app right now. Use the code TheMMAHour. New customers can bet $5 on UFC 284 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook. Very important. Use the code TheMMAHour. 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 Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Here we are. Oh, look at this. What is that?
It's an Australian corcat, is what it said.
Weird.
Yeah, they swing it and it knocks the bugs out.
Oh my
Got
God.
the flag in the back.
This is amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
I've never seen this before. Have you ever seen this, New York Rick?
No, but I immediately want one.
It's
I dig that.
incredible. So there's
I mean,
bugs. So it's like for people out and about in the outback.
Yeah, that's what it said on Google. Yeah, you turn your head and it knocks the bugs away with the corks. Yeah, I mean, I hope that it's really a real thing.
I know,
don't get
and
hit
not
up
just-
and everyone's like, yeah, we haven't used those since like 1942.
Can I tell you guys something? When I was in Melbourne, Australia,
Nice, you sound like a local.
not to be confused with Melbourne, as you tourists like to say, for the Ronda Rousey Holly Holm fight, UFC 193, November of 2015, I have never been subjected to more flies in my life. The amount of flies that were in that city was like an infestation. So this feels like
Let's
something.
get you one of these. And I mean, look at this. It's branded. I mean, oh wow, the lights really.
Yeah.
It says Australia on it, although
Australia, kangaroo. It's got the shape of it.
Feels a
I mean,
little on the
it's-
nose.
Yeah,
Pretty
it
great.
does feel like what? The brand is Australia? That's the brand?
Like the corks weren't a dead giveaway that this is from
Great.
Australia.
I mean, would you know that it was an Australian thing?
Yeah, I mean, with the flag.
Yeah, I guess with the flag.
Drinking flat whites all week.
Yeah. So do we have all the things for the watch party set? Like all the
Oh yeah, I've had them. I've been staring at them.
oh my
The
god.
Bundabergs, the Tim Tams, the Vegemite.
What's a Bundaberg?
It's like a ginger beer.
Ginger beer. Wow.
Yeah, got flamed. I don't know if you picked up on it. I personally was being kind of sarcastic about the Foster's last week.
I picked up on it.
It's kind of an American-based beer.
I did not pick up on that.
Oh man, yeah. I got quite a few messages letting me know that
People were upset.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Though it is, I mean, a direct translation, Foster's is Australian for beer.
Oh, from that commercial. Foster's Australian for beer.
Yeah, there you go. No, it is not. It is not. They say no one drinks it there. So
What's worse, saying that or saying that you're going to have like a traditional Australian meal and you're going to go to the Outback Steakhouse?
I don't know. I've done both. So
Is the Outback Steakhouse
no,
Australian?
No, it's American as it gets.
No, but is it supposed to be Australian?
Yeah. It's an American-based Australian cuisine.
What is Australian cuisine?
Casual.
Well, from the times I've been there, that's like a steak.
Steaks and blooming onions.
Mm.
In Foster.
It is not Australia.
Have any of you ever been to Australia?
No, but I want to go incredibly bad. Bucket list.
I was there for UFC 243. I was in Sydney.
Oh, I'm so
This
jealous.
guy. Oh, that was Robert Whitaker and Izzy.
Yep.
By the way, how do we feel about Whitaker and Khamzat?
Love it. Love it.
I actually reached out to Khamzat, by the way.
Injected into the veins.
Yes,
Let's go.
Get Hamza a fight, man.
I was I wanted to
Against
know.
Whitaker too. Sign me up. Love both those guys.
No, nothing. I asked
Just
him.
get Hamzat a damn fight. Who cares who it's against?
Whitaker responded today, supposedly, and said that he's down for it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Speaking to Submission Radio. Shout out to those guys.
Yeah.
Shout out to Submission Radio. Yeah. Love it. Love that fight.
All right, guys. It's time to make our picks. New York Rick, how do you feel about being the odd man out?
Are we
Do you want my real answer or my fake answer?
Are we gonna get the Zoom ding?
I want both.
Early this week.
Yeah, you're just out. You're not even sticking around to see what we pick. You couldn't.
I mean, I'll stick around
you have to
if you guys
stay.
want me to, but it's nice to not have to think about this.
Wow.
Great.
Yeah, I love when my
Wow.
friends say stuff like that.
Yeah.
Take a little vacation.
Doesn't text on
Oh, no,
birthday and then pieces out on a parlay. I get it.
Don't worry, I'll be rooting for you guys, but
Sure.
just not my problem for now.
I was involved in all of the parlay picks while I was mysterious franked.
What do you mean you were involved in them?
I mean, it was still here.
You took one of them
No.
just to try and spite us, and then
Just don't go.
You mean
anywhere.
involved as in like you
Like I was
bet
on
them?
the show, yeah.
Well, I mean, you were sitting right over there.
right.
Where are you
I mean,
gonna
I had
go?
the choice.
What are you gonna
I'm
tune us
here,
out?
Frank. I don't know if you know, like I'm looking at the camera right now. I'm right here.
Hi, Rick.
Enjoy.
All right, let's do it.
Some good picks.
Let's do it.
let's. Yeah. There's the randomizer.
Oh, that was it?
No,
That's
Oh.
super quick this time.
Hasn't been randomized yet.
Okay.
The old yeah.
Wait a minute.
Is that your job?
I mean, it was.
I mean, you weren't doing anything. I don't know what's
It's not moving. It's just a
Now
static
my
image.
computer froze.
Oh my
Quick, let's
dear.
blame Frank for
Greases
this
the
one too. Yeah.
randomizer.
Well, I mean, that is.
Reconnect to the internet.
Oh gosh.
I mean, there's three of us. I think we can.
I mean, this is a disaster right now. I mean,
Do you want to just go with that?
shout out to Wave, the internet here at Vox.
You just say the name of the SSAT.
And, yeah, this is just
Just go with that order, whatever that was.
all right.
It's Connor Ariel.
Ariel Frank.
Oh man,
I love it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and complain about it.
Frank, how do you feel about that?
I mean, it is what it is.
All right, let's see.
I think Frank's got a few. I mean, I'll kick us off. This is quite simple. I mean, we don't need to make a whole show of this. It's easy. It's on the shirt.
Oh, that was the one I was going.
Man.
Damn it!
Shout out to the man Jack Della, Don Giacomo.
That was my pick.
Minus 325. There it is.
That was my pick, Frank.
Oh man, what are you gonna pick now?
Now are we gonna go through the whole card?
That was my pick.
Are you
be
gonna
honest
ask
with you.
the chat?
You go, Frank.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go.
What's so funny?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Why are you laughing? Are you nervous?
A little bit. Jack Jenkins.
Okay, why?
Why am I picking Jack Jenkins?
Yeah,
Because
I don't understand what's happening.
I'm sorry.
Why is he laughing so much?
I'm not allowed to laugh.
Okay.
So let's go back to you now.
Okay, you're going with Jack
This
Jenkins.
angle here.
That is a good angle.
Yeah, I like that.
Jack Jenkins, who last I checked is a minus 360 going up against Don Shanis, who's a plus 295. You really like this pick, Frank.
Perfect pick.
This is your pick.
That's the pick. Were you hoping that I would take longer for you, or
No, I just wanted some sort of explanation as to why you're going with him, but apparently you don't want to offer one.
Ariel, if you really want JDM, I got a prop I can throw out there.
What is it? Just curious.
Jimmy Crute, Alonzo Menafield doesn't go to a decision.
These make me so nervous. I hate these.
I mean, the Derek Lewis Spivak one was just kicking up material.
I am leaning towards Tyson Pedro at home, but Modestus is back.
Modestus is back.
Shortened notice ish. Tyson Pedro's looked good. Is there any boxing I could do? I'm usually good on those. because the odds are so big.
Yeah, I think Ray Vargas is fighting, but you're not going to.
Oh, that's a big one.
I know you can't pick a Super Bowl pick.
Imagine. What? By the way, what are the odds in the Jimmy Crute fight? Oh, wow. Minus 190, huh? It's a close one. I was just trying to make some conversation to buy me some time here.
Yeah, pick it up on.
I will just say to you,
Yeah.
if Alonzo Menifield and Jimmy Crute doesn't go to a decision, I'll let it hang over your head. I just offered it out there.
Okay. I am, push comes to shove, going to go with... Wait, I just want to look at one quick thing here. Why? What's
I don't know why this is...
there was one guy, I just wanted to look at what this guy has done as of late. One particular fighter. Should I say his name? I mean, there's no one else, right? Let's be honest. There's a lot of sort of lesser known talent here.
That actually is true. If you go on UFC.com and you look at the card, there is like probably 5 or 6 where it's just the shadow figure.
Yeah.
And they don't even have the picture up.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards either Jamie Malarkey against Francisco Prado. Prado's undefeated, but Malarkey, fighting at home has looked good as of late. The loss to Jalen Turner, nothing to, hang your head about. Or
close one against Michael Johnson.
Clayton Rodriguez against Shannon Ross. Hate going against an Australian in Australia.
Don't mind Clayton. Not one bit.
You like that one better?
I'm not gonna make the pick for you. I bet on Clayton.
Hate going against Rick. I mean, can you help me out here? Do you got anything for me? I hate going against an Australian.
God bless.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, you know what? I think I got it. I'm just looking at the prop right here. Oh, I got it. Wait, can I do the main event over 1.5?
Yeah.
What is that?
Absolutely. Main event over 1.5. That gets minus 320. Gets our parlay to minus 119. There it is.
The DraftKings folks are gonna love this.
Bingo.
They're going to be joining the parlay with us.
Oh yeah, DraftKings is gonna love this. We were hoping for a little plus.
Okay, that's my pick. Over 1.5. I was gonna go crazy and pick Volkanovski, but
okay, nice. So we got JDM, we got Jack Jenkins, and we got over 1.5. I like that.
All right.
I like that. That's
there it is. Now, what about your full picks?
My full picks. Let me bring them up, and we can dive right in as I readjust the screen here. We're really having a lot of technical issues.
What's happening over there?
We're down in the outback. We're losing service. You know how it is.
I am from the land down under.
All right. We're ready now. Let's dive right in.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Oh,
we
yes.
got to do the special graphics for it. And we will start. You mentioned Jamie Malarkey going up against Francisco Prado. I think this one is going to be fantastic. I mean, Malarkey comes in and chucks him. Like, last 4 fights, either he has gotten knocked down or his opponent has knocked him down. 3 of them ended in KOs. I mean, just like going back and watching some of his fights, I was on him against Devontae Smith. The way that he just came back, melted him to get that finish. I mean, it was just fantastic. Francisco Prado, watch a little bit of his tape. You talk about Jeez Louise. I mean, dude comes in, finishes on the mind, 11-0. You mentioned it. 8 of those coming in the first round. Never seen the scorecards before. Hits hard. He's got a pretty dangerous ground game. Only problem I have with him, he has fought pretty low level of competition in Samurai Fight House in Argentina. This is a big step up for him against Jamie Malarkey. Maybe he's just that good. Maybe he comes in and finishes Malarkey in the first round like he has to most of his opponents, or maybe the step up in competition is too big and he gets finished by Malarkey. Either way, I see someone getting finished here. Combined between them, 31 professional fights, 27 of them have gone under the 2.5, and you're going to give me minus 145 on that? I will take that gladly. Moving on. You almost picked them. Clayton Rodriguez. Not a ton to explain here. It's a flyweight fight. Undefeated on the year. A lot of people coming at me about the road to UFC flyweight fight. Not a real UFC fight. UFC fights flyweight unders. Stay undefeated. 4-0. Shout out to Tatsuro Taira. So we will be taking the under in this one. I also did take Clayton Rodriguez money line. Shannon Ross. He lost on Dana White Contender Series. Appendicitis, ruptured appendix, serious injury. Didn't make a good showing for himself. But even beyond that, I'm not overly impressed with him. I think Clayton Rodriguez bounces back from the loss to CJ Vergara, gets it done, and I think he gets it done by finish. Next up, Oh, man. Doesn't get much better than this.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to my man, Double P's, Parker Porter, Parker Porker, coming in here, repping New Britain, Connecticut, flying all the way down under to rep New Britain, Connecticut. I used to be a resident there, repping Hartford, repping the 860. You know all about that. Here's what I'll say. 3-2 so far in the octagon. All 3 wins coming by way of decision. Justin Tafa, he loses by decision when he fights in the octagon. Some stats for you about Parker Porter. Top 10 heavyweight division all-time strikes landed per 15 minutes, and he put on a top 5 heavyweight division performance in significant strikes landed in a fight when he put on his masterclass against Chase Sherman. What he's going to do, I don't know if he's going to win, but what he is going to do, he's going to come in and try to win. If it goes all 15 minutes, he's going to throw 200-plus some strikes. He's going to go for 6, 7, 8 takedowns. Don't know how successful he's going to be, but he is going to at least try. Justin Tafa, he's 5-3. He got 30-27 by Jared Vanderaa. Jared Vanderaa, for a heavyweight, fights in a very similar style to Parker Porter. Just relentless motor, throws as many strikes as he possibly can. Except Jared Vanderaa, as much as I've wanted to, as many sub-props as I've taken on that black belt, he doesn't go for takedowns. Parker Porter can mix in the takedowns as well. I could see this being a problem for Justin Tafa. It's not like Tafa has been that impressive. And I do, lastly, just want to throw this out here. You see the pick is Parker Porter by decision. If you bet $100 on Parker Porter to win by decision every single time he fought in the UFC, 5 fights for him, 5 fights, you would be up. You would have profited $1,200. Wow. Yeah, you heard that correctly. $1,200. 2 losses, you lose $100 when he fought Jelton, when he fought Chris Dawkins, and then plus 725 against Josh Parisian, plus 400 against Chase Sherman, and plus 275 last time out against Alan Badeau. You do what you want with those numbers. I did what I wanted to, and I'm taking Parker Porter to get it done by decision. Next up, you already saw the T-shirt. You saw the parlay pick, played it right when it opened. Yes, the line is different now. I'm sorry to the people out there. I had to play it as soon as it came out. Don Giacomo money line. You know what it is. I don't have to give a breakdown here. Might be tougher than some people think it is. Randy Brown does have a big size advantage here. This is a little bit of a step up in competition. I mean, the Ramazan Ameev fight, that was a great win, but, you know, this is not Pete Rodriguez. It could be tricky, but at the end of the day, Don Giacomo, he gets it done. Next up, the co-main event of the evening. I have no idea who's going to win this fight, so I played the over. I played the over 2.5. Josh Emmett, he has this aura of having huge knockout power. I mean, he does have a ton of knockdowns, but 6 of his 9 wins in the UFC are by decision. 7 of Yair's 11 in the UFC have gone over the 2.5. 8 of Emmett's 11 have gone over the 2.5. I think they're going to feel each other out. I think they're going to be careful in this interim title fight. And I think it probably goes to a decision, if I'm being totally honest with you. Should be a fantastic fight. I'm looking forward to it. And next up,
here it is.
Main event of the evening.
Here it is.
I'm actually aligned with what you were doing. Here's how I think this one plays out. Watched a lot of tape. Thought about how I thought this one was going to go. And I mean, I love Volk. I'm a huge fan of Alexander Volkanovski, so I can't bet against Volkanovski. But the way that these styles match up, the size advantage that Islam is going to have, potentially the strength advantage, I don't know. I mean, I know how strong Volk is. I just have a hard time seeing Volkanovski getting this done. So the way that I'm backing him, the dog that he is, the consummate professional that he is, the beast that this man is, he's going to survive. He's going to make it hard. He's going to take every avenue possible to win this fight. This fight is going to go long. He doesn't have huge finishing upside. I don't see him finishing Islam. I think it's going to go longer. I think Volk is going to survive. Make it closer than some people think. I took the over 2.5 to go hand in hand with your over 1.5 in our parlay.
I was going to go with distance, but I'm just trying to get the easy pick here.
You could get the plus money on the distance right now.
Yeah, what is it?
I think it's like plus 170 to go to a decision. A lot of people, the free money bet of the week, people are saying is Islam inside the distance minus 105 on DraftKings Sportsbook.
Wow.
That's what people are saying. They're saying it's free money. They're saying it's a steal, but we will see. We will see come Saturday night. A couple parlays. Tukugov, Jack Jenkins. A little prop parlay. Loma Lookboonmi and Elise Reed over 1.5. Croup Minifield under 2.5. And then last but not least, this one's important to Frank. You mentioned it, Outback Steakhouse, the Outback Steakhouse Aussie Parlay. That's where me and Frank are eating on Monday night if this hits.
Oh.
All Aussies, Jack Jenkins decision. Josh Kulabau decision. Tyson Pedro inside the distance. Jack Della inside the distance. Plus 32.25. Hopefully on Monday night, me and Frank are going out back tonight.
That's crazy. I didn't know you guys were going to mention the Outback Steakhouse, and then I mentioned it. Crazy.
Yeah.
Same
There's one just a few blocks away.
From here?
Yeah.
Wow. I've never been.
Oh, it's great.
What's their signature dish?
The bloomin' onion, man.
What is that?
Fried onion and dipping sauce.
Oh, they fry an entire onion?
Oh
Yeah, I don't know why. Like it's an Australian themed restaurant. It's just like a steakhouse.
I can't imagine. I can't think of anything that would give me more indigestion than that.
Oh yeah. It knocks you out. It puts you, like.
I mean,
if
the
you ate the
burping.
bloomin' onion and then you drank that latte that you drank this morning,
I'm
it'd
still
be a
not
wrap.
feeling 100%.
Oh yeah, it'd be
Wow.
game over.
So depressed right now because of that. That's like the one.
Are we
thing
going
that-
back? Because I know you've had a history where things go.
I know.
sour.
I don't go back.
Yeah, you shun them.
I shun them forever. It's like the loyalty thing. You cross me once, I'm done. I don't know what to do.
Those are my picks, though.
Oh, yeah, great pick.
Yeah.
Great pick.
That's what I got for you.
And do we have the pod up with Jed Mishu?
Pod is up. No Bets Bar. Go listen to Jed Mishu opine about how much he hates Alexander Volkanovski. It was
What?
Oh, it was a
Are you
massive
serious?
class in just
Hates him?
whining. Oh, I was
As a person?
as
this
the
can't
way
be
that
real.
he's been going on as a fighter. He says that no one's doubting him. Stop playing that rhetoric. It's tired. It's worn out. He said he's just
Wow.
ready for it to be over. I had to sit and listen to it for 10 minutes. I was just like, it's just this.
One of the most likable fighters on the. What is his face near, Craig? You agree with this?
Let's just get this out of the way. Jed and I are often aligned on some of our takes. On many of our takes.
The men with
Wow.
with hearts as black as their shirts.
Yeah. What?
There's a we should copyright that. There's a truth to the idea that Alexander Volkanovski creates artificial doubters. There is a truth to that.
That is
5-1.
such-
You got to stay motivated.
By the way, that's
No,
such
there's
bullshit.
He never
100% of truth to that. He's ranked the number one pound for pound fighter. That's not disrespect. He's not being disrespected. Let's
That
call
is
it what it
such
is.
nonsense. First
In
of all,
this,
great
in this
athletes,
fight too.
listen.
He's a plus 350.
And he should be, quite frankly.
I agree.
by the way, you know why this
And
is
he
such
should be.
nonsense? Because the people who are making these rankings are the media. I don't think when he says you're doubting, he's talking about the media. He's talking about the public. He's talking about the MMA fans.
He's not being doubted.
This dude.
He's being picked against because Islam has advantages that many people see in the fight. But he's not being doubted at this level that like it's considered disrespect. And let me continue. Many of the best of the best of the best of the best athletes do this. Michael Jordan is infamous for doing this. He picks random guys to make up that they talk trash to him just so he can
But
destroy
this is
them.
actually true. First of all, he's not the star that he should be given his record. And so I don't know why they don't
That's not
have
disrespect.
I don't know why they don't have it on Best Fight Odds. They don't have all of them, but usually when you click on someone's name, it'll tell you their history, like their line history. I'm starting with Chad Mendes because that's when he took the leap. Underdog, Aldo, underdog, Oliveira, underdog, Makhachev, huge underdog. He's always the underdog. Now they don't have the Holloway fight.
Skipped a lot of fights there.
These are the only ones that he has, but that they have up here. You can't tell me first fight against Holloway, underdog. Second fight, everyone thought it was a fluke.
Odds makers aren't.
I'm just saying that's what he's talking about.
Aren't making odds based on their feelings. Odds
But
are.
this is what he's talking
out of
about.
the line.
He's talking about the people. He's talking about
He's not being disrespected by the people. I'm sorry. I think he's great.
disrespected,
I think
counted
there are
out. I don't know if
people-
it's disrespect is the word, but like counted out, no confidence, that type of thing.
He's in a tough matchup.
On-
This is again. If he wasn't doing this, I'd be more concerned.
Yeah.
Because I think he needs to do this.
I don't
think
know if
this is
there's one
exactly
guy
how-
who needs artificial motivation. This guy's different. Workmanlike.
Yeah, he's
hard
motivated.
hat. Lunch pail.
Because here's how I
collar.
think, and I don't want to speak for Alexander Volkanovski, but I think based on his resume or based on what he's saying, he thinks it should be assumed that he's the top pound for pound fighter in the world and one of the best ever. I think most people will give him that. I don't think he's being denied that.
There's
But
some
to
people
say
who I bet put
he's
Islam
an
as number
underdog to
one.
Islam Makhachev, and that's disrespect. It's just not, quite frankly. It's not. He's going up in weight class against a guy who has a very specific skill set that is very effective.
Do you guys agree with me that it's crazy to put Islam number 2?
I don't.
No.
You don't agree?
I have an issue if you don't have him number 2.
Beating Bobby Green, Dan Hooker, Thiago Moises, Drew Dober, Davi Ramos, like that's
Charles Oliveira.
Well, yeah, Charles Oliveira. It's the one fight. It's the one fight in the what? Top 5?
It's just the way that he's beaten them to me.
Yeah,
it's just dumb.
The resume
that's not what pound for pound is.
The resume has to count for something. No?
What's Leon Edwards' huge win?
Yeah. What are you talking about? You want to go through his record? Leon Kamaru, who was the number 1 pound for pound, so that has to count for something,
So
right?
that's the one. You said one, right? So he's got one.
Nate Diaz, Bilal Muhammad, RDA, Gunnar Nelson, Donald Cerrone, which don't give me, that was a big win when he beat Donald Cerrone in freaking 2018. Brian Barberina, Peter Sabata, Vicente Luque, Albert Tumanov. That's a more impressive resume. I'm sorry.
It's good.
It's 1,000% good. It's the same winning streak too.
But again, pound for pound is not a resume conversation.
Islam Makhachev goes up to welterweight and fights Leon Edwards. Who do you think the favorite would be?
Who would be the favorite or who wins?
Both.
Well, the favorite doesn't, like as we just discussed. Who wins?
Oh, so now you agree with me that the favorite...
No. The favorite is the people. He's more popular. He's way more popular. Islam's way more popular.
Line is set.
But it's not how the line sets, but it's also how it ends up, right?
It's not. The line is set to get equal action on both sides.
I'm not talking about set. I'm talking about where it closes. Where it closes. A lot of it is based on popularity.
It would open.
We've talked about this on this show. Oh, this guy's getting so much more love because he's more popular. Anyway,
it's affected.
The more affected. Point is, who wins? Mr. Rocky Road himself. You kidding me? What are you talking about?
What else were you gonna say?
sounds like Islam might be getting disrespected, right?
Listen, I'm the one saying justice for Islam. I'm able to keep my. I'm the only straight shooter in this biz. This guy's name is not even being said. By the way, could we now admit that there's something going on?
Something. There's
come on.
Something, as our friends at Cheap Heat would say. This is something.
There's something going on.
Something.
I haven't listened to all the interviews, but is there not something going on?
Have you heard the conspiracy theory I presented to you yesterday?
Wait, was it the one about
Dana and Khabib had a falling out, and that's why he's no longer coaching, and that's why he won't say Islam's name?
No, I don't know about that. There is no way Khabib was. Is this a real thing? Khabib's not leaving his family for 6 weeks.
I said it was a conspiracy theory.
Was it one that people are saying or that you made up?
No. Someone said it. I read it somewhere.
What? Who? Brian 094768 on Twitter?
Yeah, of course. What do you think it was? Einstein releasing these?
No, I don't know. But it's like,
we tested.
Jesus. No, that is a weird one. Now, the conspiracy theory that he felt some sort of way after his promotion was criticized. That to me is a valid one.
I mean, that's confirmed
to me,
just based on his response.
The overarching thing that I get from this is it's funny. Like the fact that yesterday he's on the Pat McAfee show and he's just like,
this guy.
Volk's trying to take his belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a great one. And the name is right there.
Yes. That is weird to me. And I guess the last name is, Chael himself had a bit of trouble with that, but Islam.
Yeah, but that's how Chael's consistent. He always calls him Makhachev. He's been calling him Makhachev for 5 years.
Islam's a pretty easy name to say.
Yeah,
I would argue.
Dude, he knows the name. Stop. He knoes the name.
I love the people who are defending him. It was late at night. It was 3 a.m. First of all, it wasn't. Second of all, we're suggesting has Dana White ever been Mr. Sleep? Dana White is the guy who has always told us that he doesn't sleep, that he goes out, that he get all of a sudden now it's like it was late. He forgot. I saw one person say, "I forget my kid's name all the time." Like what?
Oh, what?
What is that? He got killed on the
congratulations
Instagram comments.
for getting
I was like, wow.
Yikes.
All right.
It's more than once is
that's the thing.
The evidence is mounting.
I'm with you, Reg. Like the fact that it happened once is just like, damn, he just had a huge brain fart. The fact that he just keeps not saying it, it's just like, all right, dude, what's the deal here? Like, why are you not saying
How can it not be
Islam's
something
name?
at this point?
Well, as I said, the clear pointedness of his response, he's agitated. Why he's agitated, that needs to be discovered. I don't think that's out, but he seems agitated.
Hopefully, maybe pre-fight press conference, post-fight press conference in Perth, he'll address it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, he's gonna have a ton of opportunity to have to say his name, but I assume he's not gonna be.
That's right. Second in a row. The whole ship would sink, right? Second.
But yes, this is the fight between the number 1 and number 2.
Oh, yeah. What do we say? Monday morning, I'm starting the show. What am I saying? Islam's on his way? He's the man?
Congratulations to the newest double champ in the UFC.
You think I'm saying that?
Volkanovski. Alexander Volkanovski.
You think I'm saying that?
Islam's on his way.
Wow, we're going to clip
Lord,
this
I
off.
hope so. Lord, I hope.
Wow. Can you imagine I
Wait,
come out here?
GC, is that an official prediction?
No, it's a desire. It's a want.
Okay, fair enough.
My official
I
prediction is that Islam wins.
Yeah, I think we're talking about who's next for Islam Makhachev, and exciting fights for Volkanovski at 45.
Who is Volkan a dog walk from the interim champion?
Yes, from the interim title.
Arnold,
fight.
yeah. I don't even know who would be next for Islam, I guess. I mean, I guess part of the good thing of him not fighting all those guys coming up is that all those guys are still available, right?
Islam Beneil. And
Islam
then
Beneil,
Connor wins, and then Islam Connor.
Gaethje Fiziev. If Fiziev wins, that'd be fun.
That would be fun. That would be.
Does Islam just say, I want my turn"?
No, please God, no. Are you saying 170? Stop it.
No.
What the fuck? After one title defense? Stop it.
Just
with
give
this.
me a shot.
Oh my God. Volkanovski.
He said this week he has full plans.
Oh,
to
stop
move
it.
up to 170
Please, for the love of God.
Now, he didn't say next. He didn't say
Every
next,
great
fair to
lightweight is still available out there that he hasn't fought.
Yes, 100%. He needs to.
Volk has fought all these guys.
To rule at 155.
Oh my God. That would be
Now-
so.
If Islam wins, does Dana White say his name?
He's not going to be there.
No, like just
He's not there.
afterwards.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. They're going to have to talk it out. They're going to have to settle their differences. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Gentlemen,
Can't wait.
God bless. Check out the watch party on Saturday.
Watch party Saturday night. No bets barred. Tune in.
Watch party is at 9:45.
9:45 Saturday night on the MMA Fighting YouTube channel. Big show planned. That's all I got for you.
All right.
Me, Mike Heck. Can't wait.
It's going to be great. Mysterious Frank will be there, right?
Mysterious Frank, T, Corporate A's bringing friends. I mean, it's a big thing.
You're missing out, Ariel.
By the way, who's T?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. Is there another character on the show that I don't know about?
We have another show, man. Come on.
What? I'm lost.
We have this show, then we have the watch party. None
Yeah.
Chilla 2 pass.
What? I'm still lost.
It's all good.
Who's T? Am I missing someone?
No, that's one of
All you
Alex's
need to
friends.
know is T's going to be here on Saturday.
All right, fine. Here we go. It's going down. UFC 284. We are almost there. 3 days away. Can't wait. And I can't wait to be back on Monday to talk about it all. For now, though, Frank, it is time to say goodbye. What a day it has been. Another in the books. Still don't feel great if you're wondering, Frank.
Do you need some...
Oh, there it is. Rick is
forgot
gone.
about. Need some Alka-Seltzer?
No, it's not that kind of thing. Get yourself some Alka-Seltzer and you'll feel better fast. Back is still. I didn't really hold true to my promise to sit up straight.
That's what the buzzing was for on Monday.
What?
We were sending a
remind me?
signal to have you sit up, but
Ah, now it all makes sense.
based on how
I
you're
love it.
reacting,
Yeah, maybe not for the best. I've never been to Perth. I hear it's fantastic. The vibes seem immaculate. Everyone seems to be in a great mood. I love Australian people. I'm a huge fan of Australian people. Always very happy, positive, it seems. I mean, I know I'm generalizing here, but they just seem like tremendous people. Actually, remind me a lot of Canadians, if I'm being honest. And even the actual cities that I've visited reminded me a bit of Canada. Now, Sydney had the beach. Don't have a lot of that in Canada, but still, there was something about it that reminded me a lot of Australia and of Canada. It reminded me back home, and the people reminded me. And we're all part of the Commonwealth, of course. So I can't wait. UFC 284 this Saturday. Thank you very much to all our guests today. Thank you very much to Sodiq Yusuff. Great stuff. Anthony Pettis. Good luck to him. Mike Perry. Get her done. Chael P. God bless him. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until I say peace. I'm out of here.